Copyright Web Novel. Chapter 1, A Late Blooming Magic. Chapter 1, A Late Blooming Magic. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster's Office. You're telling me there is a 16-year-old on the list of first-year students? I know it sounds extraordinary, Albus, but the ancient magic cannot be wrong. The register clearly states the boy is 16. Minerva McGonagall, dressed in her dark green robes and a pointed hat, spoke with solemn concern. It was a fundamental rule of Hogwarts. The school, with its long and storied history, recorded the name of every magical child in Britain from the moment of their birth. When they turned 11, the castle's ancient magic would ensure an acceptance letter found its way to them, most often delivered by owl. Yet now, for the first time in centuries, that infallible magic had presented an anomaly. On this year's intake list, Minerva McGonagall had discovered the name of a teenager who was 16 years old. She had come immediately to the office of Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the age, seeking an explanation. The headmaster, however, could offer none. This was beyond even his considerable understanding. Albus Dumbledore, his white beard glowing in the candlelight, held the parchment close to his eyes. Elian Thorne. 15 years, 11 months, and 26 days. 3rd floor south-facing bedroom, 35 Carnaby Street. Muggle-born, both parents deceased. He lowered the parchment and peered over his half-moon spectacles at his deputy. This is the boy? Elian Thorne. That is correct, Albus. In hundreds of years, Hogwarts has never admitted a student so far past the age. I cannot fathom how this has happened. Professor McGonagall's voice was tight with worry. As the member of staff who oversaw the admissions process, such a breach of tradition was deeply unsettling. Voldemort has returned, Dumbledore said softly, his blue eyes distant. While this is reminiscent of his method of entering Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire, I do not believe this is his doing. Not directly. This feels different. Perhaps a resonance from the ancient magic itself. He stood slowly, gathering his black traveling cloak from the back of his chair. These are dark times, Minerva. The Ministry seeks to bury the truth of Voldemort's return. Cornelius Fudge no longer desires my counsel, he now views me with suspicion. At the mention of the Minister of Magic, a flash of disgust passed over Professor McGonagall's features. Dumbledore did not miss it. Cornelius Fudge had been a timid, insecure minister, once reliant on Dumbledore's support to maintain his position. Now, that fear had twisted into paranoia. In Fudge's mind, the terrifying story of the Dark Lord's return was nothing but a plot by Dumbledore, using Harry Potter, to seize power. The Order has moved to collect Harry, Dumbledore continued, fastening his cloak. Dementors are stalking Muggle neighborhoods. Voldemort's shadow lengthens. I shall go and meet this young Mr. Thorne myself. Without another word, he turned on the spot with a soft swish, shrinking to a single point and vanishing into thin air. Apparition. The most efficient, if uncomfortable, method of magical travel. Left alone in the silent office, Minerva McGonagall let out a long, weary sigh. She glanced up at Fawkes, the headmaster's phoenix, who preened his brilliant scarlet feathers on his golden perch. The bird cocked his head, his wise black eyes meeting hers for a moment before he took flight with a soft cry, leaving a shimmer of warmth in his wake. 35 Carnaby Street, London. The silent, sleeping street was broken by a faint pop. An old man in black robes materialized, his long white beard stark against the dark wool. Albus Dumbledore looked up at the neat brick townhouse. His eyes immediately went to a third-floor window, where a peculiar, rhythmic golden-red light pulsed against the glass, unlike any electric lamp. A subtle, trained sense honed over a century alerted him. Magic. Not the wild, untamed spill of accidental magic from an upset child, but something focused. Controlled. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. The boy was listed as Muggle-born. How could he possibly be performing deliberate magic? And such control? His thoughts flew to Harry Potter, due to face a disciplinary hearing at the Ministry for using a Patronus charm. But Harry's case was one of underage magic in a dire emergency. This was different. If the Ministry's trace detected this. Frowning, Dumbledore drew his wand, the Elder Wand, though it looked old and unremarkable, and gave the front door a gentle tap. Alohomora. The lock clicked, and the door swung open without a sound. Inside, the young man in the third-floor room felt the gentle probing of the unlocking charm through a quiet, instinctual nudge at the edge of his mind, a silent alert from the system that had been his guide. His concentration, fixed on the kitchen knife he was levitating in a complex, weaving pattern, did not break. His right hand moved in a sharp, finishing gesture. Whoosh! The knife halted its dance. With a flash of that same golden-red light, it shot across the room, coming to a dead stop, tip pointed menacingly at the closed bedroom door. It hung there, perfectly still, thrumming with latent power. Downstairs, Albus Dumbledore paused, sensing the shift in the magical atmosphere above. Upstairs, Elian Thorne stood ready, his expression calm but his eyes sharp. A silent standoff in a silent house. End of chapter. Sparkles sparkles, I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles sparkles. Or for every 50 power stones. Chapter 2, The Hogwarts Invitation. Chapter 2, An Unexpected Visitor. Elian's heart hammered a frantic rhythm against his ribs. The house was supposed to be empty. Who would be breaking in now, in the dead of night? The news was full of warnings about rising crime, but he never thought it would happen to him. If this was a burglar, he reasoned with a cold, sharp clarity, defending himself wouldn't be a crime. He had no family, no friends who would visit unannounced. He swallowed hard, his eyes locked on the door, his outstretched hand keeping the floating knife steady. The magic thrummed through him, a strange, warm current that was both terrifying and empowering. Thank goodness for the understanding that had awoken in him recently. Without it, he'd be utterly defenseless. Thud. 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 Footsteps, steady and unhurried, ascended the stairs. They were coming straight for his room. Click. The doorknob turned. Creak. The door swung inward, revealing a tall, shadowed figure in the dim hallway light. Act now, think later. His fear spiked, and his right hand slashed downward. The kitchen knife shot forward like a silver dart, straight for the intruder's chest. But in that same fraction of a second, his eyes fully registered the man in the doorway. A long, silver beard. Half-moon spectacles. Twinkling blue eyes peering over them. Albus Dumbledore? A cosplayer? The thought was absurd and fleeting. Burglars didn't dress like storybook wizards. And striking first, whether it was Dumbledore or not, felt like a catastrophic mistake. He tried to pull the magic back, but it was too late. The old man didn't flinch. He simply drew a wand from his robes, long, oddly carved, and radiating a quiet power, and gave it a casual flick. Pop! A puff of white smoke erupted where the knife had been. Instead of clattering to the floor, a small, slightly lumpy rag doll plopped softly onto the carpet. Elian stared, his jaw slack. Dumbledore looked from the doll to the stunned teenager, a flicker of profound surprise in his own eyes. For a long moment, the only sound was the distant hum of London traffic. Finally, Dumbledore broke the silence. "Well," he said, his voice warm and slightly amused. "That was a decidedly sharp greeting, Mr. Thorne." He bent and picked up the rag doll, turning it over in his hands. "My name is Albus Dumbledore. I am the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You may call me Professor Dumbledore. I am here because you, Elian Thorne, have been invited to attend our school to study magic. Transfiguration. Real, actual transfiguration. This wasn't a cosplayer. This was the Albus Dumbledore. The wand in his hand, it looked exactly as the stories described. A thrill, wild and electric, shot through Elian, but he forced it down, burying it under a mask of confusion. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Elian echoed, letting his voice sound appropriately dazed. Inside, his mind was reeling. It all made a terrible, wonderful kind of sense now. The sudden, lonely shift in his life, the strange new awareness of energy humming in everything, he wasn't just in a new country. He was in a new world. Indeed, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. I imagine you've been wondering about incidents like the one with the cutlery. That, my boy, was magic. You possess it. Hogwarts has known of your potential since you were born, though it seems our records were delayed in reaching you. He gestured to the now harmless doll. Though I must advise, untrained wandless magic is rather perilous. I do not recommend it. Elian simply nodded, playing the part of a bewildered muggle-born. There appears to have been a rare error in the school's ancient admittance magic, Dumbledore continued, watching him closely. While you are 16, your formal magical education must begin at the beginning. You will join our first-year students. I trust you have no objection. First year? Elian's internal monologue stuttered. He'd be in classes with 11-year-olds? He studied Dumbledore's kind but inscrutable face, trying to gauge the situation. He desperately wanted to ask what year it was, if a boy named Harry Potter was at the school, but he bit his tongue. Revealing knowledge he shouldn't have felt like a one-way ticket to having his mind examined. He had too many secrets to keep. Seeing Elian's thoughtful silence, Dumbledore gestured to a chair by the desk. Elian nodded, and the headmaster sat, launching into a gentle explanation of the wizarding world, Hogwarts, and the Four Houses. Elian listened, feigning awe and surprise where it seemed appropriate. This is your official letter, Dumbledore said finally, producing a thick envelope of yellowish parchment from within his robes. I hope you will find friendship and purpose at Hogwarts. Term begins in a few days. A member of our staff will escort you to Diagon Alley to procure your school supplies. Satisfied that the young man had grasped the essentials, Dumbledore stood. He had other, more pressing matters. A certain hearing at the Ministry of Magic loomed large in his mind. His primary objective here was achieved. Elian Thorne was real, 16, and unquestionably magical. If there was anything peculiar, it was the notable control he exhibited for someone with no training. Wandless, wordless levitation was no small feat for any wizard, let alone an untrained one. The boy had a rare instinct. Before leaving, Dumbledore fixed Elian with a look that seemed to peer right through him, not unkindly, but with deep perception. Enjoy your remaining days here, Mr. Thorne. And welcome. Hogwarts has waited for you. He didn't wait for a reply. With a faint crack, the headmaster twisted into nothingness and vanished, as if sucked away by the air itself. Elian stared at the empty space where the greatest wizard of the age had just stood. Then, his eyes fell on the thick parchment letter in his hand, his name written in emerald green ink. A slow, incredulous grin spread across his face. Wow! End of chapter. Sparkles sparkles. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles sparkles. Or for every 50 power stones. Chapter 3, The Waiting Game. Chapter 3, The Waiting Game. After the initial shock of Dumbledore's apparition had worn off, Elian was left alone in his quiet bedroom, buzzing with a new kind of energy. He picked up the heavy parchment envelope, his fingers tracing the embossed Hogwarts crest. Breaking the seal, he pulled out the letter and the accompanying list of required supplies. 1 wand. Ollivanders, Diagon Alley. 1 standard size 2 pewter cauldron. Potage's Cauldron Shop, Diagon Alley. 1 set of glass or crystal phials. Students may also bring an owl or a cat or a toad. Eolipsal Emporium, Magical Menagerie. His eyes scanned the list, a smile playing on his lips until a practical, sinking thought hit him. He had no money. Or rather, he had no wizard money. He knew from the stories that the wizarding world used galleons, sickles, and nuts. While his muggle parents had left him a modest but comfortable inheritance in pounds, a vault at Gringotts filled with gold was not part of the package. He racked his brain, trying to remember the exchange rate. He thought it was about £5 to a galleon, which seemed almost too cheap for solid gold. The economics of it made his head spin. Well, he muttered to the silent room, at least my parents left enough that I won't starve. The words felt strange. They weren't really his parents, not in the memories he carried, but he was their heir in this world all the same. His excitement, however, quickly pushed aside financial worries. It was a stronger, brighter feeling than even the day his strange new awareness had first sparked to life. Almost without thinking, his hand rose to touch the pendant that always hung beneath his shirt. He drew it out, the metal cool against his fingers. It was a beautiful, intricate thing, gold and green, shaped like an eye tightly shut. Complex, spiraling designs were etched across its surface. Any fan of the old Marvel films he'd grown up with would recognize it instantly. The Eye of Agamotto. When he'd first arrived in this smaller, younger body and found it around his neck, he'd assumed it was a replica. A curious bit of jewelry. Then the voice had echoed in his mind, clear and impossible to ignore. Ding host meets activation conditions. The Supreme Mage system is initializing. Activation successful. Binding. Host, Elian Thorne. System, Supreme Mage system. Initial system binding reward, the Eye of Agamotto. Even now, the memory sent a shiver down his spine. It wasn't just a necklace. It was an anchor. As he'd quietly explored the system in the days that followed, he'd begun to understand. It was a guide, a reservoir of knowledge meant to steer him toward becoming a master of mystical arts. Simply by living and learning, his affinity and control would grow. Rewards would come in time. It was, in many ways, a system for the patient. There was even a section labeled Bonus Objectives, to be triggered, hinting at future trials or tasks. For now, his only tangible skill was the telekinetic control he'd used on the kitchen knife, a basic, instinctual pushing and pulling of energy. The grand spells, the shimmering shields, the conjured weapons he dreamed of were still locked away, waiting for his growth. He wasn't worried. He had time. He had a path. The immediate problem was this school list. I wonder what year it is, he thought, leaning back on his bed. Is Hermione there yet? Or Luna? His mind wandered to the characters he'd once read about, wondering if they were students, or even born. The idea of being a first year with 11-year-olds was awkward, but being at Hogwarts at all was the real prize. He could work around the rest. He'd assumed, after Dumbledore's visit, that someone would arrive the next day to take him shopping. But days passed. September 1st loomed on the calendar, now only a day away. No stern professor, no friendly witch had knocked on his door. His pounds remained pounds. His cauldron was conspicuously absent. A nagging worry set in. Had the famously busy headmaster simply forgotten him amidst whatever crises were brewing? He hadn't. The return of Voldemort was a storm cloud darkening the wizarding world, and Dumbledore was at the eye of it. Between clandestine order meetings, monitoring Death Eater activity, and navigating the Ministry's willful blindness, his schedule was a tapestry of urgent threads. Harry's disciplinary hearing had been a particular drain on his time and political capital. Yet, the anomaly of the 16-year-old first year lingered in his thoughts. It felt significant, a ripple in the fabric he couldn't ignore. So, on the afternoon before term began, Albus Dumbledore once again appeared outside 35 Carnaby Street. When Elian opened the door to find the headmaster beaming down at him, his surprise was genuine. Professor Dumbledore. I didn't expect to see you again. I find I am in need of a visit to Gringotts myself, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. Gringotts is the Wizarding Bank, you see. Quite secure, if you don't mind the goblins. I thought you might appreciate a guide for your own shopping. Time is, as they say, of the essence. He extended his arm. Hold on, please. Apparition can be disorienting for the first time. We have much to procure before tomorrow's train. Elian took a deep, steadying breath and gripped Dumbledore's forearm tightly. He nodded, bracing himself. He was not braced enough. Before he could even exhale, the world collapsed into a whirlwind of impossible pressure and darkness. End of chapter. Sparkles sparkles. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles sparkles. Or for every 50 power stones. Chapter 4, A Gringotts Exchange. Chapter 4, A Gringotts Exchange. Elian hunched over, hands on his knees, fighting a wave of intense nausea. The world swam unpleasantly before his eyes. Quite normal for a first time, Professor Dumbledore said pleasantly, not seeming the least bit winded. It does get easier, I assure you. After a few deep breaths, Elian managed to stand upright, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. I'm all right, he said weakly, though his stomach still churned. It's quite a sensation. Dumbledore gave him an understanding smile before pushing open a heavy, dark wooden door. Elian looked up. The building was shabby, sandwiched between a bookshop and a record store, its windows boarded up. A creaking sign above the door depicted a cracked cauldron. The leaky cauldron. Elian's heart gave a little leap of recognition. He followed Dumbledore inside, into the dim, smoky pub. The buzz of conversation dipped for a moment as patrons recognized the headmaster. Witches and wizards nodded respectfully, raised their tankards, or tipped their hats. Dumbledore acknowledged them with gentle nods as he led Elian straight through the crowded room to a small, walled courtyard at the back. Now, pay close attention, Dumbledore said, drawing his wand. He tapped a specific brick on the wall once, twice, a precise rhythm. This is the most common entrance from the non-magical world. Of course, once you are proficient with apparition or flow powder, you may use those. As he spoke, the brick he'd tapped quivered. Then, with a soft grinding sound, the wall began to shift. A small hole appeared, widening rapidly into a perfect archway, revealing a scene that stole Elian's breath. A cobblestone street, narrow and winding, stretched out before him, buzzing with life. Witches and wizards in colorful robes bustled past, their arms full of packages. Shops with crooked roofs and fantastical signs sold everything from shimmering telescopes to live, squawking owls. The air smelled of baking bread, strange spices, and something faintly like gunpowder. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Mr. Thorne, Dumbledore said, a note of amusement in his voice as he watched Elian's wide-eyed wonder. The heart of Britain's wizarding commerce. Now, let us proceed to Gringotts. You'll need funds for your purchases. Elian followed, his head swiveling to take in every detail, Aelip's Owl Emporium, Flourish and Blots, the apothecary with its jarred ingredients. Soon, they stood before a towering, snow-white building that leaned slightly against its neighbors. It looked more like a Greek temple than a bank. 2 goblins in scarlet and gold uniforms stood guard at the burnished bronze doors, bowing stiffly as Dumbledore approached. They passed through the bronze doors, then a second set of silver doors. Etched into the silver was a poem of warning about greed and theft. Elian read it, a faint smile touching his lips. Not so safe that they don't need warnings, he thought. Inside, the main hall was vast and marbled. Long counters stretched along its length, behind which over 100 goblins labored, weighing coins, examining gems, or scribbling in large ledgers. The clink of gold and the scratch of quills created a busy, serious atmosphere. This is Gringotts, Dumbledore said, lowering his voice. You will find the currency exchange desk here. I must leave you now, other duties call. You can manage the rest of your shopping alone, yes? And a word of advice, he added, his blue eyes serious. The alley that branches off nearby is called Nocturne Alley. I do not recommend you visit it alone. Of course, Professor. Thank you for bringing me, Elian said, meaning it. With a final nod, Dumbledore turned and melted back into the crowd outside. Elian was alone. He took a steadying breath and began scanning the counters, looking for any sign indicating currency exchange. The goblins ignored him, utterly absorbed in their work. He was about to approach one when a familiar, confident voice cut through the hall's murmur. 30 galleons, 50 sickles, and 100 nuts. I've already calculated it. Here are the pounds. I've counted them 3 times, so you shouldn't need to count them again. Elian turned. There, at a counter, stood a girl with a bushy mane of brown hair. She was dressed in neat jeans and a jumper, looking impatiently at the goblin who was slowly, meticulously counting a stack of Muggle banknotes. Hermione Granger. Even out of school robes, she was unmistakable. Her posture was straight, her expression one of slight exasperation at the inefficiency. Elian's mind raced. She's here. She looks 15? 16? So Harry and Ron are around too. Which year is this? He watched as the goblin, unfazed, continued his methodical count. Hermione tapped her fingers on the counter, clearly eager to be off to the bookshop. Seeing his chance, Elian smoothed his expression and walked over. He stopped a polite distance away, waiting until she glanced his way. Excuse me, he said, offering a friendly smile. Hello. My name is Elian Thorne. I'm a new student for Hogwarts. I was wondering, is this the counter where I can exchange Muggle money? Hermione's brown eyes, bright and intelligent, shifted from the goblin to him. She took in his appearance older than a typical first year, looking slightly lost in the grand hall. Her expression softened from impatience to helpful curiosity. Oh. Yes, it is, she said, her voice brisk but not unkind. You just have to wait for them to finish. They're very thorough. She shot a look at the goblin, who didn't look up. Are you a first year? You seem a bit. She trailed off, tactfully. Elian chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. It's a long story. A very long story. But yes, first year. I'm a bit behind schedule. Well, Hermione said, her natural instinct to organize and assist taking over. Once you get your money, the list is quite straightforward. I could point you in the right direction if you like. Most of the shops are easy to find. For the first time since arriving in this bewildering, wonderful world, Elian felt a genuine connection. He grinned. I would really appreciate that. Thank you. Hermione, she said, returning the smile. Hermione Granger. End of chapter. Sparkles sparkles, I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles sparkles. Or for every 50 power stones. Chapter 5, The Wand's Choice. Chapter 5, The Wand's Choice. Thank you, Miss Granger, Elian said as they stepped back into the bustling sunlight of Diagon Alley. Could you point me towards Ollivanders? Hermione, who had been about to go and find Harry and Ron, hesitated. She looked at the older boy with the first-year list, who seemed both confident and completely out of his depth. A mix of pity for his orphan status and burning curiosity about his circumstances decided it. It's just down there, but the lanes can be confusing. Harry and Ron are probably still with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. I'll take you. As they walked, Elian asked careful questions about Hogwarts, the houses, the classes, the teachers. From her answers, he pieced it together. The Triwizard Tournament was over, Voldemort was back, and they were starting their 5th year. The timeline clicked into place with a grim certainty. Soon they stood before a narrow, shabby shop. Peeling gold letters over the door read, Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. A single wand lay on a faded purple cushion in the dusty window. This is it, Hermione announced with the pride of a seasoned guide. Every witch and wizard gets their wand here. Well, the wand chooses the wizard, really. I'll come in with you. A tinkling bell announced their entry into the cramped, quiet shop. The air was thick with dust and a sense of deep, waiting magic. Ah! Miss Hermione Granger, a soft, dreamy voice said. Mr. Ollivander emerged from the shadows, his wide, pale eyes like moons. Vine wood, dragon heartstring core. 10 3/4 inches. A powerful, sometimes stubborn combination. It rarely chooses witches. It remembers you well. His silvery gaze then shifted to Elian, and his expression became one of pure, unadulterated puzzlement. And you, sir? I do not recall. I remember every wand I've ever sold, and you are not in my memory. My name is Elian Thorne, sir. I'm starting at Hogwarts this year. I need a wand. Starting? How curious. Ollivander murmured, but his confusion was already being overridden by professional interest. He drifted closer, studying Elian's face. Well, we shall see. It is not you who buys the wand, remember. It is the wand that selects. He never finished his sentence. Click-clack. Rattle-thump. All around them, the thousands of narrow drawers that reached to the ceiling began to tremble. Then they shook. Then they convulsed. Dozens of drawers shot open of their own accord, their contents humming violently. The entire shop filled with a sound like a agitated beehive combined with an earthquake of wood. Merlin's beard. Hermione gasped, stepping back and clutching her own wand. Ollivander whirled, not in fear, but in profound, electrified astonishment. He stared at Elian as if seeing him for the first time. Impossible! He breathed, his whisper cutting through the cacophony. They are all stirring. Every last one. Why? What are you? Elian stood frozen, feeling the magical energy in the shop swirling around him like a storm, drawn to the quiet pulse of the eye beneath his shirt. He didn't know what to do. Then, a new sound. Click. It was a soft, definitive sound, like a perfect lock turning. And as soon as it echoed in the crowded space, the riot ceased. Every trembling drawer slid shut. Every humming wand fell silent. The shop became preternaturally still. From a high, dark corner, a single, long box drifted down silently, as if carried by an invisible hand. It settled gently on the dusty counter between them. Ollivander approached it with reverence, his fingers trembling slightly as he lifted the lid. Nestled inside on faded velvet lay a wand. Its wood was a deep, warm brown, smooth and straight, with a subtle spiral grain. He lifted it, his expression one of awe. Hawthorn and phoenix feather, he whispered. 11 inches precisely. Reasonably supple. He looked from the wand to Elian, his pale eyes blazing with a light they had not held before. This wand has waited here for over 50 years. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth, her eyes darting between the wand and Elian's stunned face. Ollivander extended the wand, handle first. I wonder, he said, his voice filled with a strange mixture of trepidation and excitement. What will this one do? Tentatively, Elian reached out and closed his fingers around the handle. A warm current, not a shock, flowed up his arm. A shower of golden sparks, gentle and bright, erupted from the tip, casting dancing light across the dusty shelves and illuminating Hermione's awestruck face. The wand hummed softly in his grip, a contented, resonant sound that seemed to settle into his very bones. End of chapter. Sparkles sparkles, I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles sparkles. Or for every 50 power stones. Chapter 6, Chapter 6, The Unusual Core. Chapter 6, The Unusual Core. He watched, expectant. Give it a wave. Elian felt the warm, potent energy within the wand hum in sync with his own pulse. He gave it a gentle, experimental flick. Hum. A pulse of deep red light, visible for just an instant, expanded from the wand tip like a silent ripple. Every drawer in the shop gave a single, respectful shudder, a unified salute, and then fell perfectly still. The crimson light in the wand faded back to its dormant, ember-like state. Elian paid the 7 gold galleons, a standard price that felt ludicrously small for such an artifact. As they stepped back into the busy alley, the normal sounds of Diagon Alley felt loud and jarring. Well, Hermione said, pulling her thoughts together with visible effort. Madame Malkin's for robes is just there. Flourish and Blots for books is across the way. Potages for your cauldron is next to it. You should be able to manage from here. I really should find Harry and Ron. Elian nodded. Thank you, Hermione. Truly. She gave him one last, deeply curious look, then turned and vanished into the crowd, her bushy hair bobbing above the sea of pointed hats. The rest of the afternoon was a blur of essential purchases. Elian was measured for robes at Madame Malkin's, bought his pewter cauldron, glass phials and a set of brass scales. At Flourish and Blots, he collected his first-year textbooks, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection. The weight of the books and the dwindling weight of his coin pouch made it all feel real. Back at 12 Grimmauld Place, the temporary headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, Hermione found Harry and Ron in the dusty drawing room. You will not believe what happened today, she announced, perching on the arm of a threadbare sofa. Between Ron's interruptions and Harry's quiet listening, she recounted the meeting at Gringotts and the extraordinary scene at Ollivander's. A 16-year-old firstie? Pull the other one, it's got bells on, Ron scoffed, swallowing a mouthful of sandwich. Right, Harry. Harry, who was absently levitating a copy of the Daily Prophet with a flick of his wand, looked thoughtful. The Goblet of Fire was fooled. Ancient magic can be tricked. Ron's face paled slightly. You don't think, you think he's a Death Eater? Sent by you-know-who? But Dumbledore met him. Don't be ridiculous, Ron, Hermione said crisply. If you-know-who wanted to infiltrate Hogwarts, he wouldn't use someone so blatantly unusual. Professor Dumbledore isn't easily fooled. Harry nodded slowly, but a shadow remained in his green eyes. Distrust was a habit now, and strange occurrences were rarely good news. He let the newspaper drop. We'll see tomorrow, I suppose. Hermione, exhausted by the day's wonders and worries, soon retired. Sleep, however, was not quick to find Elian back at Carnaby Street. His new belongings were packed neatly into a second-hand trunk he'd bought. His sandalwood wand lay on his bedside table, the faint red veins seeming to glow in the moonlight. Excitement thrummed through him, a live wire of anticipation for the Hogwarts Express tomorrow. But instead of trying to sleep, he sat cross-legged on the floor. He closed his eyes, reaching not for the wild, instinctive magic he'd used before, but for the structured, disciplined energy the system in his mind hinted at. He focused on his breathing, on the image of a weapon, a simple shield of crackling orange light, like the ones he'd seen in the films of another life. Over and over, he stretched his will and his magic, trying to coax a tangible form from the air. Sparks fizzled and died. Wisps of light flared and faded. It was frustrating, exhausting work. But deep in his chest, the Eye of Agamotto felt warm against his skin, and the Zawawand on the table hummed in silent, steady encouragement. End of chapter. Sparkles sparkles, I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles sparkles. or for every 50 power stones. Chapter 7, Platform 9 and 3/4. Chapter 7, Platform 9 and 3/4. The magic of Kamar-Taj, as Elian understood it from the flickers of knowledge within him, was fundamentally different from the magic of this world. Here, magic was an inherent trait, like eye color. You were born with it, or you weren't. There was no mana pool to manage, no complex internal cultivation, just will, a wand, and the right words. Kamar-Taj's path was one of discipline and universal energy. It was learned, not inherited. Through focus and practice, one could draw on the ambient energy of reality itself, shaping it into shields, weapons, and portals. It was, in theory, open to anyone with the dedication. Right now, for Elian, it was mostly theory. His control was rudimentary, telekinesis came instinctively, but shaping raw energy into stable forms was like trying to hold water in his bare hands. He'd spent the last night before term not in anxious sleep, but in relentless, quiet practice. Sitting in the center of his bedroom, he'd visualized a simple disk of golden light, a shield. Sparks would erupt from his fingertips, fizzling into nothing. A brief, wobbly circle of light would form before shattering like glass. It was frustrating, but beneath the frustration was a steady hum of progress. The eye around his neck felt warm, a constant, encouraging presence. One system felt like a wild, natural river he could swim in. The other felt like building a dam, brick by meticulous brick. He had no doubt which had the greater potential. September 1st dawned bright and clear. Elian arrived at King's Cross Station early, his second-hand trunk trailing behind him. For a moment, he felt a pang of panic. How did one find a magical platform? Then he saw them, a family hauling an owl cage, the parents giving their excited daughter last-minute advice. He followed discreetly, his heart beating faster as they approached the solid barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Watching a flock of 11-year-olds sprint blithely at a brick wall was one thing. Doing it himself, as a teenager who logically knew walls were solid, was another. He felt a blush of self-consciousness heat his cheeks. They can do it. You can do it. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his trolley handle, lowered his head slightly, and walked purposefully forward. Just as the trolley's front wheels should have smashed into the brick, he squeezed his eyes shut. There was no impact. Only a sudden, loud whoosh of steam and a wave of noise. He opened his eyes. The scarlet steam engine, the Hogwarts Express, gleamed before him, puffing smoke into the arched ceiling of a completely different platform. Witches and wizards of all ages filled the air with chatter, tears, and laughter as they said goodbye. Above him, a sign clearly read, Platform 9 and 3/4. A grin spread across his face. I'm here. His luggage, a trunk, a smaller case, and an empty owl cage, he hadn't settled on a pet, required 2 trips to haul onto the train. The corridors were packed with students reuniting, scrambling for compartments, and lugging their own belongings. Elian moved down the train, looking for a compartment that wasn't overflowing with boisterous younger students. As he passed one compartment, a flash of pale blonde hair caught his eye. Draco Malfoy was holding court, surrounded by other Slytherin-looking boys, including the hulking forms of Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy was speaking with his usual sneering confidence. When his grey eyes flicked up and met Elian's through the glass for a split second, a flicker of puzzled arrogance crossed his face. Crabbe, Malfoy's voice, slightly muffled by the door, drifted out. Who was that? Which house is he in? Elian didn't wait to hear the grunted, confused replies. He kept walking, a strange feeling in his chest. Seeing these characters from the pages of his old life, real and breathing, was endlessly surreal. He wondered what storms were already brewing behind Malfoy's cold eyes. Finding a quiet spot was proving difficult. The train seemed full to bursting. Just as he was nearing the last carriages, he noticed one compartment that was an island of calm. The blinds were half drawn, and it was silent inside. He paused, peering through the glass in the door. Inside, a girl with long, dirty blonde hair the color of parchment sat reading a magazine upside down. The Quibbler. She had large, silvery, protuberant eyes that gave her a permanently surprised and dreamy look. She wore radish earrings and a necklace made of butterbeer corks. Luna Lovegood. She looked up, her gaze drifting to the door as if she'd felt him there. Her eyes weren't startled, just mildly curious, as if he were an interesting but harmless type of rackspert. Before Elian could decide whether to move on or say hello, the compartment door behind him slid open with a bang. Absolute rubbish, the whole thing. Disturbance of the peace? I was saving our lives. Elian turned to see a furious-looking Harry Potter, his black hair messy than ever, glasses slightly askew. Behind him stood Ron Weasley, tall and freckled, and Hermione Granger, who upon seeing Elian, blinked in surprise. "Oh! Elian!" "Hello," she said, her annoyance momentarily shifting. "Have you found a seat?" Harry and Ron both looked at him. Harry's gaze was assessing, guarded. Ron's was openly curious. "Not yet," Elian said. "It's a bit full." "You can join us," Hermione said decisively, gesturing to their compartment, which he could see was already crowded with their belongings. "We've just had the most ridiculous conversation with Malfoy. And the Daily Prophet is printing utter lies about Harry." "I see," Elian said, though he saw much more. The tension in Harry's shoulders, the protective glint in Hermione's eye, Ron's supportive scowl. The story was alive around him. As he stepped aside to let them pass, he glanced back at Luna's compartment. She had gone back to reading her upside-down magazine, a faint, serene smile on her face. The whistle blew a long, final warning. The adventure was leaving the station, and Elian Thorne, 16-year-old first year, was finally on board. End of chapter. Sparkles Sparkles. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles Sparkles. Or for every 50 power stones. Chapter 8, Maid Girl Luna. Chapter 8, Maid Girl Luna. Elian peered through the glass at the sole occupant of the quiet compartment. She had long, dirty blonde hair, silvery, protuberant eyes that seemed to look at and through things simultaneously, and was reading a magazine held upside down. Radish earrings dangled from her lobes, and a necklace of butterbeer corks rested against her chest. On anyone else, it might have seemed bizarre. On her, it was strangely compelling. "Luna Lovegood." He took a breath and knocked gently on the door. Luna's gaze drifted toward the sound, though it seemed to settle on a point slightly above his head rather than on his face. Her expression was one of mild, distant curiosity. "Hello," Elian said, sliding the door open. "My name is Elian Thorne. Is it all right if I sit here? The other compartments are rather full." "Yes," Luna replied, her voice dreamy and light. "But you'll want to mind the rackspurts. They're quite thick in the doorway." Elian, who had spent a lifetime with the stories, simply nodded as if this were perfectly sensible. He stepped inside, storing his trunk overhead, and sat down opposite her. Close up, her eclectic style was even more pronounced, a combination of colors and textures that defied convention but somehow suited her ethereal quality. "Aren't you worried about the rackspurts?" he asked, deciding to play along. Luna looked up, her silvery eyes finally meeting his, or perhaps focusing on a spot just behind his left ear. "My name is Luna Lovegood. I'm a 4th year in Ravenclaw." She touched her cork necklace. "This helps keep them away. It's only the one, though. I don't have a spare." Elian leaned forward, examining the necklace with a genuine smile. "It's very effective, then. It's wonderfully quiet in here. Took me ages to find a spot. People tend to gather where the rackspurts are thickest," Luna confided, lowering her voice as she leaned in. Her breath smelled faintly of peppermint. They make everything fuzzy and loud. They don't like it here, so it's peaceful. Having delivered this explanation, she sat back and returned to her upside-down quibbler. Lo Luna, Elian began. You can call me Luna. Luna, didn't you come with any friends? Doesn't it get a bit lonely? Friends? Luna considered this, her head tilting like a curious bird. I don't have any of those. Elian fell silent, mentally kicking himself. Of course. In the books, her real friendships came later, forged in shared danger. Right now, she was just loony Lovegood to most of the school. Well, he said, the words out before he could overthink them. Could I be your friend? I know I'm only a first year, but I'm actually 16. I'm a bit behind schedule. Luna's gaze shifted, finally locking directly with his. There was no suspicion, no surprise, just a calm assessment. All right, she said simply. I'm 14. So I'm your senior in school, but you're my older brother in age. You'll be my first friend. The ease of it took his breath away. There were no tests, no awkward negotiations. Just acceptance. The rest of the journey passed in a gentle, meandering conversation. Elian listened, utterly captivated, as Luna explained in earnest detail about Crumplehorn's Snorkax, the Rotfang conspiracy, and why the Ministry was secretly farming heliopaths. He asked questions, not to humor her, but because he genuinely wanted to understand the unique landscape of her mind. No one disturbed them. A few older students glanced in, saw Luna, and hurried past. As dusk painted the countryside in shades of purple and gold, the train began to slow. Luna, familiar with the routine, closed her magazine. We're nearly there. It's time to change into our robes. Elian nodded, fetching his new Hogwarts robes from his trunk. When they stepped out into the corridor, now bustling with students pulling on robes and gathering belongings, a noticeable ripple went through the crowd. Whispers followed them like a trailing mist. Look, he was with Loony Lovegood all trip. Who is he? He's too old to be a first year. Handsome, but probably as mad as she is if he sat with her. Luna seemed utterly impervious, floating along in her own world. Elian ignored them, his gaze scanning the crowd until he spotted a familiar bushy head. Hermione was emerging from a compartment with Harry, Ron, and a red-headed girl he guessed was Ginny. Hermione saw him, started to raise a hand in greeting, then noticed Luna at his side. Her smile faltered, replaced by a look of polite confusion before she turned away to speak urgently to Harry. Elian almost laughed. She's going to be one of your best friends in a year, Hermione. Give her a chance. End of chapter. Sparkles sparkles, I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles sparkles. Or for every 50 power stones. Chapter 9, Across the Black Lake. Chapter 9, Across the Black Lake. The start of term procedure, as Elian remembered it, usually involved the gamekeeper, Rubeus Hagrid, shepherding the first years across the lake. Tonight, however, a different figure waited for them on the dark platform. She was a short, elderly witch with a face like a kindly, weathered walnut and a chin so pronounced it could have been used as a bookmark. She clutched a long, thin pipe in one hand. First years. This way, don't dawdle, she called, her voice carrying a no-nonsense warmth. You lot come with me. The older students take a different route. You're getting the scenic tour, so look lively. Elian recognized her instantly, Professor Wilhelmina Grubbly Plank, the substitute care of magical creatures teacher. If she's here. His mind raced. Hagrid must be on the secret mission Dumbledore had mentioned, traveling with Madame Maxime to try and sway the giants away from Voldemort's influence. The war was already moving in the shadows. He fell into step at the back of the chattering, anxious crowd of 11-year-olds. He stuck out like a sore thumb, a head taller than most, his face lacking their babyish roundness. Whispers and curious glances followed him like a persistent shadow. Professor Grubbly Plank gave him one long, assessing look but said nothing, her expression one of professional curiosity. Elian tugged at the sleeves of his new robes, feeling a weariness settle over him. He didn't mind being different, but being a spectacle was exhausting. Into the boats, 4 to a vessel. No pushing. Grubbly Plank directed. Elian ended up sharing a small, lantern-lit boat with 3 wide-eyed boys who kept stealing glances at him but were too shy to speak. As the fleet of little boats set off across the smooth, black water, a hush fell over the children. Then, as they rounded a bend, the silence shattered into gasps. Hogwarts! It rose from the cliffs on the far shore, a breathtaking mountain of ancient stone, turrets, and towers, its windows blazing with warm, golden light that fractured across the dark surface of the lake. It was vast, magical, and impossibly real. Elian's breath caught in his throat. No description, no film scene, could capture the sheer, majestic presence of the castle. It hummed with age and power. Wow! Breathed one of the boys in his boat, voicing the sentiment of everyone. They glided across the lake, the castle growing larger and more imposing until it filled the entire sky. Soon, they were clambering out onto a pebbly shore beneath a vast, covered entrance. Professor Grubbly Plank led them up a flight of stone steps, through a massive oak door, and into a vast, torch-lit entrance hall big enough to house his old London street. Here, the professor vanished with a nod. The first years huddled together, their excited chatter echoing off the high ceiling. Then, a new figure appeared at the top of a marble staircase. She was tall and stern, dressed in emerald green robes, a pointed hat perched perfectly on her tightly knotted bun. Her gaze swept over the group with the precision of a laser, and the chatter died instantly. Professor Minerva McGonagall. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, her voice crisp and clear. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but first, you will be sorted into your houses. They are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. While you are here, your house will be like your family. Triumphs will earn you points. Any rule breaking will lose them. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup." Her sharp eyes travelled over the sea of young faces and, inevitably, came to rest on Elian. Her gaze lingered, thoughtful and intense. He met it steadily, though a knot of nervousness tightened in his stomach. Why is she looking at me like that? He had a feeling it wasn't about his age, but about the turbulent times he had arrived in. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting. She paused, her eyes still on him for a fleeting second longer. I shall return when we are ready for you. She turned and left, the first years immediately erupting into frantic whispers and attempts to smooth their hair and robes. Elian simply stood still, listening to the distant rumble of hundreds of voices from the great hall beyond the closed doors. After what felt like both an eternity and no time at all, Professor McGonagall returned. "Form a line," she instructed, "and follow me." The massive doors swung open silently. A wave of sound, light, and warmth hit them. The great hall was, if possible, even more magnificent than the exterior. Thousands and thousands of candles floated in mid-air over 4 long, crowded house tables. The ceiling, enchanted to look like the night sky, was a velvety black scattered with brilliant stars. At the top of the hall was a long staff table where the teachers sat. Every eye in the hall turned towards them as they entered. Elian felt the weight of hundreds of curious stares. End of chapter. Sparkles sparkles. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles sparkles. Or for every 50 power stones. Chapter 10, Chapter 10, A Hat's Warning. Chapter 10, A Hat's Warning. As the huge doors swung shut behind them, the great hall fell into a stunned silence. Hundreds of faces turned towards the new arrivals, the usual amused curiosity at the first years quickly giving way to blatant confusion and shock. All eyes were drawn, like magnets, to the tall, older boy standing conspicuously in the middle of the line of 11-year-olds. The whispers started as a ripple, then swelled into a wave of disbelief. "Who is that? He's got to be a transfer student, but from where? Merlin's beard, he looks older than my brother in 4th year. Wasn't he on the train with Looney Lovegood? Do you think he's really a first year?" Elian kept his gaze fixed on the back of Professor McGonagall's hat, trying to ignore the heat of hundreds of stares. He felt like a specimen under glass. Across the hall, he spotted Hermione, who gave him a small, encouraging nod, her expression a mix of sympathy and pride at having been right. Ron's mouth was slightly agape. Harry was watching him with that familiar, guarded look. And at the Ravenclaw table, Luna caught his eye and offered a serene, dreamy smile, as if they were sharing a private joke about the Raxperts causing all the fuss. The professors at the high table were no less attentive. Their experienced eyes noted his age, his composure, and the unique wand peeking from his robe pocket. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled behind his spectacles, while Professor Snape's black gaze was as penetrating and suspicious as a drill. The noise threatened to overwhelm the hall. With a subtle movement, Dumbledore raised his wand to his throat. His voice, magically amplified, boomed with a quiet but immense authority. "Silence!" The word vibrated through the stone floor, and the chatter cut off instantly. Dumbledore rose. "Before we begin our sorting," he said, his tone now benign, "a few start-of-term notices. First years should note that the Forbidden Forest is just that, forbidden to all students. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has also asked me to remind you that the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a most painful death." "Thank you." The familiar warnings drew a few chuckles from the older students, but the first years listened with wide, serious eyes. Elian felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, unrolling a long parchment. "When I call your name, you will come forward, sit on the stool, and place the sorting hat on your head. It will decide which house you belong to." She placed a three-legged stool before them, and upon it, the patched, frayed, and ancient sorting hat. The entire hall held its breath. Then, a rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. But the song was different this year. The tune was slower, more solemn, and the words carried a weight Elian hadn't remembered from the stories. "Though I am old and full of years, and Hogwarts walls have seen your fears, I speak of bonds now strained and worn. A warning on this night reborn. The founders four, with vision true, each built a house for students new. For bravery bold and fiery red. For clever minds and wisdom spread. For loyalty true, both just and kind. For ambition's sharp and cunning mind. But divided paths can weaken walls. When looming darkness threatens, calls. So hear me now, and understand. United you must make your stand. For shadows gather, old and deep. While all the school is lost in sleep. Let not old rivalries hold sway. Or together you will fall, I say. Throne, Elian." A fresh wave of whispers erupted as he stepped forward. The walk to the stool felt impossibly long. He could feel every single stare, curious, skeptical, mocking, fascinated. He sat down on the small stool, which creaked under his weight, and Professor McGonagall lowered the ancient sorting hat onto his head. It slipped down over his eyes, plunging him into darkness and the faint smell of dust and old leather. "Well, well," a small, witty voice spoke directly into his mind. "This is unusual. Very unusual indeed. Older than the rest, but starting at the beginning. A mind full of knowledge that doesn't quite fit, and a touch of something else. Something disciplined. Ancient. Not of this world's magic." Elian stiffened. Could it see the system? The Eye? Oh, I see many things, the hat chuckled softly. But do not fear. I am a hat, not a gossip. The question is where to put you. Not Slytherin, I think, your ambitions are of a different sort. Not Hufflepuff, though your loyalty to those you choose will be fierce. That leaves two. A keen mind, a thirst for understanding how things work that screams Ravenclaw. But there is also a courage here, not a brash, loud courage, but a quiet, stubborn one. The courage to be different, to walk a lonely path, to stand when others might flee. That is very Gryffindor. The hat was silent for what felt like an age, its voice a private hum in Elian's skull. He thought of Luna's serene acceptance, of Hermione's brisk help, of the long, strange path that had led him here. Difficult. Very difficult. But I think, yes, the path you are on will require more than wisdom. It will require that peculiar, steadfast heart. Better be. The hat's voice filled the silent great hall. Gryffindor. The red and gold table exploded in cheers and stomps, led by the Weasley twins. Hermione was clapping wildly, Ron looked pleasantly surprised, and even Harry offered a small, genuine smile. At the Ravenclaw table, Luna gave a slow, graceful clap, her silvery eyes knowing. As Professor McGonagall lifted the hat from his head, the noise washing over him, Elian felt a surge of unexpected rightness. He walked toward the cheering Gryffindors, his new house, and took a seat. The sorting was over for him. The real magic was about to begin. End of chapter. Sparkles Sparkles, I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles Sparkles. Or for every 50 power stones. Chapter 11, The New Normal. Chapter 11, The New Normal. The cheers of the Gryffindor table washed over Elian as he took a seat between a pair of enthusiastic third years. He nodded politely, his mind still echoing with the Sorting Hat's final, decisive word. Gryffindor. He'd expected Ravenclaw, given his thirst for understanding the system within him and the magic of this world. But the hat had seen a different kind of steel. The rest of the sorting passed in a blur. He watched the remaining first years, mostly tiny, terrified-looking children, get sorted. Finally, Professor McGonagall rolled up her parchment and carried the stool and hat away. Headmaster Dumbledore rose once more, a gentle smile on his face. To our new students, welcome. To our old students, welcome back. There is a time for speech-making, but now is not it. Tuck in. As he clapped his hands, the empty golden plates and goblets before them were suddenly piled high with food. Roast beef, chicken, pork chops, sausages, Yorkshire puddings, mountains of mashed potatoes, gravy boats, and every vegetable imaginable appeared. Elian's stomach growled in earnest. He'd been too nervous to eat much all day. He filled his plate, listening to the conversations flowing around him. The older Gryffindors were debating the hat's unusual song, Quidditch prospects, and complaining about summer homework. The first years at the far end were chattering excitedly about the castle and the boats. He was in a strange middle ground physically among the older students, academically with the youngest. So, Elian, was it? Asked a friendly, freckled face leaning over from further down the table. It was one of the Weasley twins, Fred or George, he couldn't tell yet. That's right. Bit of a late bloomer, the twin said with a grin that held no malice, only avid curiosity. We heard a rumor there was an ancient magic mix-up. Must be weird, starting with the runts. It has its moments, Elian said, managing a smile. Well, any enemy of routine is a friend of ours. Welcome to Gryffindor. The twin clapped him on the shoulder before turning back to his brother, already plotting some new mischief. As the feast began to wind down and the desserts appeared, trifle, apple pies, treacle tarts, ice cream, Dumbledore stood again. The buzz faded. Now that we are all fed and watered, I have a few more start of term notices. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked me to remind you that the list of forbidden objects has been amended to include screaming yo-yos, fanged frisbees, and ever-bashing boomerangs. The full list comprises some 437 items, I believe, and can be viewed in Mr. Filch's office. A groan rippled through the hall. Filch, a grumpy-looking man with a cat at his feet, smiled a thin, unpleasant smile. Tryouts for the house Quidditch teams will be held in the second week of term. Anyone interested should contact Madam Hooch. And finally, Dumbledore's tone shifted, becoming slightly more serious. We have 2 changes in staffing this year. We are delighted to welcome back Professor Grubbly Plank, who will be taking care of magical creatures. We also welcome Professor Dolores Umbridge, our new defense against the dark arts teacher. Polite, unenthusiastic applause followed. Elian's eyes, like everyone else's, turned to the staff table. There, next to Professor McGonagall, sat a woman swathed in a fluffy pink cardigan. She had a broad, toad-like face, and her hair was topped with a black velvet bow. She smiled widely, showing small, pointed teeth, and gave a little wave. End of chapter. Sparkles sparkles, I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles sparkles. Or for every 50 power stones. Chapter 12, A High-Risk Profession. Chapter 12, A High-Risk Profession. Dumbledore finished his announcements and glanced back at the staff table. The witch in the fluffy pink cardigan dabbed her lips with a napkin and rose, her hands clasped demurely before her. The movement caused a ripple of muffled laughter through the hall, as she seemed to gain no height from standing up. Professor Dolores Umbridge made her way to the front of the high table. She was swathed in varying shades of pink, from her woolly hat to her cardigan, looking for all the world like a particularly smug, upright toad. Only her low, black heels offered a contrast. She was at my hearing, Harry muttered to Ron and Hermione, his voice low. Works for fudge. Thank you, Headmaster, Umbridge simpered in a high-pitched, girlish voice that set Elian's teeth on edge. It is so lovely to be back at Hogwarts. She smiled, showing small, pointed teeth. And to see such happy little faces. I'm sure we're going to be very good friends. The silence that followed was thick with disbelief. At the staff table, Professor Snape rested his chin on his hand, his dark eyes watching Umbridge's performance with detached, icy boredom. His long fingers tapped slowly against his cheek. Suddenly, Snape's gaze shifted. He had felt eyes upon him. His black eyes swept across the Gryffindor table and locked onto the new, older student Elian Thorne. At first, Snape's expression was one of mere recognition, another curious anomaly to file away. But then he paused. The boy wasn't looking at him with curiosity or fear. There was something else in his expression. Something that looked unsettlingly like pity. Snape's lip curled almost imperceptibly. The boy had the audacity to look at him, Severus Snape, with an air of sorrowful understanding, and then give a faint, sympathetic nod. Insolent little fool, Snape thought, the familiar cold anger settling in his gut. He marked the boy's face in his memory, another arrogant Gryffindor to make miserable. Elian, completely unaware he had just made a formidable enemy, had already looked away. He'd been lost in thought, reflecting on the cursed defense against the dark arts post. If not for Umbridge's ministry appointment, Snape would finally have gotten the job he'd wanted for years. For a fleeting second, Elian had felt genuine sympathy for the man's perpetual disappointment and tragic life. It was a sentiment Snape was uniquely equipped to despise. Another one, Ron whispered, pulling Elian's attention back. That's the 5th defense against the dark arts teacher we've had. Harry let out a quiet sigh of relief. As long as it's not Snape. And if the pattern holds, she'll be gone by next year anyway. Hermione shook her head, a wry smile on her face. It's becoming a tradition. A dangerous one. When you think about what happened to the others. Elian knew the grim roster all too well. Quirrell, dead. Lockhart, memory wiped. Lupin, resigned, and later, fallen. Moody, impersonated and imprisoned. And now Umbridge, destined for her own ruin. Then Snape himself, killed. It was, without exaggeration, the most dangerous job in the wizarding world. He made a show of looking quizzically at Hermione, but she held a finger to her lips, her eyes on Umbridge, who had cleared her throat and was beginning to speak again in a slow, measured tone, quite different from her earlier simper. "The Ministry of Magic," she said, as if explaining something very simple to very small children, "has always considered the education of young witches and wizards to be of vital importance. The rare gifts with which you were born may come to nothing if not nurtured and honed." She paced slowly, her toad-like eyes sweeping over the silent students. "While each headmaster has brought something unique to this historic school, progress for the sake of progress must be discouraged. Let us preserve what must be preserved, perfect what can be perfected." She paused for dramatic effect, and prune practices that ought to be prohibited. With another sickly sweet hem-hem, she turned and waddled back to her seat. The applause was sparse and scattered, mostly from a delighted-looking Filch, who seemed to think every word was pure gold. Despite Umbridge's jarring presence, Elian felt a deep sense of contentment settle over him. The feast was ending, the castle was waiting, and he was here. "Oh, Ron," Hermione hissed, swatting his arm as he reached for one last treacle tart. "We have to lead the first years. Stop eating." She turned to Elian, her prefect's badge gleaming. "Elian, Ron, and I are Gryffindor prefects this year. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask." "Prefect? Congratulations, Hermione," Elian said, genuinely impressed. "I might need to borrow your brain for some studying." Hermione beamed. "I'm usually in the library or the common room. Find me anytime." With that, his first night at Hogwarts was drawing to a close. As the prefects marshaled the students, Elian fell into line with the other Gryffindors, his mind buzzing with the magic, the mystery, and the mundane reality of his new life. He'd made a friend in Luna, intrigued Hermione, annoyed Snape, and found a house. Not bad for a day's work. The journey to the Gryffindor common room was a familiar blur of moving staircases and whispering portraits. Finally, they arrived before the fat lady. "Password?" she asked. "Caput Draconis," said Ron. The portrait hole swung open, revealing the warm, red and gold common room. As the younger students found their trunks and gaped at the cozy space, Elian felt a wave of tiredness. His own dormitory, shared with the 11-year-old boys, was up the stairs. It was a slightly absurd situation, but it was his. End of chapter. Sparkles sparkles. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles sparkles. Or for every 50 power stones. Chapter 13, Chapter 13, The Silent Feet. Chapter 13, The Silent Feet. The Charms classroom was filled with the sound of hesitant incantations and frantic wand-waving. On every desk, a single white feather lay waiting to defy gravity. Professor Phileas Flitwick, standing on a stack of books to see over his desk, chirped instructions with infectious enthusiasm. "Swish and flick, now! Don't forget the wrist. Wingardium Leviosa. The gar is nice and long." Elian watched his feather with mild curiosity. The magic of this world felt so prescribed. A specific motion, specific words, to achieve a specific effect. His mind drifted to the more fluid, will-based exercises he attempted each night. He absently waved his sandalwood wand, not bothering with the incantation, and imagined the feather lifting. It twitched. At that moment, a gentle chime sounded in the depths of his mind. The dormant bonus objectives panel in his Supreme Mage system shimmered and activated. A true master's brilliance cannot be hidden. Let your talent shine and earn respect. Bonus mission: demonstrate exceptional magical prowess. Earn 20 house points for Gryffindor. Reward upon success, astral projection. Elian's breath hitched. Astral projection. The ability to separate spirit from body, to move unseen, to learn and observe without limits of fatigue or physics. It was a cornerstone ability for a mystic. But 20 points? That was a tall order for a single act. His eyes scanned the room. The easiest way to earn points was through classroom excellence, but professors rarely awarded more than 5 at a time. Oh, Mr. Thorne. Professor Flitwick's squeaky voice broke his concentration. The tiny professor was peering at him over a student's shoulder. Is everything quite all right? You must vocalize the incantation. In time, you may learn nonverbal spells, but for now, the words are your guide. Nonverbal spells. Silent casting. That was it. Professor Flitwick, satisfied he had Elian's attention, turned to help another student. Elian focused. He wasn't going to cast Wingardium Leviosa. He was going to lift the feather. He pointed his wand, not with the prescribed swish and flick, but with a simple, deliberate gesture. He poured his will into the motion, the energy humming from his core, down his arm, through the unique Zawakor wand, and out towards the feather. He did not speak. The feather on his desk trembled. Then, cleanly and smoothly, it rose into the air, hovering a foot above the polished wood. It didn't bob or waver. It hung there, perfectly still, as if it had always been meant to be in that spot. Elian guided his will, and the feather drifted in a slow, graceful circle around his head. A gasp, then silence, fell over the section of the classroom near him. One by one, students stopped their own efforts to stare. Merlin's beard. Professor Flitwick squeaked, his voice climbing several octaves. He hopped down from his book pile so quickly he almost toppled over. Oh! Oh, my! Mr. Thorne! Nonverbal casting. A perfect silent levitation charm. On your very first attempt. He bustled over, his magnified eyes wide with astonishment behind his spectacles. Have you had prior tuition, Mr. Thorne? Are you from an old wizarding family? Elian let the feather settle gently back to the desk. No, Professor. I'm Muggle-born. I suppose I just forgot to say the words. I didn't know it would work. Forgot to. Oh, this is wonderful. Instinctive magical control of this caliber. Why, it's exceptional. Simply exceptional. Flitwick was practically vibrating with delight. For exemplary instinct and skill, Gryffindor earns 3 points. A murmur of awe and envy spread through the first years. 3 points was a fantastic start. Elian smiled inwardly. 3 down, 17 to go. By lunchtime, the news had spread like fiend fire through dry grass. The 16-year-old first year had performed a nonverbal charm in his very first lesson. Elian felt the weight of stairs and heard his name in whispers all through the corridors. He was on his way to defense against the dark arts when a familiar, bushy-haired figure nearly barreled into him, her arms laden with books. Elian! There you are! Hermione gasped, her eyes alight with frantic curiosity. Is it true? You cast a nonverbal levitation charm? In charms? But that's advanced magic. You must have had private lessons. You must have. Elian held up his hands. I really didn't, Hermione. Professor Flitwick said it was instinct. Instinct doesn't bypass linguistic magical theory, she insisted, shifting the heavy books. Nonverbal casting requires immense concentration and magical maturity. The book Quintessential Magic, From Incantation to Intention clearly states. Maybe the book hasn't met everyone, Elian said gently, cutting off what promised to be a lengthy quotation. I just didn't say the words out loud. Hermione stared at him, her expression a war between disbelief and an insatiable hunger to understand. Finally, she seemed to wrestle her curiosity into a request. She bit her lip, looking uncharacteristically hesitant. Could you, Show me? Tonight? I'd like to understand the feeling of it. Elian's mind went blank. Show her? He hadn't used a silent spell, he'd used telekinesis disguised as one. How could he teach that? His hesitation lasted a second too long. Hermione's face fell, a flash of hurt crossing her features before it was replaced by stiff pride. Never mind. It was a silly idea. She turned to leave. Wait. Elian called out, the thought of losing her helpful friendship and the chance to spend an evening with her spurring him on. I'll try. Meet me in the library after dinner? The theory section should be quiet. Hermione paused. She didn't turn around, but he saw her shoulders relax. She gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod before hurrying away, her books clutched tightly. Elian let out a long breath. What have I gotten myself into? He'd have to figure something out, and fast. His distraction cost him. By the time he reached the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, the door was shut. He pushed it open quietly. Every head turned. At the front of the room, Dolores Umbridge stood in a cloud of pink, a simpering smile frozen on her toad-like face. The smile didn't reach her small, hard eyes. End of chapter. Sparkles sparkles. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles sparkles. Or for every 50 power stones. Chapter 14, Chapter 14, The Line in the Sand. Chapter 14, The Line in the Sand. Professor Umbridge took slow, deliberate steps until she stood directly in front of Elian's desk, forcing him to look down at her. She tilted her head back, a wide, toothy smile plastered on her face that didn't touch her small, cold eyes. Hem. I heard you performed a rather impressive silent charm this morning, Mr. Thorne. A flair for the dramatic, it seems. Pity that flair doesn't extend to a respect for punctuality. A bad habit for a new student to learn. Her voice was cloyingly sweet, each word designed to needle. Elian's jaw tightened, but he bit back a retort. He couldn't afford to lose more points, not when he needed 20. The 3 from Flitwick felt like a precious, fragile thing now. I'm sorry, Professor, he said, forcing his voice level. I got lost. The castle is large. In that case, a lesson to help you remember the correct path. 3 points from Gryffindor for tardiness. Let that be a reminder of what we must uphold at Hogwarts. Hem. She turned on her low heel and waddled back to the podium, the matter settled in her mind. Elian watched her go, a slow-burning anger replacing his initial frustration. The 3 points were gone, wiped out as easily as they were earned. He took his seat, his mood dark. Umbridge addressed the class again, her voice reverting to its sickly sweet lecturing tone. Your previous instruction in this subject has been alarmingly haphazard. This year, we will follow a structured, ministry-approved course of defensive theory. A flick of her wand sent a stack of pristine pink booklets floating to each desk. Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkhard. Elian flipped it open. Page after page of dry, bureaucratic text about the principles of defense, with not a single practical spell in sight. The first years around him glanced at the pages with confusion but remained silent, too intimidated to question a professor. Elian's anger simmered. This was how she neutered them with theory that would be useless when a real wand was pointed their way. Just as he was about to raise his hand, a familiar chime sounded in his mind. The bonus objectives panel glowed anew. The dignity of a master is inviolable. To bow to injustice is to weaken your own spirit. A true mage walks his own path, fearless. Bonus mission, challenge Umbridge's dogma. Stand for what you believe is right. Reward upon success, the Cloak of Levitation. The Cloak of Levitation. Elian's breath caught. An artifact of immense power, sentient, protective, capable of flight. It wasn't just a reward, it was a symbol of the autonomy and strength he was supposed to be cultivating. The system was pushing him, shaming his earlier timidity. His frustration evaporated, replaced by a cold, clear resolve. He had been worried about points, about fitting in. But what was the point of power if he didn't use it to stand against something so obviously wrong? The cloak was a prize, but the act itself was the point. He raised his hand, his expression now one of calm defiance. Hem. It seems the earlier correction has taught you to follow protocol, Umbridge simpered, pointing her wand at him as if granting a royal audience. What is your question, Mr. Thorne? Elian stood up, his voice clear and carrying in the quiet room. Professor, if danger were to come, wouldn't we first years need some way to actually protect ourselves? Shouldn't we learn spells, not just theory? Umbridge's smile grew strained. What danger, Mr. Thorne? There is no danger at Hogwarts. The world is perfectly safe under the Ministry's guidance. Even if hypothetical troubles arose, the Ministry would handle them. Your concern is misplaced. She was laying the official line thick. Elian didn't blink. Harry Potter says you know who has returned, he stated plainly. The first years flinched at the name. Professor Dumbledore has confirmed it. He's said he who must not be named is stronger than ever. Shouldn't we be preparing for that? Or are you saying their warnings are lies? The room went deathly still. You could have heard a pin drop in the dust between the floorboards. Umbridge's face lost its last vestige of pleasantry. It hardened into a mask of pink-washed fury. This was the second time today this narrative had been challenged, and now it was coming from a first-year planted one, no doubt. Dumbledore's influence was clearly pervasive. She drew a sharp breath, her chest puffing up. Before she could unleash her reprimand, Elian struck the final blow. He looked her directly in her small, piggy eyes. If theory is all we need, Professor, then why does the Ministry bother employing Aurors? Why give them wands? Shouldn't they just hand out these booklets instead? The question hung in the air, logical and devastating. It stripped her argument bare. A flush crept up Umbridge's neck, mottling her skin. The class held its breath. End of chapter. Sparkles sparkles, I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles sparkles. Or for every 50 power stones. Chapter 15, Detention and a Promise. Chapter 15, Detention and a Promise. Dumbledore is the most powerful wizard alive, Elian continued, his voice cutting through Umbridge's spluttering. He's spent his life guarding against his return. What has the Ministry done? Chased shadows and accused the one man who can protect us of senility. The Daily Prophet prints what it's told to print. It's not. And you? Elian's gaze was fiery now, all pretense of deference gone. You come here in your pink frills, talking about Ministry-approved theory while a real threat gathers in the shadows. Is the Deputy Minister here to teach, or to seize control? How can an institution that won't even name the danger possibly lead us against it? The classroom was a tomb. First years stared, aghast and thrilled. No one talked to a professor like this. Silence. Umbridge's shriek was so high-pitched it cracked. Her face was a mottled puce. You will be silent. Another 5 points from Gryffindor. And you will report to my office for detention tonight. You and Mr. Potter will receive a thorough education on respect for authority. Elian didn't flinch. He'd crossed the Rubicon. The system notification for the Cloak of Levitation had already chimed in, his mind claimed. The cost was clear, 15 points vanished into the ether, and a night of punishment awaited. He sat down, his heart hammering not with fear, but with a fierce, clean satisfaction. The rest of the class passed in a tense, hateful silence. Umbridge's voice trembled with suppressed rage as she droned on about the importance of non-confrontational defense. Elian ignored her, his mind already elsewhere. Detention in Umbridge's office was as grim as expected. The room was oppressively pink and cluttered with ornamental plates depicting frolicking kittens. Harry was already there, looking resigned. He gave Elian a curt, knowing nod. They didn't speak. Umbridge handed them each a long, thin, black quill with a surprisingly sharp point. "You will write, I must not tell lies," she simpered. "The special ink will ensure the lesson sinks in." There was no ink. The words had to be carved into the back of their own hands. Each letter burned with a sharp, cruel magic, etching itself into the skin. Elian clenched his jaw, focusing on the heat of the sandalwood wand in his pocket, on the cool weight of the yet unseen cloak waiting for him. I must not tell lies. The hypocrisy of it was almost funny. By the time they were dismissed, the back of his right hand was raw and stinging, the words an angry, scabbed red. Harry left with a grimace, heading back to the common room. Elian, however, checked the time and broke into a run. He had a promise to keep. He sprinted through the echoing corridors, past snoozing portraits, his footsteps loud in the castle's late-night hush. He skidded to a halt outside the library doors. There, pacing anxiously with a stack of books hugged to her chest, was Hermione. Her bushy hair was a wild halo in the torchlight. Relief flooded her face when she saw him, quickly replaced by concern. End of chapter. Sparkles sparkles. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles sparkles. Or for every 50 power stones. Chapter 16, Chapter 16, An Unorthodox Lesson. Chapter 16, An Unorthodox Lesson. Hermione followed Elian into the dusty classroom, pulling her arm gently free from his grasp. Her eyes, however, remained fixed on the back of his hand. Your hand, is it bad? Elian raised it, flexing his fingers with a show of nonchalance that didn't quite reach his eyes. Just the pink toad's idea of penmanship. It's fine. He could see the gears turning in Hermione's mind, her knowledge of curses and magical law likely cataloguing the offense. Shaking off the thought, Elian produced a white feather from his pocket, a standard charms class leftover, and placed it on a dusty desk. He adopted what he hoped was a suitably mysterious and knowledgeable expression. Hermione watched, arms crossed, skepticism and curiosity warring on her face. She was here to learn, but she was a disciple of rules and textbooks. Elian drew his sandalwood wand. He didn't perform the textbook swish and flick. Instead, he gave a loose, almost careless wave. Elian, that's wrong, Hermione corrected instantly, her voice sharp with academic reflex. The wrist motion is too broad, and the follow-through is insufficient. The precision is vitally impure. Her lecture died in her throat. The feather quivered, then lifted serenely into the air, drifting in a lazy circle as if caught in a gentle breeze directed by the tip of his wand. Hermione's mouth fell slightly open. Elian smirked, enjoying her shock. Wand movement? He didn't need it. To drive the point home and to cover his own unconventional method, he waved his wand again in another non-standard arc across the room. 3 stacked chairs shivered and then rose a foot off the floor, hovering steadily. Hermione stared, utterly dumbfounded. Her world of incantations, precise angles, and practiced movements seemed to tilt on its axis. The evidence was irrefutable, yet it defied every chapter of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. But, that's not, the form is completely. She stammered, her confidence momentarily shattered. She, the top of her year, was being shown up in fundamentals by a boy who'd been casting spells for a week. Seeing her crisis, Elian gently lowered the chairs and feather. He cleared his throat, adopting a mentor's tone. Ahem. The silent spell works on the same principle as the vocal one. You just internalize the incantation. It feels strange at first. It takes practice. He paced slightly, trying to sound authoritative. Hermione, what's the tactical advantage of nonverbal magic? The question was a lifeline to familiar ground. Hermione snapped back to herself, her voice regaining its confident clip. Speed and discretion. In a duel, your opponent can't counter what they don't hear you casting. It removes the auditory telegraph. Exactly, Elian said, nodding. So, you try. Focus on the intent. The wand movement is just a guide, a conduit. It doesn't have to be a perfect replica from the book. Magic isn't a robot. Hermione, however, was a creature of perfection. She raised her wand with ceremonial care, her brow furrowed in concentration. Every micro-movement was textbook. No, you're overthinking it. The intent has to flow. Too stiff. Your magic is fighting you. Breathe, Hermione. Relax. There you go. Elian was improvising wildly. At one point, in a misguided attempt to get her to stop sub-vocalizing, he reached out and gently covered her mouth with his hand. Don't even mouth it. Just will it. He then, quite without thinking, placed his other hand on her waist to steady her stance. You're leaning. Center yourself. Hermione's head snapped around, her brown eyes narrowing to dangerous slits. Elian. I understand covering my mouth. Why is your hand on my waist? He jerked his hands back as if scalded. Habit. Force of habit. Sorry. He could feel his ears burning. Despite the mortifying moment, or perhaps because it broke the tension, something shifted. Hermione rolled her eyes, but a hint of a smile played on her lips. The awkwardness melted into a shared, slightly ridiculous mission. And then, after what felt like an hour of failed attempts, it happened. Hermione's wand twitched. The feather on the desk shuddered, then rose wobbly, uncertain, but undeniably airborne without a single sound from her lips. Oh, she gasped, her face transforming with pure, unadulterated joy. I did it. I actually did it. Elian's own surprise was genuine. She really learned it. From my terrible advice? See? Told you. You've got the touch. Remember that feeling. It's all about trust. Hermione beamed at him, the thrill of mastering something advanced lighting her up from within. Then, hesitantly, she bit her lip. Do you think you could show me more? Tomorrow, perhaps? Other spells. Elian's mind raced. More? I can't teach what I don't do. But then he looked at her, brilliant, diligent, and now looking at him with newfound respect. An idea crystallized. Hermione Granger was a walking, talking encyclopedia of magical theory and practice. What if? He looked at her, a plan forming. I could try, he said slowly, letting the suspense build. But in exchange, you have to help me with my other classes. I'm years behind, and you're the best in the year. A study partnership. Hermione's eyes widened, then lit up with agreement. It was a fair trade, and it appealed to her love of structured learning and helping. Deal. The following week was a whirlwind. Under Hermione's relentless, expertly tailored tutoring, Elian's performance in herbology, history of magic, and even astronomy improved dramatically. His insightful, and heavily coached, answers earned Gryffindor a total of 13 precious house points, slowly chipping away at the deficit Umbridge had created. Hermione, in turn, flourished under their strange arrangement. With Elian's unorthodox emphasis on intent over incantation, she began to experiment, mastering silent versions of Lumos and Ashaki Alohomora. Their secret lessons in the dusty classroom became a highlight of her week. On the final night of his detention with Umbridge, Elian walked out of her oppressively pink office, rubbing the now faded but still tender scar on his hand. Harry Potter was just ahead of him in the corridor. As Elian turned to head for the library, he was meeting Hermione to study a silent summoning charm he'd have to wildly improvise. Harry's voice stopped him. Hey! Elian! Elian turned. Harry stood there, his green eyes serious in the flickering torchlight. Got a minute to talk? End of chapter. Sparkles sparkles, I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles sparkles. Or for every 50 power stones. Chapter 17, Chapter 17, A Meeting in the Tower. Chapter 17, A Meeting in the Tower. Elian didn't refuse. He followed Harry to a secluded alcove off the main corridor, the shadows deep and quiet. Harry turned to face him, his expression intense. Most people think I'm lying, or that Dumbledore's lost it. Why are you so sure? About him? The question hung between them. Elian stayed silent for a long moment. He couldn't say I've read the books. He couldn't explain the foreknowledge that was both a burden and a guide. Ever since I can remember, Elian said finally, his voice quiet, my instincts about things, about people, have been sharper than most. I can't explain it. I just feel it's true. It was a vague, unsatisfactory answer, and he saw the flicker of frustration in Harry's eyes. Harry had likely hoped for solidarity, for a shared piece of evidence, not something as nebulous as a feeling. Suddenly, Harry's face contorted. A wave of agitation seemed to roll off him, dark and sudden. He clenched his fists, his scar standing out lividly against his forehead. Elian understood immediately. This wasn't just teenage angst. Harry wasn't learning occlumency. The connection was wide open, and Voldemort's foul moods were bleeding through. If that's all, Elian said, taking a step back. Now was not the time to get entangled in Harry's psychic link. The last thing he needed was the Dark Lord taking a personal interest in him through Harry's eyes. I should go. He didn't wait for a reply, turning and hurrying towards the disused classroom where Hermione would be waiting. When he arrived, however, Hermione was pacing, her books forgotten on a desk. Her face was a mix of worry and urgency. Elian! There you are! Professor Dumbledore sent a message. He wants to see you in his office. The password is Sherbet Lemon. Dumbledore? Elian's mind raced. Why now? If it was about his confrontation with Umbridge or his vocal support of Harry's story, why wait a week? Do you know why? He asked. Hermione shook her head, her bushy hair swaying. No. But he asked for you specifically. You should go. Her expression softened with concern. I'm going to check on Harry. He's been off lately. More than usual. Elian nodded, a twist of guilt in his gut for leaving Harry in that state. But Dumbledore took precedence. Thanks, Hermione. I'll find you later. The stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office slid aside at the password, revealing a spiraling staircase. Elian ascended, his heart beating a steady, anxious rhythm. He pushed open the gleaming oak door. The office was a vast, circular room, buzzing with the gentle snores of former headmasters in their portraits and the soft whirring of strange silver instruments. Albus Dumbledore sat behind a large claw-footed desk, his half-moon spectacles glinting in the firelight. Ah, Mr. Thorne, Dumbledore said, his voice warm. I've been meaning to have a chat. I trust your detentions with Professor Umbridge have concluded. Yes, sir. Tonight was the last. I thought as much. The timing seemed appropriate. Dumbledore waved his wand, and a glass of what looked like honeyed mead floated gently to hover before Elian. Please, sit. Elian took the offered seat but ignored the drink. May I ask why you wanted to see me, Professor? Dumbledore steepled his fingers, his bright blue eyes studying Elian over the top of them. It requires a certain fortitude to speak of Tom Riddle's return in the current climate. More so to do it in Dolores Umbridge's classroom. While I admire the sentiment, I must caution you against provoking her unnecessarily. She wields significant influence. He rose and walked to the window, looking out over the dark grounds. You are cleverer than your years suggest, Elian. And more opaque. Is there nothing you wish to tell me? The question was gentle, but the weight behind it was immense. Elian felt the pressure of that legendary perception. Dumbledore couldn't know his secrets, but he clearly sensed an anomaly. To say too much would paint a target on his back. To say nothing might arouse deeper suspicion. He chose the middle path, the one he'd given Harry, but with more conviction. "I believe what you and Harry say," he stated, his voice firm. "I believe he who must not be named has returned. It's the only thing that makes sense of everything." Dumbledore turned from the window, a slow smile touching his lips. It didn't quite reach his eyes, which remained deeply thoughtful. "I see. Well, in that case, I shall not keep you. Do not keep Miss Granger waiting too long. And remember my advice regarding Professor Umbridge. My hands are somewhat tied at present." Elian stood, relieved the interview was over. He gave a short nod. "I understand, sir." As he reached the door, Dumbledore's voice floated after him, soft as smoke, yet it stopped Elian cold. "It has been a very long time," Dumbledore murmured, almost to himself, "since I have heard someone so young speak that name with such casual defiance." End of chapter. Sparkles sparkles. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles sparkles. Or for every 50 power stones. Chapter 18, Chapter 18, A Chance Encounter. Chapter 18, A Chance Encounter. Elian didn't allow himself to freeze. He kept his stride steady as he left the headmaster's office, descending the spiral staircase with a mind churning faster than the moving steps. "Careless." Dumbledore's final, musing comment echoed in his head. Casual defiance. He'd focused on the act of standing up to Umbridge, but he'd forgotten the cultural weight of the name itself. Voldemort wasn't just a villain's title, it was a word wrapped in terror, taboo, and tracking spells. To say it so freely, without a trace of the fear that gripped the wizarding world, marked him as an outlier. To Dumbledore, a man who saw patterns in everything, it was a data point. He wasn't suspected of being a Death Eater, his actions proved otherwise, but he was now officially interesting. A puzzle. It was an uncomfortable realization, but not a catastrophic one. Dumbledore had bigger concerns than a strangely confident first year. For now, Elian resolved to be more mindful. The flamboyant defiance had its place, but subtlety was a weapon too. As the weekdays settled into a rhythm, Elian's life at Hogwarts found a new normal. His days were filled with classes, his evenings split between Hermione's rigorous tutoring sessions and their clandestine, often hilarious attempts at silent spell practice, which mostly involved Hermione making breakthroughs through sheer force of will while Elian offered wildly theoretical advice. Their friendship deepened, built on shared curiosity and a mutual dislike of Umbridge. Through Hermione, he was slowly, tentatively, introduced to the periphery of her circle. He'd join them in the Gryffindor common room, listening to Ron's Quidditch complaints and Harry's quieter, more strained contributions. His willingness to say Voldemort's name and his detention battle scars earned him a measure of wary respect from Harry and amused approval from Ron. But a different frustration gnawed at him. The house points for his astral projection reward were stuck at 17. He needed just 3 more, but they seemed to be made of unobtainium. He'd been subtly and then not so subtly hinting to various professors after demonstrating perfect spells. "Oh, my dear boy, you are a natural," Professor Flitwick had squeaked after a flawless Alohomora demonstration. "But I simply can't award more points. I've already given you 12. At this rate, you'll single-handedly fill the Gryffindor hourglass. Perhaps next time, et." Elian had lingered after class, using a silent levitation charm to help the tiny professor stack chairs, hoping to nudge him. Flitwick saw right through it. "Thank you for the assistance, Mr. Thorne," Flitwick said, his eyes twinkling. "But points are for academic excellence, not furniture arranging, however neatly done." Defeated, Elian left the charms classroom. He had a free afternoon. The castle walls were starting to feel close. He needed air, and more importantly, he needed a private place to practice the commatage exercises that had nothing to do with wands or words. The theoretical understandings he'd gleaned from the system demanded physical trial. He wandered beyond the courtyard, past the greenhouses, and towards the edge of the forbidden forest, keeping a very respectful distance from the tree line. He found a small, sunny clearing near the shore of the Black Lake, sheltered by a rocky outcrop. It was perfect. Or it would have been, had it not already been occupied. Luna Lovegood stood in the center of the clearing, dressed in a mismatched ensemble of a fluffy floral top, a bright blue cardigan, and jeans. She was holding a shiny red apple aloft, as if offering it to the empty air. As Elian watched, puzzled, a large bite suddenly vanished from the apple with a crisp crunch. Luna didn't flinch. He was about to call out when his eyes dropped to her feet. She was barefoot, her pale toes curling in the cool, damp grass. She'll catch a cold, he thought, concern overriding surprise. He started towards her. Before he could take 3 steps, Luna spoke, still facing away from him, her voice dreamy and clear. "Oh, Elian. It's been a while. I just saw Harry, you know. Now you. The Nargles must be busy today." Elian stopped, a smile touching his lips despite himself. "Hello, Luna. I've been occupied. How are you?" She finally turned, her large, silvery eyes settling on him with their usual otherworldly focus. "Quite well, thank you. The Raxperts have been less bothersome near the water." "Your shoes?" Elian asked, nodding at her feet. Luna wiggled her toes, a mischievous glint in her eye. "It is a bit chilly," she admitted. "But they've all gone missing. Every single pair. I'm quite sure it was the crumplehorn snorkax. They're migratory, you see, and they have a fondness for leather. Or perhaps it was a particularly mischievous Nargle colony." She said it with the absolute certainty of someone describing the weather. "Would you like to meet the Thestral? She's very shy, but she likes apples." End of chapter. Sparkles Sparkles. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles Sparkles. Or for every 50 power stones. Chapter 19, Chapter 19, A Friend's Defense. Chapter 19, A Friend's Defense. Luna's explanation was delivered with her usual serene conviction, but Elian wasn't listening to the words about Thestrals. A cold, sharp anger was crystallizing in his chest. Crumplehorn snorkax? A creature from her father's magazine, used to explain the theft of all her shoes? In the Ravenclaw girls' dormitory? It was absurd. It was cruel. Someone was bullying her. Playing a mean, childish trick on the girl everyone called loony, counting on her bizarre explanations to cover their tracks. The thought of her walking barefoot on the cold stone floors, making up fantastical reasons for her own mistreatment, made his blood simmer. "Luna," he began, his voice tight. He didn't finish. Instead, he moved. He knelt on the damp grass, ignoring the chill seeping through his trousers. Luna's right foot was pale and cold in his hands. He brushed off the bits of grass and dirt with quick, gentle strokes. Luna went very still. "Oh, you don't have to. Thank you, Elian." Her voice was softer than he'd ever heard it, the usual dreamy distance replaced by a note of startled wonder. He didn't reply, focused on his task. Her skin was like cool marble. He slipped his own large, warm school shoes onto her feet, lacing them loosely. When he reached for her other foot, she flinched, a tiny, almost imperceptible movement. But she didn't pull away. She let him tend to her, her silvery eyes wide and watching. When he was done, she looked down at the comically oversized shoes on her feet, a faint, real smile touching her lips. It was a vulnerable, grateful expression he'd never seen on her before. "You'll catch a cold," Elian said, standing up and brushing off his knees. His own socks were now damp and chilly. "I'll get you a proper pair later. Aren't we friends?" He met her gaze, his anger at her unseen tormentors afire behind his own eyes, but he kept his expression gentle for her sake. Luna simply nodded, the smile lingering. Elian turned and walked back towards the castle, the cold ground biting through his socks with every step. Each chill was a reminder. Ravenclaw girls' dormitory, he thought, his jaw clenched. "We'll see about that." His plan to practice was forgotten, replaced by a new mission. He was heading straight for the Gryffindor common room to get dry shoes and plot some form of justice. He'd just entered the entrance hall when he found his path blocked by a crowd of students, all buzzing with excitement. On the grand staircase, two figures were engaged in a heated, silent battle of wills. One was tall and severe, her emerald robes like a flag of authority, Professor McGonagall. The other, swathed in eye-watering pink, was Professor Umbridge. Elian pushed through the crowd, his damp socks making squelching sounds on the flagstones. He found Hermione at the front, craning her neck. "Elian! What are you?" she broke off, her eyes dropping to his feet. "Why aren't you wearing any shoes?" "Long story," he muttered. "What's happening?" Hermione's face lit with malicious glee. "It's about the skiving. It's gotten epidemic. Thanks to the Weasleys' wizard wheezes, half the school has come down with Umbridgeitis, spontaneous nosebleeds, boils, you name it. Attendance in her class is a disaster. McGonagall just caught a fifth-year Hufflepuff with a fake fainting spell and traced the fainting fancy back to Fred and George. They're having words." End of chapter. Sparkles sparkles. I will release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles sparkles. Or for every 50 power stones. Chapter 20, A Spark in the Tinderbox. Chapter 20, A Spark in the Tinderbox. "Professor, are you understanding the implication of my words?" Umbridge's voice was a sugary snarl. She stood a step below Minerva McGonagall on the grand staircase, trying to inflate her diminutive frame with bureaucratic menace. McGonagall stood ramrod straight, her expression carved from Scottish granite. "I understand perfectly. I am suggesting you adhere to educational standards, not political ones." With a huff, Umbridge climbed one step, bringing her to eye level with the Transfiguration Professor. "Forgive my confusion, but it sounds as if you are criticizing the methods in my classroom." McGonagall's lips thinned. She ascended a single, deliberate step, once more looking down on the witch in pink. "Not at all, Dolores. I am suggesting you adapt. Hogwarts is not a ministry memo." Umbridge's simper vanished, replaced by a hard, glassy stare. "To question my methods is to question the ministry's mandate. To question the ministry is to question the minister himself. I am a tolerant woman, Professor. But disloyalty is the one thing I cannot abide." The invocation of Cornelius Fudge and the full weight of the ministry was a bludgeon. McGonagall's shoulders tightened almost imperceptibly. She took a single, reluctant step back down, conceding the rhetorical high ground. The students watching held their breath. A triumphant gleam lit Umbridge's small eyes. She climbed another step, now looking down on McGonagall, and addressed the gathered students, her voice dripping with false concern. "The situation at Hogwarts is even more concerning than I feared. The minister will need to be apprised." She preened, soaking in the stunned silence, the palpable frustration from McGonagall, the wide-eyed fear of the students. It was a victory, petty and political. Then, a voice cut through the quiet, clear and unwavering. Elian Thorne stepped out of the crowd, his black socks silent on the stone floor. All eyes swung to him, the tall first year, barefoot, his expression calm but his eyes burning with a cold light. "Professor Umbridge," he said, his voice carrying in the vaulted space. "If your teaching is beyond reproach, perhaps you could explain what, precisely, we have learned in defense against the dark arts these past weeks?" Or is the Ministry's goal to turn Hogwarts into a factory for theoretical bureaucrats? Forgive me, but that sounds an awful lot like producing rubbish. The silence that followed was electric. Umbridge's face underwent a grotesque transformation, her forced smile twisting into a rictus of hatred before she wrestled it back into something resembling composure. She looked like a toad that had swallowed a wasp. Mr. Thorne. Professor McGonagall interjected sharply, a complex mix of warning and something akin to pride in her eyes. This is a discussion between staff. It is not a student forum. Elian gave her a slight, respectful nod but kept his gaze locked on Umbridge. He had lit the fuse. His words were the spark the student body needed. A murmur swelled into a roar. He's not wrong. We haven't learned a single spell. My dad says the Ministry's meddling is a disgrace. Just cancel the class if we're not going to learn anything. Yet. Cancel it. The dam broke. Weeks of frustration with the pointless booklets, the simpering lectures, the cruel detentions, erupted in a chaotic chorus of agreement. The entrance hall became a cacophony of teenage rebellion. Elian raised his voice over the din, speaking directly to Umbridge as if they were the only two in the room. If the Ministry sees no value in practical defense, Professor, why not just cancel the subject? Spare us the charade. Or is the charade the entire point? Cancel it, a sixth-year Hufflepuff bellowed. Send her back to the Ministry. We want a real teacher. Umbridge's face drained of all color, then flooded with an ugly, purplish red. Her hands clutched at her fluffy pink cardigan. The orderly world of decrees and dismissals was collapsing into anarchic noise. Professor McGonagall's shouts for order were lost in the tide. Enough! Umbridge shrieked, her voice finally shedding its girlish affectation for a raw, piercing shrill. The sound cracked through the hall, momentarily stunning the crowd into silence. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan 20% off for a week. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles Sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles Sparkles for every 50 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 10 Patreon members for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 21, Chapter 21, An Unforeseen Victory. Chapter 21, An Unforeseen Victory. Umbridge's scream was a raw, magic-amplified shriek that rattled the windows in their frames. Her face was a mottled puce, her chest heaving. She looked less like a professor and more like a monstrous pink puff toad about to explode. Enough! You! You again, she screeched, pointing a trembling finger at Elian. It seems a week of detentions taught you nothing. Report to my office every evening at 5, starting tomorrow. And for your public insubordination. I'm terribly sorry to interrupt, Dolores. Professor McGonagall's voice, crisp and cool as a winter morning, cut through Umbridge's fury. She stepped forward, a note of parchment in her hand. Mr. Thorne has just submitted his application for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, which I have approved. Team practices, as mandated by Hogwarts athletic bylaws, take precedence over supplemental academic sessions. His evenings will be quite occupied. Umbridge's mouth opened and closed, emitting a series of choked, furious gasps. She was being publicly, legally outmaneuvered. Quidditch. This is he was. A sport, as you know, that Minister Fudge himself is quite fond of, McGonagall continued smoothly, her eyes glinting behind her spectacles. Promoting house spirit and physical prowess. Very important. The trap was sprung. Umbridge could not, without looking petty and anti-Fudge, override a sanctioned school sport. She had been checkmated in front of the entire student body. Her humiliation was complete. The students watched, rapt, as the pink-clad professor visibly deflated, her rage turning inwards into a poisonous, quivering resentment. Her eyes, burning with pure hate, locked onto Elian one last time. Hem. It seems Hogwarts' disciplinary framework is in even greater need of revision than I thought. You will regret this, Minerva. With that impotent threat, she turned on her heel and waddled away at speed, her fluffy cardigan a retreating blot of furious pink. The moment she vanished around a corner, the entrance hall erupted. Woo! Thorne! Did you see her face? A spontaneous chant of Elian. Elian! Elian! Broke out. He stood in the center of it, barefoot and slightly stunned, as students clapped him on the back. Hermione was beaming, shaking her head in awe. Ron was hopping up and down with glee, yelling at Harry, he did it. He actually did it. Harry was smiling too, a real, relieved smile. He got her. Properly. Professor McGonagall let the celebration go on for a precisely measured 10 seconds before clapping her hands sharply. That is quite sufficient. Have you all no essays to write? I believe my 6th years have a 12-inch parchment on human transfiguration due tomorrow. The crowd dispersed, buzzing with excitement, casting grateful and admiring looks at Elian as they passed. Hermione, Ron, and Harry were pulled away in the current, Ron already demanding to know how he could get on the team. Finally, only Elian and Professor McGonagall remained in the suddenly quiet hall. Well, Mr. Thorne, she said, her stern gaze sweeping over him, coming to rest on his sock-clad feet. It appears you have a surplus of free time if you can afford to commune so deeply with the castle floors. Perhaps I have been too light with your transfiguration coursework. Elian met her eyes, not with fear, but with a newfound understanding. He hadn't planned to speak up. But as the two professors argued, a new mission had bloomed in his mind. A mage's strength is not just in power, but in principle. To stand with what is right, even quietly, builds a different kind of magic. Bonus mission, aid Minerva McGonagall. Earn her genuine regard. Reward upon success, the sling ring. The sling ring. The tool for creating portals, for stepping across the world in an instant. The reward had been too great, the principle too correct, to ignore. He'd spoken without thinking of the consequence, trusting the system and his own sense of justice. Now, he waited for her reprimand. Professor McGonagall studied him for a long moment. The stern lines around her mouth softened, almost imperceptibly. Of course, you should go and put on some shoes, Mr. Thorne. I would advise a more circumspect approach with Professor Umbridge in the future. She is, unfortunately, a professor here. She paused, and then added, her voice dropping to a dry, almost conspiratorial tone, however, for demonstrating considerable nerve and a commendable, if reckless, loyalty to the spirit of this school. Gryffindor is awarded 20 points. Elian's eyes widened. Not a punishment. Points. The final 3 points he needed. A warm, resonant chime echoed in his mind. Bonus mission, earn 20 house points complete. Reward, astral projection claimed. And simultaneously, bonus mission, aid Minerva McGonagall complete. Reward, the sling ring claimed. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan 20% off for a week. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 10 Patreon members for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are close, we just need 3 more members. Donate all your stones, we need to hit 50 power stones. Heavy Black Heart. Chapter 22, the final 3 points. Chapter 22, the final 3 points. What is it, Mr. Thorne? She asked, a very slight, almost imperceptible curve at the corner of her stern mouth. Do you not want them? I've heard you've been rather active in securing points for Gryffindor. This is not favoritism. You've earned them. Remember, do not discard courage once you've found it. With a final, brisk nod, she turned and strode away, her robes swishing, leaving Elian alone in the now silent entrance hall. He watched her go, his mind spinning. As Deputy Headmistress, head of Gryffindor, Transfiguration Professor and a member of the Secret Order of the Phoenix, her time was a tightly wound scroll of duty. She probably had a mountain of work waiting, likely to keep her up long into the night. A slow grin spread across his face. He'd done it. In one fell swoop, he'd achieved everything. He hadn't just won a confrontation, he'd secured the final house points. That meant the sling ring was his, and the 20-point total for his other reward was finally, miraculously, complete. He'd even earned a sliver of genuine regard from the formidable Professor McGonagall. It was a staggering success. He didn't linger to celebrate. As soon as McGonagall vanished around a corner, he took off, his footsteps echoing as he raced through the corridors, up staircases, and into the Gryffindor common room. He ignored the curious looks from a few fifth years by the fire, bounded up the stairs to the first-year boys' dormitory, and fell onto his 4-poster bed without even bothering to take off his robes. Astral projection. The words pulsed in his mind with a promise of incredible freedom. Professor McGonagall's 3 points had been the key. The long-awaited reward was finally his. He knew what it was meant to do, separate his spirit and consciousness from his physical body. He couldn't cast spells in that form, but that wasn't the point. It was about being unseen, untouchable, a ghost that only other spirits could perceive. If he needed to, he could make himself visible, a spectral observer. The possibilities were dizzying. Lying perfectly still, Elian closed his eyes. He focused on the new, instinctual knowledge nestled in his mind. He took a deep, calming breath, and then, he simply stepped out. He opened his eyes. He was sitting up, but his body still lay peacefully on the bed beneath him. He looked at his hands. They were shimmering with a soft, silver light, slightly transparent. A laugh of pure wonder escaped him, soundless in the quiet room. He willed himself to move and floated effortlessly into the air, looking down at his own sleeping form. It worked. It really worked. In the following days, Elian explored Hogwarts in ways no ordinary student ever could. His spirit form drifted through stone walls and locked doors. He ventured into the Forbidden Forest, finally understanding its ominous name as he glided past majestic, wary unicorns and observed a herd of centaurs in a moonlit clearing, their low conversations about planetary alignments drifting to his ethereal ears. He even found the massive, ailing Acromantula, Aragog, in his dark nest, a creature of both terror and pity. He visited the headmaster's office multiple times, finding it empty. Dumbledore's absence was a silent reminder of the growing darkness beyond the castle walls. Part of Elian was disappointed. He had wanted to see if the greatest wizard could sense his spiritual presence. There will be another chance, he thought. One evening, a different curiosity pulled at him. He let his spirit float upwards, through floors and rafters, until he emerged in the Ravenclaw common room. It was breathtaking. A wide, circular room with elegant arched windows offered a stunning panoramic view of the grounds, the Black Lake, the Quidditch pitch, and the greenhouses. The air was quiet, filled with the soft rustle of pages and the gentle scratch of quills. It was a place of serene study, a world apart from the cozy chaos of Gryffindor Tower. For a moment, Elian thought Hermione would have loved it here. He drifted among the bookshelves and study carrels, searching for a familiar face with long, pale hair. But Luna was nowhere to be seen amongst the diligent Ravenclaws. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan 20% off for a week. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles Sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles Sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 30 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. I believe we can do it. Chapter 23, Chapter 23, A Friend's Stand, Bonus Chapter. Thanks for the power stone, guys. 2 Hearts, here is your bonus chapter as promised. Next goal 100 stones. Chapter 23, A Friend's Stand, Bonus Chapter. The voices from the girls' dormitory grew louder, sharp and mocking, cutting through the common room's scholarly hush. Curious Ravenclaws looked up from their books, their expressions a mix of annoyance and morbid interest. Luna? Elian's spectral form, hovering near the bookshelves, felt a cold jolt. Shoes? He'd meant to buy her a proper pair, but his recent obsession with astral projection had pushed it from his mind. Knowing Luna, she'd never ask. He'd seen her over the last few days, still wearing his oversized school shoes, now clean to a soft shine. The sight was both funny and heartwarming, a small, silent testament to their friendship. It was also, clearly, a target. Some students saw her mismatched footwear not as a sign of kindness, but as another reason to mock Loony Lovegood. Their pranks were usually met with Luna's serene indifference, a quiet acceptance that only seemed to encourage them. But this was different. These weren't just her shoes. They were a gift. A tangible piece of the first real care she'd felt at Hogwarts outside her family. That indifference had finally found its limit. "Give me back my shoes." Luna's voice, usually drifting and ethereal, was now a blade of clear, cold steel. Elian drifted closer, passing through the wall into the dormitory corridor. The scene made his spiritual form flicker with anger. Luna stood barefoot on the stone floor, her skin pale as moonlight, facing 3 older Ravenclaw girls. One hand was clenched at her side, the other pointed her wand with a steadiness he'd never seen in her. Her usual dreamy expression was gone, replaced by a frosty, breathtaking fury. "Calm down, Lovegood," one girl sneered, though she took a step back. "You can't prove anything." "My father works at the ministry," another blustered, trying to sound important. "Yours just writes about made-up creatures. It's the common room." "Magic is forbidden," the third shrieked, her voice shrill with panic masked as authority. The growing audience of Ravenclaws watched, intrigued but unmoved. No prefect was in sight. To them, it was just Loony causing another scene. The odds were 3 to 1. They settled in to watch the predictable outcome. Elian saw it all, the bully's growing confidence as no one intervened, the cold, stubborn set of Luna's jaw. She was going to get hurt. She was going to lose, and they'd laugh. The thought was a clarion call. Without another moment's hesitation, Elian's spirit turned and shot back through the walls, a silver streak of intent, racing towards the Gryffindor Tower and his physical body. He had to get back. Now. Back in the Ravenclaw corridor, the tension snapped. Emboldened by the crowd's silence and Luna's stillness, one of the girls, the one with the ministry father, let out a cruel laugh. "Those shoes probably came from a rubbish heap anyway. You look like a homeless." End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan 20% off for a week. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles Sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles Sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 30 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts, we are at 15. I believe we can do it. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, A Sudden Entrance. Chapter 24, A Sudden Entrance. The girl leading the tormentors looked down at Luna, who was sitting stiffly on the floor, with pure contempt. She began to circle Luna slowly, her wand tracing idle patterns in the air as she continued to spit cruel, mocking words. The other two girls, Maya and her friend, huddled together, watching their ringleader with nervous excitement. A few students in the crowd shifted uncomfortably, as if considering stepping in. One brave third year even took half a step forward. The ringleader's head snapped around, her gaze a venomous warning. The student faltered and retreated back into the anonymity of the group. If Luna had softened then, if she had bowed her head or mumbled an apology, it might have ended. But she didn't. Her pale face was set in stubborn lines, her silvery eyes fixed on a point just past the bully's shoulder. Her voice, though quiet, was relentless. "Give back the shoes! Give them back! Give them back!" The three girls laughed, the sound sharp and ugly in the tense quiet of the common room. This was the reaction they lived for, this proof of their power over the outcast. Why should she resist? She was meant to be laughed at. The leader, however, wasn't satisfied with laughter alone. Luna had attacked first, with magic. That gave her a perfect excuse to retaliate, and she intended to make it memorable. Her father worked for Minister Fudge himself. As long as she didn't go too far, any trouble could be smoothed over. She raised her wand, a cruel smile playing on her lips as she considered which jinx would be most fitting. A faint gasp rippled through the crowd behind her. She smirked, thrilled by the audience's anticipation. She was wrong. The gasps weren't for her. They were for the figure who had just burst through the crowd at the back of the common room. Elian Thorne, having returned to his body with frantic speed, had acted on pure instinct. The sling ring on his fingers felt warm and alive. A single, slashing motion with his right hand tore a fiery, golden-red portal into the air before him. Without a second's hesitation, he'd plunged through it, the levitation cloak billowing from his shoulders like a scarlet wing. He crashed through the ring of onlookers, students stumbling aside with shouts of surprise. So when the Ravenclaw girl raised her wand, poised to cast, the sudden commotion and cries from behind had nothing to do with her at all. "Since you're the mad girl," the ringleader hissed, "having settled on a spell, let's make you look the part." Fernuncula saw. Her incantation turned into a shriek. Thwack! A heavy wooden chair, summoned from across the room by a furious, wordless burst of telekinetic will, slammed into her side. The force was tremendous. The chair shattered into kindling, and the girl was hurled several feet through the air, landing in a groaning heap. Stunned silence blanketed the common room. The two other girls stared, mouths agape, at their fallen friend. Thud! 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 Firm, deliberate footsteps broke the silence. All eyes turned to the boy in the strange red cloak walking calmly towards Luna. He held no wand, but there was no doubt he was responsible. How did he get in here? Merlin's beard, it's that first year. The one who stood up to Umbridge. The one who believes you know who is back. He was with Lovegood on the train. Whispers erupted like wildfire. A Gryffindor, and a controversial one at that, had just violently invaded the Ravenclaw common room. The two remaining bullies recovered from their shock and ran, wailing, to their leader's side. They were terrified of the boy, and of the sheer, brutal force he'd wielded without a word or a wand movement. Elian paid them no mind. He knelt in front of Luna, his expression softening from cold fury into deep concern. "You silly thing," he said, his voice gentle. "You should have told me about the shoes. You didn't have to face them alone." From within his cloak, he produced a new, simple pair of flats. "Here. Let's get these on." Luna's gaze, which seemed to look through everything, finally focused on him. Her voice was small but firm. "They were from you. It was my first gift." Elian's heart clenched. A pair of his old, borrowed shoes, cherished as a treasure. "Well," he said softly, helping her slide her feet into the new ones, "this is your second gift. And it won't be the last." Seeing that the jelly legs jinx still had her immobilized, Elian carefully slid one arm under her knees and the other behind her back, lifting her easily. He turned, intending to carry her straight to Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing. The crowd parted before him like water. He had taken only 3 steps when shrill voices shrieked out from behind him. "Petrificus totalis!" 2 bolts of light shot towards his unprotected back. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan 20% off for a week. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles, sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 30 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts, we are at 16. I believe we can do it. Chapter 25, Chapter 25, The Cloak and the Chairs. Chapter 25, The Cloak and the Chairs. The 2 remaining girls couldn't simply let them leave. Their leader was still sprawled and unmoving on the floor. To let this Gryffindor intruder walk away with Loony Lovegood would make them the biggest joke in Ravenclaw history. Flushed with shame and fury, they scrambled to their feet. 2 bolts of spell light shot from their wands toward Elian's retreating back. Whether it was a cowardly sneak attack didn't cross their minds. Gasps erupted from the onlookers. This had gone too far. Some shut their eyes, unable to watch. Others smirked, eager to see the arrogant Gryffindor and his mad friend get what they deserved. The 2 fourth years were confident. They might not be prodigies, but their spells were more than enough for a first year. And this idiot was holding someone, his back completely exposed. He couldn't possibly defend himself. But then, something impossible happened. Elian didn't even flinch. He simply stopped walking. The strange red cloak draped over his shoulders, however, did not stay still. It detached itself, swirling through the air to position itself like a living shield between him and the incoming spells. How? Shock rippled through the crowd. Was it a charmed object? But what kind of charm could block spells so effortlessly? The 2 girls stared, their confidence wavering. They saw only determination in each other's eyes. They had to break through. Stupefy. Flipendo. More spells flew from their wands, each one striking the hovering cloak. Each one fizzled into nothingness against the fabric, leaving no mark, not even a shimmer. The cloak hung in the air, impassive and immovable. Elian finally turned his head, his gaze cold as he looked over his shoulder at the frantic girls. A hard glint flashed in his eyes. Their spells weren't meant to kill, but they were meant to hurt, to humiliate. They showed no restraint, only a petty, vicious desperation. While they were focused entirely on their futile assault, they forgot to watch their own surroundings. Thump! Thump! 2 more heavy wooden chairs, summoned by Elian's silent, furious will, shot from the sides of the common room. They connected solidly, sending both girls flying with identical cries of pain before they crumpled to the floor, unconscious. The silence in the Ravenclaw common room was now absolute, broken only by the ragged breathing of the shocked students. 3 students down. No wand drawn. No incantation spoken. Just a floating cloak and flying furniture. Every Ravenclaw mind, trained for logic and reason, short-circuited. How? The boy hadn't moved. He was holding Lovegood. Where was his wand? What kind of magic was this? Elian spared one last icy glance for the 3 unconscious forms. He had no words for them. Adjusting his grip on Luna, he turned and strode out of the common room, heading straight for the hospital wing. Luna, held securely in his arms, showed no expression, her distant eyes fixed thoughtfully on the new shoes now on her feet. The second gift, she thought. They're very new. Looking down at her detached calm, Elian felt his own anger melt into exasperated fondness. How could anyone not want to protect someone like her? Madame Pomfrey had Luna fixed up with a wave of her wand, the jelly legs jinx dissolving easily. But when a group of pale, trembling Ravenclaws arrived shortly after, carrying 3 unconscious students, the hospital wing descended into chaos. Merlin's beard. Were you attacked by a mountain troll? The matron cried, bustling over to direct the students to lay the girls on beds. What in heaven's name happened? The Ravenclaws merely cast terrified, sidelong glances at Elian and Luna sitting quietly nearby, too afraid to speak. This Gryffindor wasn't just bold, he was terrifying. Madame Pomfrey followed their looks and understood. A duel. A bad one. The news spread through Hogwarts like fiend fire. By dinner time, everyone knew, the strange first year from Gryffindor had stormed the Ravenclaw common room and taken down 3 older students. On Madame Pomfrey's firm advice, Elian and Luna remained in the hospital wing. This was far beyond a simple detention. It required the heads of house. They didn't have to wait long. The sound of hurried, angry footsteps echoed down the corridor, followed by a shrill, outraged voice that preceded its owner. Minerva, I demand an explanation. How dare a Gryffindor student invade my house's common room and assault my pupils? The door to the hospital wing burst open. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan 20% for 3 days now. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles, sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 30 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. I believe we can do it. We are at 20 members currently. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, The Aftermath. Chapter 26, The Aftermath. Your concern is noted, Dolores, McGonagall said curtly, not breaking stride. Focus on your curriculum. McGonagall. I want to see the hooligan who assaulted my students. Professor Flitwick squeaked, his usual cheerful demeanor replaced by bristling anger. Outrageous. I'll have him in detention until he graduates. They swept into the room, their eyes briefly passing over Elian and Luna sitting on a cot before fixing on the 3 unconscious Ravenclaw girls on the beds. Umbridge did shoot Elian a look of pure, venomous satisfaction before turning away with a smug sniff. McGonagall and Flitwick's faces darkened further. This was worse than they'd heard. Which student? Flitwick demanded, turning to a pale-looking Ravenclaw prefect. Ethan, speak up. Who did this to my eagles? Professor McGonagall remained silent, but her sharp gaze landed on the same boy, awaiting an answer. It was Loony Luna Lovegood, the prefect stammered, and the new first year, Elian Thorne. He pointed a shaky finger across the room. McGonagall and Flitwick turned. There, Elian was chuckling at something Luna had said, reaching out to ruffle her hair with obvious fondness. They looked for all the world like 2 friends sharing a private joke, not students awaiting disciplinary action. Professor McGonagall's lips thinned to a severe line. Again. It seemed every spot of trouble this term had this particular boy at the center of it. Harry and Ron had been almost subdued by comparison. Professor Flitwick's face fell into an expression of profound disappointment. Elian. The talented, helpful boy he'd come to admire. Fighting in his common room? Mr. Thorne, Miss Lovegood, McGonagall's voice was like cracking ice. A word. Merlin's beard, why does every report lately seem to include your name? Elian and Luna approached. Together, they explained the situation: the stolen shoes, the confrontation, the 3-on-1 intimidation, the spells cast at Luna's back. Their stories matched perfectly, told with a calm certainty that brooked no argument. McGonagall and Flitwick exchanged a long, weary look. The facts were clear: bullying had escalated into a fight. Thankfully, Madame Pomfrey assured them the injuries were minor bruises and a small bone crack that would mend by morning. No permanent harm. Elian braced for severe punishment, expulsion, maybe, or months of detention. Instead, after a brief, quiet consultation, Professor McGonagall announced her decision. All parties involved in this altercation have shown a profound lack of judgment. For disturbing the peace and engaging in unauthorized dueling, 50 points will be deducted from each student involved. 50 points. A significant blow, split between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, but no further punishment. No detention. It was, in the grand scheme of Hogwarts mischief, a relatively light touch. Student scuffles over pranks were, unfortunately, not uncommon. Elian felt a wave of relief so strong it left him lightheaded. He hadn't ruined everything. As he and Luna were dismissed, Elian caught Umbridge's eye. She had been eerily silent throughout the proceedings, just watching, a small, unpleasant smile on her face. It was deeply unsettling. Why hadn't she pounced? But he pushed the thought away, too grateful for the outcome to dwell on the toad's odd behavior. Pulling Luna gently by the hand, he led her out of the hospital wing. His intervention had been reckless, but it had worked. He hoped the message was clear now: Luna Lovegood was not without friends, and those friends could be problematic. He didn't look back. He didn't see Umbridge's smile widen, her eyes glittering with opportunity seized. 3 days later, the wizarding world woke up to shocking headlines in the Daily Prophet. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan 20% now. 2 days left. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles, sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 30 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. I believe we can do it. We are at 23 members currently. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, The High Inquisitor. Chapter 27, The High Inquisitor. Elian was having lunch with Hermione, Ron, and Harry. Ron and Harry sat across from them, while Ginny Weasley had taken the seat on Hermione's other side. The 5 of them were huddled around a copy of the Daily Prophet spread on the table between the plates of shepherd's pie. The Daily Prophet held immense sway in the wizarding world, publishing ministry decrees and wizarding current events. Few stopped to think it was essentially a ministry mouthpiece. Usually, its articles were harmless, but when the ministry wanted to steer public opinion, the Prophet became a powerful, misleading tool. Today's front page was particularly striking. A large, moving photograph showed Dolores Umbridge simpering and batting her eyelashes at the reader. The headline blared beside it. Ministry seeks educational reform, Umbridge appointed Hogwarts High Inquisitor. High Inquisitor. Harry's face went pale, a piece of toast slipping from his fingers. What does that even mean? Elian's stomach tightened. He'd been waiting for the other shoe to drop. Hermione read the article aloud, her voice tight with anger. The Ministry of Magic passed new legislation last night, designed to improve the standard of magical education at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Minister Cornelius Fudge has long been concerned about the instability at the historic school. To ensure our young witches and wizards receive a safe, modern, and ministry-approved education, Dolores Umbridge, currently Deputy Minister and Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, has been installed as High Inquisitor. The article went on to list a litany of Hogwarts' recent failings, the hiring of unsuitable staff like werewolf Remus Lupin, half-giant Rubeus Hagrid, and unstable ex-Sora Alastair Moody. It even mentioned the disturbing frequency of student duels and confrontations since Umbridge's arrival. It was a hatchet job, painting Hogwarts as a chaotic, dangerous place in desperate need of ministry control. "Hey, Elian," Ron mumbled through a mouthful of apple, "this bit about the duels, that's about you, isn't it?" Hermione shot Elian a look that was equal parts exasperation and concern. "You really did it, didn't you?" Storming the Ravenclaw common room. "I heard you've got a cloak that blocks spells," Ron added, his eyes wide with envy. "Can I see it?" "Harry's got an invisibility cloak, but I don't have anything like that." Harry, looking grim, shoved the last of his bread into his mouth and stood up abruptly. "Come on, Ron. We'll be late for Snape. You know what he's like." Ron scrambled after him, leaving Elian with Hermione and Ginny. "Don't you have potions?" Elian asked Hermione. "They forgot their books." "Again?" Hermione held up her own heavy potions textbook pointedly. "You should be careful, Elian," she said, her tone turning serious as she folded the newspaper. "You've made quite a name for yourself. More than Harry ever did in his first month. And you've crossed Umbridge twice now. If she gets a reason." Her worry was plain, even wrapped in a scolding. "Ginny, don't you have ancient runes?" Hermione said, gathering her things. "I should go before they brew something catastrophic without their instructions." "Elian, just be smart." "I'll walk with you," Ginny said, following her. Left alone, Elian sighed and packed up his own bag. His next class was one of the few he genuinely looked forward to, divination with Professor Sybil Trelawney. Elian found the subject fascinating. It was the most mysterious discipline at Hogwarts, and Professor Trelawney was one of its most enigmatic figures. He knew she came from a famous lineage, the great-granddaughter of the true seer, Cassandra Trelawney. Though the gift had diluted over generations, Sybil Trelawney possessed more of it than she or anyone else realized. Her predictions were often dismissed as theatrical doom-mongering, but she had made several chillingly accurate prophecies, including the one about Harry and Voldemort. Elian was curious about the mechanics of it. The magic he was learning from his system spoke of understanding the flow of time and reality. Was there a link? A common thread between theatrical crystal gazing and true foresight? So far, his lessons had consisted of Professor Trelawney peering into turbid crystal balls and predicting gruesome, improbable ends for various students, none of which had come true. But he kept hoping to glimpse something real. Today, the classroom was filled with the usual haze of incense. Professor Trelawney, her glasses magnifying her white eyes, was murmuring ominously over a student's teacup when the door opened. Dolores Umbridge walked in, a clipboard in hand, a smug smile plastered on her face. She gave a little wave for Professor Trelawney to continue, then took a seat at the back, quill poised. Professor Trelawney froze, her hands fluttering nervously. The comforting routine of her class had been shattered. After a painfully long minute of silence, Umbridge's sugary voice cut through the haze. "Do carry on, Professor. I understand you have held this post for many years. Perhaps you could demonstrate for us? A small prophecy, if you please. Even a tiny one." End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan 20% now, 2 days left. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles, sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 30 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. I believe we can do it. We are at 26 members currently. Let's go for 50 power stones now. Chapter 28, Chapter 28, The First Casualty. Merry Christmas Christmas tree 2 hearts we're so close to hitting our goal of 30 Patreon members for 5 bonus chapters on every fanfic. Today is also the last day for 20% off on membership. Join now at patreon.com/tofuchan. Chapter 28, The First Casualty. Confronted with Umbridge's aggressive demand, Professor Trelawney could only stare, speechless. A prophecy? On command? It didn't work like that. The true prophecies she'd made, the ones that mattered, had come upon her unbidden, in trances she never remembered. She couldn't simply conjure one to order like a party trick. Umbridge was in no hurry. She waited, that small, cruel smile fixed on her face. Her confidence had swelled since the Daily Prophet announcement. She was no longer just a disliked professor, she was the High Inquisitor, a role created by Minister Fudge's new Educational Decree No. 23. Its power was terrifyingly broad. She could evaluate and, if she deemed it necessary, dismiss any Hogwarts staff member. Dumbledore could protest, but he could not overrule her. The trap for the headmaster was tightening, and she held the leash. Pitiful, Umbridge finally sighed, scribbling a note on her clipboard. She turned to leave. Panicked, Professor Trelawney lurched forward, her hands waving. Wait. I see something. Darkness. Yes, a deep darkness, you are walking into a trap. She strained to make her voice sound hollow and prophetic, but it came out as a desperate, theatrical rasp. It was no different from her usual classroom dramatics. Fascinating. Hem, Umbridge tittered, not even looking back as she swept from the room. Watching from his cushion, Elian felt a stab of sympathy. Umbridge hadn't wanted a prophecy, she'd wanted a pretext. And poor, frazzled Professor Trelawney had handed it to her. The first blow fell that very afternoon. By the time Elian reached the entrance hall, a crowd had already gathered, students from all houses and years, their faces a mix of shock and anger. In the center of the throng stood 4 figures. Professor McGonagall had her arm tightly around a weeping Professor Trelawney, who was clutching a moth-eaten shawl around her shoulders. Facing them, looking unbearably smug, stood Dolores Umbridge. Beside her, quivering with excitement, was Argus Filch, the caretaker. Behind them were several battered trunks, presumably containing all of Professor Trelawney's worldly possessions, hauled down from her tower by the gleeful Filch. Umbridge had wielded her new power. Professor Trelawney had been declared incompetent and summarily dismissed. Filch, seeing his moment of reflected glory, kept prodding the air near Professor Trelawney. Come along, now. No dawdling. The carriage is waiting. He had found his patron in Umbridge, and he was reveling in it. For the first time in decades, he felt powerful. The students around them looked on, horrified and helpless. However much they'd mocked Trelawney's lessons, she was their professor. But who would dare challenge the High Inquisitor and, by extension, the Minister of Magic? Then, a door beside Elian banged open. Albus Dumbledore strode into the hall, his presence seeming to make the very torches burn brighter. He moved with a calm, unstoppable authority directly toward Umbridge. Professor McGonagall, he said, his voice carrying easily, would you be so kind as to escort Sybil back to her quarters? Relief flooded McGonagall's face. She began steering the sobbing divination professor back towards the marble staircase. Headmaster Dumbledore. Umbridge's voice was a sharp, sugary dagger. I must remind you of Educational Decree No. 23, properly enacted by the Ministry. The power to dismiss failing teachers now rests with the High Inquisitor. You have the power to dismiss, Dolores, Dumbledore replied, his blue eyes icy. You do not have the power to evict. That authority remains with the headmaster of this school. Professor Trelawney's rooms are her home until she chooses to leave. The standoff was electric. The entire hall held its breath. But then, a sudden, strangled gasp broke the silence. Professor Trelawney, halfway up the first step, went rigid in McGonagall's arms. Her eyes, magnified behind her glasses, rolled back until only the whites showed. Her voice, when it came, was not her own. It was deep, harsh, and echoing, as if spoken from the bottom of a well. "It approaches," she croaked. "The serpent coils around the heart of the school. The fool plays with fire, and will be consumed." She sagged, the strange voice gone, and would have collapsed entirely if not for McGonagall's firm grip. "Sybil! Sybil, what is it?" McGonagall cried, looking desperately at Dumbledore. "Headmaster, I think she's had a vision." The colour drained from Umbridge's face. The smugness vanished, replaced by something colder, fear. She had demanded a prophecy, and against all odds, she had gotten one. And it sounded nothing like a fake. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 20% today is the last day. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles, sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 30 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. I believe we can do it. We are at 28 members currently. Goal 50 power stones. Chapter 29, Chapter 29, The Unintended Prophecy, Bonus Chapter. We have reached our milestone of 30 Patreon members, so 5 bonus chapter will be uploaded. Enjoy and happy holidays everyone. Snowflake. Chapter 29, The Unintended Prophecy. Professor McGonagall guided the trembling Professor Trelawney back towards the doorway Dumbledore had emerged from. Elian, standing off to the side, decided it was time to slip away. The drama seemed to be over. But just as he turned, Professor Trelawney, being led past him, lifted her grief-stricken gaze. For a fleeting second, her tear-blurred eyes met his. It was only a glance. Then, everything changed. Professor Trelawney, a true but erratic seer, lived her life on a knife's edge of emotion. The trauma of her very public dismissal, followed by the sudden relief of Dumbledore's intervention, had sent her psyche spiraling. In that moment of extreme collapse and fragile hope, the latent, uncontrollable gift in her blood surged to the surface. Her body went rigid. With a strength that belied her frail frame, she shoved Professor McGonagall's supporting arm away. She spread her arms wide like great wings, arching her back until she was leaning at an impossible angle, her face turned to the enchanted ceiling. A collective gasp swept through the hall. Dumbledore's eyes widened in sudden understanding. He knew this posture. He had witnessed it only once before, in a dusty room above the Hog's Head. She was prophesying. A voice, not her own, issued from her throat. It was hollow, layered, as if spoken from the end of a long tunnel and whispered directly into the mind at once. "The traveler, from a world unseen." The voice rasped. "He walks where paths are not yet drawn. The chosen boy's fate, it twists, it frays." The hall was deathly silent. Every student, every portrait, held its breath. "A power awakens, not of this earth, the Master Supreme, shall rise from." The final words were lost in a guttural rush, the sounds mangled and indistinct before the voice cut off abruptly. Professor Trelawney crumpled. "Sybil!" McGonagall cried, lunging forward. Her wand flicked, and the unconscious divination professor floated gently before she could hit the stone floor. Dumbledore was at their side in an instant, his earlier confrontation with Umbridge forgotten. "Minerva, please, take her to the hospital wing. Stay with her. Inform me the moment she wakes." "Of course, Headmaster." Professor McGonagall's voice was tight with worry. As she turned to go, her sharp eyes found Elian in the crowd. She stared at him for a long, searching moment. The prophecy had begun after Trelawney looked at him. The ancient magic's error, this boy's late arrival, could it be connected? Her mind raced, but she asked no questions aloud. Dumbledore's gaze followed McGonagall's, settling on Elian. His expression was unreadable. "Ah, Mr. Thorne," he said, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable weight. "We meet again, and under such curious circumstances. Would you be so kind as to wait for me in my office?" Elian was still reeling. A traveller from a world unseen? His blood ran cold. He managed a stiff nod. Umbridge, who had been momentarily stunned into silence by the display of raw magic, now recovered her senses. Her beady eyes darted from the departed Trelawney to Elian, alight with a new, greedy curiosity. "Now, see here," she simpered, stepping forward as if to take Elian's arm. "This student should come with me. The Ministry has questions about these disturbances." Dumbledore moved with surprising speed, placing himself squarely between Umbridge and Elian. "Dolores," he said, and his voice had lost all its grandfatherly warmth. It was the voice of the chief warlock. "You have exercised your right to dismiss Professor Trelawney. She is, as of this moment, no longer a Hogwarts employee. Any prophecy she makes is therefore a private matter, of no concern to the school or the Ministry." Umbridge's mouth opened and closed, fish-like. He was right. She had boxed herself in with her own cruelty. The fury on her face was a sight to behold. She took a sharp, hissing breath. Hem. Very well, headmaster. But mark my words, my authority here is growing. Soon, I will have every right." She shot a last, venomous look at Elian. "We will speak again, boy." With a swirl of her horrible pink cardigan, she marched away, Filch scurrying after her like a disappointed rat. The crowd began to disperse, buzzing with theories about the strange prophecy. Hermione and Luna, caught in the throng, both looked at Elian with deep, worried eyes. He seemed to be a magnet for the extraordinary. If he could have heard their thoughts, Elian would have agreed wholeheartedly. "It wasn't my fault. She just looked at me." As the hall emptied, Dumbledore turned to him. The intensity had not left the old wizard's eyes. "Come along, Mr. Thorne," he said quietly. "I believe we have a great deal to discuss." End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 20% today is the last day. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are close to hitting 50 power stones. Chapter 30, The Headmaster's Office, bonus chapter. Chapter 30, The Headmaster's Office. On the way to the Headmaster's office, a small interruption occurred. Harry Potter, seeing Dumbledore, hurried after them, a torrent of questions clearly building behind his eyes. He was acutely aware something was wrong with him lately, a constant, foreign anger simmering beneath his skin. He'd told no one, not even Hermione or Ron. He needed to talk to Dumbledore. But as he called out, Dumbledore, walking briskly ahead with Elian, gave no sign of having heard. He didn't slow, didn't turn. It was as if Harry were shouting into a void. Elian glanced back a few times, a flicker of sympathy in his eyes. The snub left Harry feeling hollow and confused. Dumbledore had always been there for him, a source of guidance and calm. This year, it felt like the headmaster was a ghost, always just out of reach. The feeling of being deliberately avoided was crushing. Elian could only shake his head as they left Harry behind. The connection was taking its toll. Soon, they were in the headmaster's office. The familiar whirring of silver instruments and the gentle snores of portraits filled the air. "Now, Mr. Thorne," Dumbledore began, settling behind his desk and steepling his fingers. "During my recent absences, I understand you have kept things rather lively. Charging into the Ravenclaw common room and dueling older students to a standstill? I hear you left 3 of them in the hospital wing overnight. Madame Pomfrey mentioned her ward hasn't been so busy in years." A cup of tea and a small plate of biscuits floated over to Elian. Dumbledore's tone was mild, almost amused. It was clear he also knew about the Weasley twins' epidemic of umbrigitis and was choosing, for now, to overlook it. They spoke of general things for a while: classes, Quidditch, the general mood of the school. Elian waited, knowing the real topic was coming. Finally, Dumbledore set his own teacup down. The twinkle in his blue eyes was replaced by a deep, probing seriousness. "You are remarkably composed, Mr. Thorne. But I think we must address the elephant in the room, or rather, the prophecy in the entrance hall. It is my belief that Professor Trelawney's trance was triggered by her sight of you." He paused, watching Elian intently. Elian's mind raced. He could lie, but to Dumbledore? The man who had seen through decades of deception and dark magic? The evidence was damning. He was an anomaly, a 16-year-old first year, publicly defiant, and now linked to a spontaneous prophecy. Denial would sound pathetic. He met Dumbledore's gaze squarely. "Headmaster, I don't know if it was because of me, but she did look at me just before it happened." The silence stretched. The portraits pretended to snore louder. Finally, Dumbledore leaned back. A faint, knowing smile touched his lips. "An interesting young man," he murmured. "Mr. Thorne, I know you are more than you appear. I sense you have your reasons for secrecy. But I have a powerful feeling that you will come to me with the truth, in time. A very powerful feeling." He stood, the conversation clearly at an end. "Now, you should hurry. If I am not mistaken, your next lesson is potions with Professor Snape. He has little patience for tardiness." Elian was dismissed. The interview was over. He had given away nothing, yet he felt Dumbledore had gleaned volumes. As the door closed behind Elian, Dumbledore turned to Fawkes, who was preening his golden feathers. "You sensed it too, didn't you, old friend?" he murmured. The prophecy echoed in his mind. The traveler from a world unseen. The chosen boy's fate, it twists. A power awakens, not of this earth, the Master Supreme. 2 boys' faces swam before him: Harry Potter, the chosen boy, marked by fate and tragedy, and Elian Thorne, the traveler, an enigma wrapped in ancient magic. Was the prophecy about one? Or both? Was this Master Supreme a new hope, or did it herald Voldemort's ascent to a terrible new height? He had never heard wizards referred to as Masters Supreme. The term felt older, stranger. "We must move faster," he thought, a familiar weight of urgency settling on his shoulders. The pieces were in motion, and he could not see the full board. Office of the Minister of Magic. "What?" Cornelius Fudge's voice was a squeak of outrage. "You're telling me that madwoman at Hogwarts actually made a prophecy? Now? Dolores, this is a disaster." End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles, sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 31, Chapter 31, The Minister's Summons, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 31, The Minister's Summons, Bonus Chapter. Cornelius Fudge, resplendent in a pinstripe suit and a violently green tie, looked nothing like a happy man. He was pale, and a fine sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead. The news Umbridge had just delivered felt like a physical blow. The batty seer at Hogwarts had prophesied. Again. This was not a small thing. Fudge was one of the handful who knew the original prophecy concerning Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort had come from that very woman. For her to speak in a trance again, after all these years. The traveler from a world unseen. He will change this world. The chosen boy's fate, it twists. Fudge muttered the words Umbridge had scrawled for him, his voice tight. A power awakens, the Master Supreme. A traveler. According to Dolores, that peculiar 16-year-old first year was from Asia. In a literal sense, that could be considered a world unseen from Britain. But prophecies weren't meant to be literal, were they? The thought of linking it all to a single student seemed too neat, too simple, which somehow made it more terrifying. Change the world? Twist the chosen boy's fate? He knew, with a cold certainty, that the chosen boy was Harry Potter. But how could his fate be twisted? And by whom? And what in Merlin's name was a Master Supreme? It sounded grandiose, ominous, and completely outside the normal vocabulary of magic. It grated on his nerves. Fudge slammed a fist onto his polished desk, making his inkpot jump. It was all Dumbledore's doing. He was sure of it. The old man was orchestrating this, using this Thorne boy and that madwoman to undermine him, to create a crisis that only Albus Dumbledore could solve. It was a play for power, and Fudge would not stand for it. He had to see for himself. He had to question Trelawney and confront this mysterious student. His mind was made up. He was going back to Hogwarts. In the days that followed, a tense quiet settled over the castle. Perhaps due to Dumbledore's firm intervention, or because Umbridge was biding her time and gathering more decrees, no other professors were dismissed. Umbridge herself became a less frequent, though no less hated, sight in the corridors. The gossip, however, did not die down. If anything, it grew. The story of Professor Trelawney's trance and her cryptic words about Elian Thorne spread from common room to common room, becoming more elaborate with each telling. Even the staff room buzzed with subdued speculation about the unusual first year. Which was why Elian had been avoiding the Great Hall. Today, driven by a desperate craving for something other than stale bread from the kitchens, he had risked it. It was a mistake. He found himself trapped at the Gryffindor table, wedged between Luna and Hermione, with Harry, Ron, and Ginny forming a perfect circle of intense curiosity around him. A plate of roast chicken sat untouched before him. "Where have you been hiding, Elian?" Ron complained through a mouthful of mashed potato. "It's like you've learned a disillusionment charm." "Elian," Hermione said, her voice a mix of concern and accusation. "Is there something you're not telling us?" She felt a sting of betrayal. She'd thought they were study partners, maybe even friends. Now he felt like a stranger. Elian offered a weak smile. "Just busy. You know. Lots of reading." He made to stand up. "Well, this has been lovely, but I really should." "Elian." Luna's dreamy voice cut through his escape attempt. Her large, silvery eyes seemed to look right through him. "You are the traveler from far away. Harry is the chosen boy. And the Master Supra. Luna." Elian's hand shot out and clamped over her mouth. His heart hammered against his ribs. Why did she have to be so perceptive? And so blunt? He laughed, a high, strained sound. "Ah ha ha. See? Luna's, she has these funny turns. You know how she is." He gestured vaguely near his own temple, his face burning with the awkwardness of the lie. The reaction was the opposite of what he wanted. His panic was too obvious. Harry was staring at him with a sharp, analytical focus he usually reserved for Quidditch tactics. Hermione's eyes had narrowed. Ron had stopped chewing. Ginny looked deeply suspicious. Luna, for her part, simply waited patiently under his hand, her gaze drifting to a chandelier as if fascinated by the way the candles flickered. Just as the silence became unbearable, a third-year Gryffindor boy skidded to a halt beside their table, panting. Thorne. Elian Thorne, he gasped. Hermione, who had been about to swat Elian's hand away from Luna's face, paused. The boy pointed a shaky finger at Elian. Headmaster Dumbledore wants you. Now. In his office. The Minister of Magic is there. Cornelius Fudge. They're waiting for you. The words landed in the middle of the table like a bombshell. All chatter from their group ceased. Elian's hand fell away from Luna's mouth. His own mouth had gone dry. Cornelius Fudge? The Minister for Magic? Waiting for me? End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles, sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, A Walk with the Minister, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 32, A Walk with the Minister. Elian didn't understand why the Minister of Magic wanted to see him. Their worlds had never intersected. This sudden, high-level attention made him deeply uneasy. The stunned faces around the Gryffindor table mirrored his own shock. He was becoming too visible, too fast. Elian, be careful, Harry said urgently, leaning forward. Fudge is paranoid about Dumbledore. He hates anyone he thinks is on Dumbledore's side. Elian nodded, absorbing the warning. Think before you speak, Hermione added, her brow furrowed with concern. He's a politician. Ron opened his mouth but seemed to think better of it, offering only a grimace of sympathy. As Elian walked away, Hermione sighed. He's drawing too much attention. I don't know if that's good. He'll be all right, Luna said softly, her gaze following him. Elian is clever. Hermione managed a small smile. Luna's faith in Elian was absolute, and oddly comforting. The walk to the headmaster's office felt familiar. 3 times in a month, Elian thought wryly. Most students are lucky to see it once. He pushed the door open. The office was more crowded than usual. Dumbledore sat behind his desk. Standing near him were 2 wizards Elian didn't recognize, one in severe black robes, the other in ministerial grey. Dolores Umbridge hovered nearby like a poisonous pink cloud. And in the center, looking both pompous and deeply agitated, stood Cornelius Fudge. All eyes turned to him as he entered. Umbridge leaned in to whisper something to Fudge, who never took his eyes off Elian. Ah, Mr. Thorne, Dumbledore said smoothly, cutting through the tension. I have taken the liberty of excusing you from Professor Flitwick. We have some visitors from the Ministry who wish to speak with you. His eyes gave the faintest, reassuring twinkle. Hello, young man, Cornelius Fudge said, stepping forward. He puffed out his chest slightly. I am Cornelius Fudge. The Minister for Magic. He stressed the title, his gaze darting briefly to Dumbledore as if issuing a challenge. Dumbledore merely smiled, unperturbed. Hello, Minister Fudge, Elian replied. His tone was polite but neutral, devoid of the awe or fear Fudge might have expected. He had no fondness for the man whose willful blindness had already cost lives and would cost more. Fudge's smile tightened. This boy was not impressed. He glanced again at Dumbledore's placid face. Of course, he thought bitterly. He's already one of Dumbledore's. Umbridge said he championed their lies about you-know-who's return. Swallowing his irritation, Fudge maintained his statesman's demeanor. Albus, if you have no objection, I'd like to take a stroll with Mr. Thorne. The grounds are so pleasant this time of year. But of course, Minister, Dumbledore said genially. Hogwarts is always beautiful. A walk might provide some perspective. Fudge turned his strained smile back to Elian. What do you say, my boy? Show an old man around? It's been too long since I've seen the place. Elian had no choice. Refusing the minister would be its own kind of statement. He gave a short nod. They walked in silence for a while, leaving the castle behind, the black lake spreading out before them like a sheet of hammered lead under the grey sky. Elian waited, letting Fudge make the first move. Finally, Fudge stopped, clasping his hands behind his back as he looked out, not at the view, but as if gathering his thoughts. He spoke without turning. Elian, he began, his voice dropping its public cheerfulness. Tell me something. Are you a Dumbledore man through and through? The question hung in the damp air, blunt and loaded. It wasn't about school loyalty. It was about war, power, and which side Elian Thorne was on. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles, sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 33, Chapter 33, Unwanted Offers, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 33, Unwanted Offers. Are you a Dumbledore man through and through? The question was a trap, designed to box him in. Elian almost laughed. A Dumbledore man? If not for the system, he might have sought the old wizard's protection. But now, with the path of the Supreme Mage unfolding before him, he was nobody's man. No, Elian said, his voice calm and certain. I am not. The simplicity and confidence of the answer gave Cornelius Fudge pause. The boy wasn't defiant, just detached. It was unsettling. That prophecy, Fudge pressed, watching him closely. It was about you, wasn't it? I don't know. The flat denial left Fudge momentarily speechless. He regrouped, switching tactics. A smile, meant to be avuncular, stretched his face. The Ministry has a program for promising young wizards. A talent initiative. You're 16, officially of age in the Muggle world. We could fast-track you. Provide resources, special tutoring. You could be the youngest Auror in a century. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. The entire wizarding world operates under the Ministry's guidance. With our backing, there would be no limits for you. He had tried this with Harry Potter and failed spectacularly. But this boy wasn't Harry. He wasn't, apparently, Dumbledore's. The prophecy suggested he could alter the chosen boy's path. If that power could be harnessed for the Ministry. Fudge waited, certain the offer was irresistible. Ministry sponsorship was a golden ticket few could refuse. Elian looked out at the gloomy lake, then back at the minister. His expression was polite but utterly unmoved. Thank you for the offer, Minister Fudge. But I don't think I'd be a good fit for the Ministry. The refusal was so quiet, so final, it took Fudge a second to process it. He was being rejected. To his face. By a child. A cold anger tightened Fudge's features before he smoothed it into a mask of politician's disappointment. I see, he said, his voice clipped. A pity. The door remains open, should you reconsider. The walk back to the castle was steeped in frosty silence. When Fudge and his Auror escort left the headmaster's office shortly after, his face was thunderous. Dumbledore, watching them go, said nothing, though a knowing look passed between him and the portraits on the wall. Elian wasn't kept long. Dumbledore, preoccupied with graver matters, hints of Horcruxes and dark rituals, dismissed him with a preoccupied nod. The ripples from Trelawney's prophecy were spreading far beyond school gossip. It had drawn the eye of the Ministry. And, as with all things that threatened the balance of power, it had drawn another, darker gaze. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire. The mansion was a monument to old wealth and pure-blood arrogance, all cold marble, towering ceilings, and priceless, joyless artifacts. In the vast, opulent dining room, a long table was set. Those seated along its length were shrouded in black robes and silver masks. Those deemed worthy enough to sit near the head wore no such disguises. At the very top, in a high-backed throne-like chair, sat a figure that was not quite a man. His skin was white as bone, his face flat and snake-like, with slits for nostrils and eyes that burned red. A great serpent coiled at the foot of his chair. The air around him hummed with a cold, terrible power. Lord Voldemort. To his immediate right sat Severus Snape, his face a careful blank. To his left, Lucius Malfoy, looking paler and more strained than usual. The hall was silent but for the soft hiss of the great snake, Nagini, tasting the air heavy with fear and ambition. The red eyes slowly turned to the potion's master. Severus, Voldemort's voice was a high, cold whisper that seemed to come from the walls themselves. You tell me there is a new child of prophecy. They. Traveler. Speak. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles, sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 34, Chapter 34, A Different Kind of Lesson. Thanks for the 50 power stones. 2 Hearts bonus chapter be uploaded. Chapter 34, A Different Kind of Lesson. Voldemort's thin fingers stroked Nagini's scales as he listened, a cruel smile playing on his lipless mouth. He was in a rare, almost playful mood. His inner circle had been reassembled, a familiar comfort. Sybil Trelawney, prophesied again, he mused, his high voice slicing the silence. A traveler to alter the chosen boy's path. And the rise of a Master Supreme. How quaint! He turned his burning gaze to Severus Snape. This chosen boy is, of course, Harry Potter. And the traveler, this Elian Thorne. Find an opportunity to bring him to me, Severus. His eyes then shifted to the other side of the table, landing on Lucius Malfoy, who flinched under the attention. I shall leave the practicalities to you, Lucius. You require an opportunity to prove your continued loyalty. Do not fail. Lucius rose swiftly, executing a deep, practiced bow. It will be my honor, my lord. I shall deliver him. See that you do, Voldemort whispered, his attention already drifting. Fenrir, he addressed the shaggy, bestial man further down the table. You and your pack have a different task. There is an object within the Ministry I require. Retrieve it. I must verify this prophecy. A restless energy filled the room. Voldemort's plans were moving from shadow into action. And Azkaban, he said, the name dropping like a block of ice. My faithful languish there, tormented by Dementors. It is time they rejoined their master. Prepare yourselves. A collective, shuddering excitement passed through the masked Death Eaters. Liberation. War. It was beginning. The meeting dissolved. Only Snape, Lucius, and the werewolf Greyback remained as Voldemort rose, Nagini slithering at his heels. Do not disappoint me, was his final, chilling command before he swept from the room. Unbeknownst to Elian, the prophecy had not only painted a target on his back for the ministry. A far more dangerous and predatory gaze had now fixed upon him. Elian's immediate problem, however, felt more mundane but was equally pressing. It involved Hermione Granger and a persistent, hopeful look in her eye. She, Harry, and Ron had officially formed Dumbledore's army, the D.A, in response to Umbridge's useless defense classes. They were meeting in the room of requirement, practicing real defensive magic. Hermione had asked no, insisted that Elian join. He'd refused, politely but firmly. It had led to 2 days of frosty silence and hurt glances in the library. But that refusal had triggered something else. A new mission pulsed in his mind. Danger gathers. A master's strength lies not only in himself, but in the strength he cultivates in others. Bonus mission: instruct at least 2 individuals in the mystic arts of camartage. Reward: astral projection advanced. Note: advanced astral projection allows the projection of another's spirit from their body. The reward was staggering. The ability Dr. Strange's mentor had used on him to forcibly separate soul from body with a single strike. It was a powerful, frightening technique. He'd resisted at first. Teaching meant exposure. It meant trust. But the reward was too potent to ignore. And he knew 2 people he could potentially trust with a fraction of his secret: Luna, whose loyalty was silent and absolute, and Hermione, whose brilliance and discretion, once she was over the initial shock, could be an asset. He'd compromised. Quickly. Which was why he now found himself sitting at the back of a DA meeting in the room of requirement, watching Harry instruct a group of students in the disarming charm. "Go on, Elian, give it a try." Harry called over, noticing him. "It's really useful." Elian just smiled and shook his head. "I'm just observing today, thanks." Harry shrugged and turned back to his eager pupils. When the session ended and the room emptied, Elian lingered, catching Hermione and Luna by the arm just as they were about to leave with the others. "Wait," he said, his voice low. "Could I talk to you both? Somewhere private?" Hermione's eyes narrowed with immediate suspicion, but also a flicker of curiosity. Luna simply tilted her head, a small, knowing smile on her lips. Elian took a deep breath, his mind racing. This was it. He was about to step onto a path with no clear map. "It's about a different kind of magic," he began, choosing his words with immense care. "Not the kind we learn here. And I think I need your help to understand it." The room of requirement, ever obliging, sensed his need. The wall behind them shimmered, and a new, smaller door appeared, leading not to the corridor, but to a quiet, sunlit chamber lined with unfamiliar, non-Hogwarts texts. He looked from Hermione's fiercely intelligent face to Luna's serene, open one. "Would you be willing to learn something entirely new?" End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 35, The Sling Ring, bonus chapter. Chapter 35, The Sling Ring. Why are you here? To watch the D.A. Hermione glanced at Elian, her tone still sharp with leftover annoyance. Luna stood quietly beside her, a serene presence. Elian looked from one to the other. He really wanted to tell Hermione to be more like Luna, but he bit his tongue. If he added fuel to the fire now, he'd never hear the end of it. Still mad, he tried, offering a sheepish grin. Hermione just huffed and looked away. He ran a hand through his hair, the words coming out in an awkward stammer. Look, I actually need to talk to you both. About something else. There's more than just the magic we learn here. There's another kind. It's called, the mystic arts. Hermione's head snapped back around, her expression one of pure, unadulterated disbelief. What are you on about? Another kind of magic? I've read every standard text in the library. There's no mystic arts. She glared, clearly thinking this was a ridiculous joke to get back in her good graces. I'm not angry anymore, all right? You don't have to invent fairy tales. I just think you're being reckless, drawing all this attention when Trelawney's prophecy is clearly about you. The DA is for your own good. Luna, however, didn't share Hermione's skepticism. Her large, silvery eyes fixed on Elian with calm curiosity. Elian, are the mystic arts very powerful? Can you show us? Luna, don't encourage him. Hermione cried, exasperated. But Luna simply waited. Elian gave her a grateful smile, gently touching her hair. You always listen. Yes, I can show you. That's why I'm here to teach you both. But it has to stay a secret. Before Luna could answer, Hermione cut in. Oh, for heaven's sake. Don't take advantage of her trust. Fine, I'm over it. Can we please stop this mystic arts nonsense and go? I have prefect rounds. She turned, grabbing Luna's wrist. Come on. Ignore the storyteller. She began marching toward the door of the room of requirement, tugging Luna along. Over her shoulder, she called, Are you coming or not? Then she froze. Her steps halted mid-stride. Her eyes widened, her jaw going slack. Luna simply tilted her head, a fascinated smile touching her lips. Behind them, Elian had not followed. He stood facing the opposite wall. On the fingers of his left hand, a simple bronze ring glinted. His right hand was moving in a slow, deliberate circle through the empty air. And as his hand moved, it left a trail of sparks. Not the familiar sparks of a wand. These were fiercer, brighter, spinning out from his fingertips to form a perfect, blazing circle of golden red light. It hung in the air, sizzling with silent energy, growing until it was taller than he was. But the impossible sight wasn't just the ring of fire. It was the view through it. Through the shimmering portal, Hermione could see two figures. One had a bushy mane of brown hair and wore Gryffindor robes. The other had long, pale blonde hair and Ravenclaw blue. They were standing with their backs to the view. A cold, disbelieving shock shot up Hermione's spine. She whirled around. There, floating in the air in front of her and Luna, was an identical, fiery portal. And framed within it, she could see Elian's back, his hand still tracing the circle. What? How? Before her brilliant mind could even form a coherent question, Elian stepped forward. He walked straight through the portal in front of him. And emerged, whole and solid, from the portal hanging in the air in front of Hermione and Luna. The portals winked out of existence with a soft fizz, leaving no trace but the faint scent of ozone and the utter demolition of Hermione Granger's understanding of magical law. She stood paralyzed, her thoughts a howling void of static. Apparition? No, you can't apparate inside Hogwarts. A porte-carte? That required a touched object and a horrible tug behind the navel. Advanced transfiguration? A complex illusion? Every theory she grasped at shattered against the simple, witnessed reality. He had created a doorway in space. Without a wand. With a ring and a gesture. Her eyes dropped to his hands. No wand. Just the ring. Do you believe me now? Elian's voice was quiet, utterly serious. That was a sling ring portal. A tool of the mystic arts. Hermione stared at him. She managed a shaky nod, then shook her head, as if trying to clear it. She bit her lip, a storm of emotions, awe, fear, dawning, terrifying comprehension warring on her face. Her voice, when it finally came, was a whisper laden with the weight of 100 rewritten textbooks. "It is you," she breathed, the pieces clicking into a terrifying, wonderful place. "You're the one from the prophecy. The traveler. You knew all along." End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles, sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 36, Chapter 36, The Shield and the Decree. Chapter 36, The Shield and the Decree. "Perhaps," Elian said with a shrug, answering Hermione's question about the prophecy. "Or perhaps not. Who knows?" Luna, uninterested in prophecies, leaned forward. "Are you going to teach us the mystic arts?" she asked, getting the unfamiliar term right on the first try. "Good memory," Elian smiled. He looked at Hermione. She was still pale, her mind clearly reeling. He sighed. "I know it's a lot to take in. But I can tell you this, the mystic arts are powerful. Different. And to learn them, you first need to be strong." Hermione still hadn't fully recovered. The portal had broken something fundamental in her worldview. Finally, Elian made a suggestion. "Let's have a duel." They faced each other a few paces apart in the room of requirement. Hermione clutched her wand, her knuckles white, every ounce of her focus on the boy opposite her. Elian stood calmly. His left hand was behind his back. His right palm was extended towards her. In its center, a shimmering, golden-red mandala of light had formed, hovering just above his skin. It was solid, intricate, and humming with a quiet, potent energy very different from the portal's ring. The shield of the Seraphim. It was a basic defensive construct he'd mastered through relentless practice. Simple in name, but in this world, he believed it was an impenetrable barrier. Hermione took a steadying breath. Petrificus totalis. A jet of light shot from her wand. It struck the center of the glowing shield and vanished without a sound, a ripple of light the only evidence it had ever existed. Hermione's eyes widened. She tried again. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Conf Ringo. Immobilis. Spell after spell flew from her wand in a desperate, brilliant barrage. Each one met the golden shield and dissolved into harmless sparks. Elian didn't move. He simply stood there, the shield unwavering, as he took one deliberate step forward, then another. A crushing sense of futility rose in Hermione's chest. This wasn't a battle, it was a demonstration. When Elian was finally standing right before her, all her spells exhausted, she lowered her wand, her breath coming in short gasps. Is that the mystic arts?" she whispered, staring at the intricate shield in his palm. "A basic shield?" "Yes." He closed his hand, and the light winked out. Luna hurried over, taking Elian's hand and peering at his palm as if the secret might be written there. Her eyes shone with pure fascination. "I want to learn. Teach me, Elian." He smiled, ruffling her hair. "Of course." But when he looked at Hermione, he saw only deep confusion and lingering shock. This wouldn't do. He'd just performed a master class to convince them to learn, and now she was hesitating. Hermione's face suddenly flushed a deep pink. Elian understood. Pride. Of course. Hermione Granger, the brightest witch of her age, didn't know how to ask for something she couldn't already find in a book. He cleared his throat, adopting a mock-serious tone. Ahem. The mystic arts can't be taught to just anyone. Only those with a certain affinity. I sense that potential in both of you. So, I'll teach you. But... He held up a finger. You must swear to keep it an absolute secret. No exceptions. His ridiculous, grandiose statement broke the tension. Hermione rolled her eyes, a familiar, exasperated expression returning to her face. As if anyone would want to learn something so flashy, she muttered, looking away. Elian hid a smile. It was her way of saying yes. He checked the bonus mission in his mind. It was marked complete. Hermione was convinced, even if her pride made her phrase it like an insult. So, a new routine was born. After DA meetings, Elian, Hermione, and Luna would stay behind in the room of requirement. Hermione and Luna were clever, they asked no prying questions about Elian's origins or the source of his knowledge. They simply agreed to learn. As a token of their new, secret alliance, Hermione gave Elian one of the special fake galleons she'd charmed for the D.A, a clever piece of magic that would grow warm and change its numbers to signal the next meeting time. The need for such secrecy had just become more urgent. A new educational decree, number 24, had been plastered on the castle boards. It banned all unapproved student organizations, clubs, and groups. Any student forming or joining one faced expulsion. It was Umbridge's blunt instrument, aimed squarely at crushing Dumbledore's army. Even with the threat, about 30 students remained loyal to Harry's cause. Elian's reasons for teaching were originally just to complete the system's task. But as the days passed, he began to feel a flicker of genuine excitement. He pictured it, Hermione and Luna, facing down Death Eaters in some future battle. Hermione, with the shield of the Seraphim glowing on one hand, a precise, powerful bolt of mystical energy erupting from the other. Luna, turning the very air into strange, defensive shapes with her unique perspective. They would be like nothing this magical world had ever seen. The thought was thrilling. But what Elian didn't know, as he lost himself in these daydreams of teaching, was that a different kind of attention had solidified. A plan was being hatched in the shadows of Malfoy Manor, not by a toad-like bureaucrat, but by a serpentine Dark Lord. Danger wasn't just looming for Hogwarts, it was now slithering quietly, with the specific, 16-year-old traveler in its sights. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles, sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 37. Chapter 37, A Potions Master's Warning. Chapter 37, A Potions Master's Warning. The castle walls groaned under the weight of new educational decrees. Umbridge, in her pink fury, had gone mad with legislation, trying to strangle the life out of any unauthorized gathering. The atmosphere was oppressive. Even Argus Filch, her most enthusiastic enforcer, looked harried and twitchy from her constant, frustrated tirades. Hermione and Luna, however, lived in a different world during their secret hours. They were utterly captivated by the mystic arts. Their focus during DA meetings had become slightly distracted, their minds buzzing with theories of energy manipulation and dimensional geometry instead of standard defensive charms. Only Elian's repeated, stern warnings kept them from trying to conjure a shimmering shield in the middle of a stunning spell practice. For Hermione, it was a profound intellectual awakening. The entire framework of magic was being rewritten before her eyes, and she absorbed every scrap of knowledge Elian offered like a starved scholar. Luna approached it with her typical serene wonder, seeing the beauty in the patterns of light and the flow of unseen energy. Teaching them, Elian found his own understanding deepening, his control growing more instinctive. It was an unexpected, rewarding loop. But outside their hidden lessons, a more mundane danger persisted: potions class. Today's assignment was a simple boil-cure potion. As a first year, Elian's class wasn't subjected to Snape's most vitriolic scrutiny that was reserved for Harry and the upper years. Yet, as he carefully diced his porcupine quills, Elian felt a distinct, cold pressure on the back of his neck. He looked up. Across the steam-filled dungeon, Professor Severus Snape was staring directly at him. Not a fleeting glance, but a long, analytical, and utterly unblinking gaze. There was no malice in it, just a deep, unsettling intensity. Elian's stomach tightened. Why? He could understand Snape's complex, tortured fixation on Harry. The ghost of Lily Potter ensured that. But he, Elian Thorne, was a stranger. A Gryffindor. He had no connection to the man's tragic past. He tried to ignore it, focusing on his cauldron, but the feeling of being watched never lifted. He knew Snape's true role, the master double agent, serving both Voldemort and Dumbledore, his loyalty to the latter fueled solely by a love for a woman long dead. His protection was for Lily's son, not for some anomalous first year. Since the meeting at Malfoy Manor, this was Snape's first chance to observe the boy the Dark Lord had taken a personal interest in. Lucius had begged for his help in the kidnapping, but Snape had refused. It was too risky, too blatant. It could expose his fragile cover and cause trouble for Dumbledore. Yet, he couldn't help his curiosity. Was this the one? The traveler who could alter the chosen boy's path? The class ended. Students began capping their potions and packing their books, eager to escape the dungeon's chill. Elian shoved his own textbook into his bag, turning to leave. Mr. Thorne. The voice was like oil on stone, smooth and cold. It stopped Elian in his tracks. He turned back. Snape stood behind his desk, a dark silhouette against the shelves of Jared ingredients. A moment, if you please. There is a matter I wish to discuss. The last few students hurried out, throwing Elian pitying or curious looks. The heavy wooden door clicked shut, leaving them alone in the quiet, chemical-scented room. Snape studied him for a long moment, his black eyes inscrutable. Finally, he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper, yet it filled the silent space. The headmaster, Snape began, the name Dumbledore carefully omitted, has asked me to convey a message. He has been, unavoidably detained outside the school. He paused, letting the implication of Dumbledore's hunt for Horcruxes hang in the air. He wished you to be informed that you have attracted unfavorable attention from the Dark Lord. Snape's gaze was piercing. You are being hunted, Mr. Thorne. The headmaster's instruction is unequivocal, you are not, under any circumstances, to leave the grounds of Hogwarts. End of chapter. Sparkles. If you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles. Sparkles. I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles. Sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 38. Chapter 38, A Warning Acknowledged. Chapter 38, A Warning Acknowledged. Elian frowned, but his expression remained carefully neutral. It wasn't surprising, coming from Snape's perpetually grim face. The message was clear. Snape had learned of Voldemort's interest from his Death Eater connections, had told Dumbledore, and now Dumbledore was warning him through the same channel. It was a cold, efficient relay of deadly information. Thank you, Professor Snape, Elian said, his tone measured. A muscle in Snape's jaw twitched. Your gratitude is misplaced. You should direct it to the headmaster. In the past, Elian might have been just another piece of background noise to the potions master, a Gryffindor to be mildly despised. But the prophecy had changed that. Like it or not, Elian was now a piece on the board, and he couldn't simply resign from the game. If he was going to be a player, he needed presence. He couldn't afford to seem like an easy target, a nuisance to be brushed aside. Hearing Snape's insistence that this was Dumbledore's doing, Elian allowed a bright, knowing smile to spread across his face. He met Snape's obsidian gaze squarely. "Of course, I'm grateful to the headmaster," he agreed smoothly. "But I believe the debt is greater to you, Professor. Isn't it?" Crack. The temperature in the dungeon seemed to drop several degrees. Elian felt a sudden, sharp pressure, a flicker of pure, focused menace lock onto him. Snape's eyes narrowed to slits. His face became a mask of stone, but behind it, his mind raced. Coincidence? A flippant remark? But why stress the gratitude twice? What did this boy know? Did he understand the source of the warning? Did he know about the spy who delivered it? The horrifying thought bloomed, if a first year could see it, who else might? Was his cover, his life's work of painful deception, common knowledge? He could not afford to speculate here. Not with this unervingly perceptive boy watching him. "Remember the warning," Snape hissed, his voice like frozen silk. "That is all. You may thank the headmaster." With a swirl of his black teaching robes, he turned and swept from the classroom, his exit too swift, too abrupt. He needed to find Dumbledore. Now. Watching the usually unflappable professor retreat so hastily, Elian felt a small, grim satisfaction. Sometimes, the most potent weapon was not a spell, but the suggestion that you could see a man's deepest, most dangerous secret. It was a card he hoped he wouldn't have to play often, but it was good to know it worked. The satisfaction was short-lived, however, replaced by a cold knot of reality in his gut. Voldemort. Targeted. Dumbledore's order to stay within Hogwarts walls was no mere precaution. It meant the Death Eaters had a plan, and he was the objective. Sighing, Elian shouldered his bag and left the now empty dungeon. He hadn't taken 10 steps into the corridor when he saw a scene that made his blood simmer. 3 Slytherin students in their green-trimmed robes had cornered a taller, nervous-looking boy in Gryffindor red. It was a classic, ugly tableau, Draco Malfoy, flanked by the hulking forms of Crabbe and Goyle, surrounding a terrified Neville Longbottom. "Come now, Longbottom," Malfoy drawled, a cruel smirk on his pointed face. "Let's have a proper look in your bag. We're the Inquisitorial Squad, authorized by the High Inquisitor. We have the right to inspect for contraband." I don't have anything," Neville stammered, clutching his school bag to his chest. "I have to get to herbology." "I heard you've been attending illegal gatherings," Malfoy pressed, enjoying the power. "Best to hand it over and save us the trouble." Crabbe and Goyle loomed closer, their dull faces set in intimidating scowls. Neville looked like he might faint. Then, a flash of red hair. Ginny Weasley barreled into the circle, shoving Goyle aside with surprising force. She planted herself between Neville and Malfoy, her hands on her hips, her face flushed with anger. "Back off, Malfoy. Just because you've got a shiny badge doesn't mean you can paw through people's things. It's not right." End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles, sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, A Serpent's Warning. Chapter 39, A Serpent's Warning. Neville Longbottom was timid by nature, shrinking under Malfoy's predatory gaze. But the red-headed girl who had just burst onto the scene had no such reservations. Ginny Weasley planted herself squarely between Neville and his tormentors, her hands on her hips, her face flushed with defiant anger. Get lost, Malfoy! That badge doesn't give you the right to be a bully. Malfoy's lip curled into a sneer. Tut tut! The Weasley girl! Should have known. You lot always stick together, don't you? His disdain was palpable. The Weasleys, in his pure blood-obsessed view, were a disgrace, poor blood traitors and friends with Harry Potter. Ginny's hand flew to her wand. Leave Neville alone. Or what? Malfoy's smirk widened. We're the Inquisitorial Squad. We have every right. Seeing Ginny's wand come up, Malfoy's own moved with practiced speed. Expelliarmus! Ginny's wand shot from her hand. Another flick. Wingardium Leviosa! Her wand sailed neatly into Malfoy's waiting palm. Pathetic, Malfoy drawled, twirling her wand. Weasleys! All bravado, no talent. He levelled his own wand at Ginny again. But this time, the trembling boy behind her moved. Neville stepped in front of Ginny, his own wand held in a shaking hand. Don't you touch her, Neville stammered, his voice quavering but his stance firm. He could take the bullying himself, but seeing a friend threatened was a line he wouldn't cross. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle burst into loud, mocking laughter. The sound echoed cruelly in the stone corridor. Just as Malfoy prepared to disarm Neville as well, a new, calm voice cut through the noise. Having fun, Malfoy? Don't you have anything better to do? Draco Malfoy's head snapped around. His grey eyes narrowed as they landed on the speaker. Elian Thorne. His father's recent, urgent letters flashed in his mind, questions about this very boy, hints of the Dark Lord's specific interest. A target. And here he was. All thoughts of tormenting Weasley and Longbottom evaporated. Malfoy turned fully, facing Elian with a cold, assessing stare. I know you, Malfoy said, his voice dripping with contempt. The Gryffindor novelty. Elian Thorne. Elian said nothing, his expression impassive. What, cat got your tongue? Crabbe grunted, taking a threatening step forward. Malfoy held up a hand, stopping him. His gaze never left Elian's face. A sneer twisted his features. You should watch your step, Thorne. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. And some falls are permanent. The threat was veiled but unmistakable. It wasn't the bluster of a schoolyard bully. It was colder, more calculated. If Malfoy's pride had been the only thing at stake, he would have cursed Elian on the spot. But he held back. He couldn't risk interfering with whatever plan his father or the Dark Lord had for this boy. Elian's eyes sharpened. Malfoy's unusual restraint told him everything. The arrogant Slytherin was afraid of messing something up. And the only thing Draco Malfoy feared more than losing face was disappointing his father, Lucius, a high-ranking Death Eater. The pieces clicked together with cold clarity. He wasn't just a person of interest, he was an active mission objective. And Lucius Malfoy was likely the one tasked with retrieving him. Malfoy, oblivious to how much he'd just revealed, gave a final, icy glare. Let's go. He stalked away, Crabbe and Goyle lumbering after him, leaving a confused Ginny and a relieved but shaken Neville in his wake. Elian watched them go, the warning settling like ice in his gut. He then turned to the two Gryffindors. Come on, he said, his voice low. My coin just changed. We should get to the room. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 60 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 55 members right now. Chapter 40, Chapter 40, A Perilous Invitation, Bonus Chapter. We have reached the goal of 60 Patreon members. 2 hearts as promised. 5 bonus chapters will be uploaded. Thanks a lot guys. Let's hit 50 stones now and 100 Patreon members. 2 hearts. Chapter 40, A Perilous Invitation. Days at Hogwarts slipped by with a deceptive calm for Elian. He'd braced for an imminent strike from Voldemort's followers, but none came. The castle's ancient walls and Dumbledore's formidable reputation were clearly still a deterrent. Yet, the quiet felt heavy, like the lull before a storm. He knew, with cold certainty, that eyes were watching from the shadows, waiting for a single, careless misstep. In the meantime, life went on. He attended classes, endured Umbridge's decrees, and devoted his evenings to teaching Luna and Hermione the mystic arts. Their progress was astonishing. Luna approached it with a dreamy intuition that seemed to bypass logic entirely, while Hermione dissected each principle with razor-sharp intellect, her understanding deepening daily. As they grew more proficient, their awe of him and their silent conviction that he was the traveler from Trelawney's prophecy only intensified. Elian neither confirmed nor denied it, focusing instead on guiding their hands through the gestures, a process that often led to exasperated swats from Hermione when his corrections lingered too long. Just as he was settling into this strange, tense rhythm, the system delivered a new directive. It appeared without warning, as if it had grown tired of his passive caution. A supreme mage is forged in conflict. Growth demands risk, and true power is born from facing annihilation. Bonus mission: create an opportunity. Allow your pursuers a clear chance to ambush you. Reward: the images of Icon. Elian stared at the words in his mind, first in disbelief, then with dawning, horrified comprehension. Was the system trying to get him killed? Actively setting himself up as bait for Lucius Malfoy and whoever else Voldemort had sent? But the reward? The images of Icon. Illusory duplicates. Self-sustaining copies capable of independent magic. It was a power of immense versatility and tactical brilliance. The temptation was a physical ache. The mission was suicidal, but the prize was a game-changer. He was trapped. He couldn't refuse, yet fulfilling it meant walking openly into a trap. The problem consumed him. He grew distracted in class, skipped the DA meetings, and made vague excuses to Luna and Hermione. He needed a plan, a way to make the ambush seem natural, inevitable. After days of fruitless plotting, he turned to the one resource he had for cunning strategy, Hermione Granger. At lunch in the Great Hall, surrounded by the comforting noise of clattering plates and chatter, he leaned casually into Hermione's shoulder. Hypothetically, he began, aiming for a light, academic tone. If, say, Death Eaters had a specific interest in someone targeting them, I mean, how do you think they'd try to get to them here? At Hogwarts. The question landed like a dung bomb in the pumpkin juice. Ron froze, a spoonful of trifle halfway to his mouth. Wah, Elian, did you hear something? You have to tell Dumbledore. Hermione, about to laugh off Ron's literal-mindedness, paused. She studied Elian's face, the forced casualness in his eyes. She knew his secrets now, knew he operated on a different, dangerous level. Her smile faded into suspicion. Why are you asking that? Elian backpedaled quickly, waving a hand. It's just a hypothetical. A thought experiment. Like, if they wanted Harry, for instance. He gestured to Harry, who was now watching him intently. Where would be the most likely place for them to try something? The table fell into thoughtful silence. It was a grim puzzle. Hogwarts, under Dumbledore's watch, felt impregnable. Harry frowned, his scar a faint white line. It's almost impossible inside the castle, he muttered. The wards, the teachers. Hermione nodded, her brow furrowed. Unless they had inside help, which is unlikely. She shot a glance at the Slytherin table, then shook her head. Or unless the target left the grounds. Elian sighed, feigning defeat. Right. See? Hogwarts is the safest place. It was just a random thought. He picked up his fork, the weight of the impossible mission settling heavier on his shoulders. But then Harry spoke again, his voice low and certain. Actually, Harry said, his green eyes distant, as if seeing a memory painted on the air. There is one place. A place that's part of Hogwarts, but not. Where the rules are different. He looked at Elian, then at Hermione and Ron, his expression grim. Hogsmeade. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles, sparkles for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 100 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 60 members right now. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, The Village and the Serpent, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 41, The Village and the Serpent. Harry's answer hung in the air between them. Hogsmeade. Elian's mind lit up. Of course. He shot to his feet, his hands slamming down on the table, making the plates rattle. Where? The sudden outburst startled them all. Ron jumped, Hermione's eyes widened, and Harry blinked in surprise. Hermione's gaze sharpened further. Elian's reaction wasn't academic curiosity, it was the keen, focused interest of someone mapping an escape route, or a trap. Ahem, sorry, Elian said, forcing himself to sit back down, a strained smile on his face. It's just, a really good point. Go on, Harry. Hogsmeade. Yeah, Harry said, glancing around as if checking for eavesdroppers. It's part of the school trips, but it's outside the castle wards. It's all wizards, so it feels safe, but it's not Hogwarts. If someone wanted to grab a student without storming the castle itself, that's where they'd do it. Blimey, Ron muttered, looking suddenly pale. We were just there last weekend. Hogsmeade. The only all-wizard village in Britain. A place of cozy cottages and sweet shops, visited regularly by Hogwarts students and staff. It felt like an extension of the school. The perfect blind spot. Elian's mind raced. He was a first year, not permitted to go on the official weekend trips. But the sling ring made borders meaningless. He could be there in an instant. The problem was the bait. He needed the hunters to know where the prey would be, and when. His eyes glinted with a sudden, dangerous plan. Malfoy. If Lucius was the hunter, then Draco was the perfect messenger. In the days that followed, Elian became a ghost, always on the periphery, watching for his chance. He ate distractedly, lost in thought, earning increasingly concerned and analytical looks from Hermione. He needed a natural, believable way to let Draco Malfoy overhear his plans. 3 days before the next Hogsmeade weekend, his opportunity arrived. He was by the Black Lake with Luna, discussing the flow of mystical energy, when he spotted Draco Malfoy storming across the grounds, Crabbe and Goyle struggling to keep pace. Malfoy's usually pale face was flushed with fury, his grey eyes fixed on Elian with unmistakable venom. Elian nudged Luna. Time to go. But it was too late. Malfoy veered directly toward them, skidding to a halt on the pebbled shore. He yanked out his wand, his hand trembling with rage. You! Malfoy spat, the word laced with pure hatred. He pointed his wand directly at Elian's chest. It was you, wasn't it? You did it. Crabbe and Goyle flanked him, wands also drawn, their dull faces set in scowls. Luna simply tilted her head, observing the scene with detached curiosity. Elian slowly stood, placing himself slightly in front of Luna. He kept his hands visible, away from his own wand. Did what, Malfoy? You'll have to be more specific. Stole your hair gel? Insulted your father's taste in walking sticks? Malfoy's sneer twisted into something uglier. Don't play stupid. The howler. The one my mother got this morning. Screaming in the middle of breakfast about failing the family and disappointing the Dark Lord's trust. Only someone trying to sabotage us would send something like that. Elian's heart skipped a beat. A howler? He hadn't sent anything. But the accusation was a gift, a perfect opening. He allowed a slow, cold smile to spread across his face. It was a gamble, but the system's mission demanded risks. Sabotage? I don't need to sabotage you, Malfoy. You and your father are doing a fine job of that yourselves. He took a deliberate step closer, lowering his voice so only Malfoy and his cronies could hear. But since you're so concerned about failing, tell your father he doesn't have to skulk around waiting for a miracle. If he's so eager for a chat, he can find me. This Saturday. In Hogsmeade. I'll be taking a stroll to the Shrieking Shack around noon. Alone. He let the invitation hang in the frosty air, a blatant, arrogant challenge. That should be easy enough for the great Lucius Malfoy, shouldn't it? Or is he only brave when attacking children in bookshops? Malfoy's face went from red to white. The raw insult to his father warred with the shocking, offered opportunity. This was what they needed: a time, a place. But it was a taunt, a trap laid in the open. His mind, trained in pure-blood duplicity, scrambled. You're lying, Malfoy hissed, but the fury in his eyes was now mixed with a calculating gleam. You're a first year. You can't go to Hogsmeade. Elian's smile didn't waver. Are you going to stop me? Or are you just going to run and tell Daddy that the scary first year is calling him out? Maybe he'll finally teach you how to cast something stronger than a tickling charm. The insult was too public, too direct. Malfoy's wand hand twitched. But the larger mission, the Dark Lord's mission, overrode his pride. He took a sharp step back, shoving his wand back into his robes. You're dead, Thorne, he whispered, the promise chilling in its certainty. You just don't know it yet. He turned and stalked away, Crabbe and Goyle trailing after him, confused by the retreat. Luna, who had been quietly watching, turned her silvery gaze to Elian. The nargles are very thick around him, she observed. And you've just invited a doxy into your pocket, Elian. A very angry one. Elian watched Malfoy's retreating back, the icy wind off the lake cutting through his robes. The bait was taken. The trap was set. Now he just had to walk into it. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you're enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 100 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 60 members right now. Chapter 42, The Message on the Wall, bonus chapter. Chapter 42, The Message on the Wall. Draco Malfoy was in a cold fury. Yesterday, in broad daylight, a giant, magically scrawled message had appeared on a wall near the Charms Corridor. Draco Malfoy is a Death Eater. By the time he'd arrived, a gawping crowd had already gathered. The words had been hastily vanished by a passing professor, but the damage was done. The very term was a poison-tipped dagger in the current climate, especially with Dumbledore and Potter shouting about the Dark Lord's return from the rooftops. It was a public slap, a dangerous provocation. Very few people would dare, and even fewer had the knowledge to make the accusation stick. The list of suspects was short. And this morning, Goyle had provided a crucial piece of the puzzle. A Hufflepuff claimed they'd seen that Gryffindor oddity, Elian Thorne, loitering near the same wall the day before, studying it as if planning a masterpiece. Thorne. The name was like a lit fuse. Of course it was him. That's why Draco now stormed across the grounds, Crabbe and Goyle in his wake, his rage a white-hot brand. He found the object of his hatred by the Black Lake, chatting with that spacey love-good girl as if he hadn't a care in the world. You! Malfoy spat, skidding to a halt on the gravel. He didn't bother with preamble. It was you, wasn't it? The writing on the wall. Elian looked up, his expression one of mild, infuriating bemusement. Perfect, he thought. The fish was rising to the bait. Now he just had to play the line. What are you on about now, Malfoy? Elian's tone was light, almost bored. Don't play dumb. Someone saw you skulking around there yesterday. Did they? Elian's smile was a knife. Is Malfoy Manor's air so sensitive? Or is it because the words hit a little too close to home? He leaned forward slightly, dropping his voice to a taunting whisper. After all, with the Dark Lord back, where do you think your dear father, Lucius, is? And your mother? Still polishing the family silver, or polishing their dark marks? Malfoy's face paled, then flushed with a blotchy, furious red. How did he know? How could he possibly? The shock was a physical blow. He couldn't admit anything. Not here. The Dark Lord's return was still a secret to the masses, and admitting any connection would be a death sentence, even for a Malfoy. You have no proof. Malfoy snarled, clinging to the last shred of deniability. And you have no proof it was me, Elian shot back, his smirk widening. He was walking a razor's edge, pouring all his effort into projecting arrogant disdain, hoping the sheer audacity of his lies would sell the act. Proof? He'd been careful. He'd left the evidence for a Slytherin to find, a trail of breadcrumbs leading right back to him, but nothing concrete. It was all misdirection, a stage play to get Malfoy's full, venomous attention. Malfoy's chest heaved. He couldn't produce evidence even if he had it. Getting Thorne expelled or punished would ruin his father's chance to capture him. It was a maddening bind. Goyle, sensing his master's hesitation and buzzing with simple, violent logic, cracked his knuckles. Enough talk. Let's just curse him, Draco. Make him talk. Crabbe grunted in agreement, his wand coming up. But Malfoy's arm shot out, barring their way. His eyes, locked on Elian's, burned with a promise more chilling than any hex. No. Remember this, Thorne. Your arrogance has an expiration date. And it's coming soon. He turned on his heel, robe snapping. Move. Goyle and Crabbe, confused but obedient, lumbered after him. Luna, who had been studying a peculiar knot in a nearby tree root, looked up as they left. The Raxperts around him are practically screaming, she remarked. And you've just poked a very angry Dirical, Elian. They have a tendency to vanish and reappear somewhere, unpleasant. Elian didn't answer, watching Malfoy's retreating back. The first part was done. The trio stalked back towards the dungeons in simmering silence. Halfway there, Goyle, his brow furrowed with the effort of a complex thought, spoke up. That paint, he grunted. The stuff on the wall. Fred and George were talking about it. Special stuff. Only sold in that joke shop in Hogsmeade. Zonkos. Malfoy stopped dead. Goyle ploughed on, oblivious to the significance. How'd a first year get Hogsmeade stuff? He's not allowed. Malfoy turned slowly, the pieces of an ugly, beautiful puzzle clicking into place in his mind. The insult. The knowledge. The impossible paint. Hogsmeade. A slow, vicious smile spread across Draco Malfoy's face. It wasn't proof of the graffiti. It was something better. It was a clue to the future. A location. A vulnerability. Hogsmeade, he repeated, the word sweet on his tongue. He had a message to send. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, Sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles, Sparkles, for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 100 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 60 members right now. Chapter 43, Chapter 43, The Best Laid Plans, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 43, The Best Laid Plans. The morning of the Hogsmeade weekend dawned grey and heavy, the sky a blanket of damp wool pressing down on the castle spires. In the Slytherin common room, the greenish light from the lake made Draco Malfoy's face look pallid and sharp. He stood by the window, watching students in cloaks and scarves stream out through the front gates, their laughter muffled by the thick glass. Behind him, Gregory Goyle jumped at the sound of Draco's sudden, brittle laugh. "What's the matter?" Goyle stammered, a half-eaten pastry forgotten in his hand. "You said, you'd seen that paint in Hogsmeade. That you couldn't get it anywhere else." Draco turned, a cold, satisfied smile playing on his lips. "Hogsmeade Village," he repeated slowly, as if savouring the words. It was perfect. The Gryffindor idiot had practically handed him the solution. All he'd had to do was plant the seed about a rare, fictitious magical pigment Elian supposedly wanted, and watch the fool take the bait, talking about a specific shop. A shop that didn't exist. "When is the next trip to Hogsmeade?" Draco asked, his voice casual. Vincent Crabbe, polishing his prefect badge, looked up, confused. "Next one's Saturday. Tomorrow." "You're a prefect, how'd you forget?" "Tomorrow," Draco murmured, his gaze drifting back to the window. "I see. We haven't been in a while, have we?" Crabbe brightened, thinking Draco was suggesting a trip. "The sweets are still good. Could get some fudge." "What?" "No," Draco cut him off sharply. "This trip isn't for us. It's inconvenient." He said nothing more. Normally, discovering a student planning an illegal trip to Hogsmeade would be a prime opportunity for blackmail or detention. But this time was different. This time, he wanted Elian Thorne gone. Far away from Hogwarts. And for himself and his friends to be very, very far from Hogsmeade when it happened. An airtight alibi was worth more than a sack of Zonko's jokes. Elian Thorne, he thought, the cold satisfaction settling in his chest. "You'll learn what happens when you cross a Malfoy this Saturday." That night, in the solitude of his 4-poster, Draco penned a short, careful letter to his father. The script was neat and precise. "Father. A reminder that the Hogwarts students have a scheduled visit to Hogsmeade Village this Saturday. I trust all is well at the manor. Your son. Draco." He gave no reason, no explicit instruction. His father was not a stupid man. The timing, the specificity, it was a signal, clear as a beacon. The backbone of the Dark Lord's forces did not need everything spelled out. Draco's only job now was to ensure Elian would be there, a single moving piece in a much larger, darker game. The thought finally allowed him a night of untroubled sleep. Across the castle, in the Gryffindor Tower, Elian Thorne was also feeling a grim sense of readiness. The pieces were in motion. He had dangled the bait, fed Malfoy's pride and paranoia with careful whispers and feigned carelessness. The Death Eaters would have their opportunity. The only one he intended to give them. A strange, silent tension had fallen over the school in the preceding days. The Inquisitorial Squad, Malfoy's little band of enforcers, had seemingly vanished. No more prowling corridors, no more loud investigations. It was as if they'd been called off. Elian knew better, it was Malfoy making sure the path was clear, ensuring no petty schoolyard squabble would interfere with the larger plan. It was almost considerate, in a horrifying way. This quiet was mistaken for peace by others. In the Gryffindor common room, bathed in the warm light of the fire, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were making their own plans. "Do you fancy Hogsmeade tomorrow?" Ron asked, stretched out in an armchair. "It's freezing. I can't be bothered." Harry, staring into the flames, nodded. "Same. And with the D.A, everyone's improving so fast. I'm running out of things to teach. I should probably spend the time in the library." "Yeah," Ron grinned. "You, the teacher, need to do some homework yourself. What'll we do when we all know more than you?" They chuckled, but Hermione, who had been unusually quiet, stirred. She'd been watching Elian lately, noting his quiet intensity, the way his eyes sometimes seemed to look right through the castle walls. "Actually," she said, her voice firm, "I think we should go to the Hog's Head. We could use the back room to practice. I'll help you research some new spells, Harry." Ron and Harry exchanged a surprised look but shrugged in agreement. If Hermione thought it was a good idea, it usually was. The fire crackled, casting long, dancing shadows. The following afternoon, Elian stood in the nearly empty Gryffindor common room. The usual bustle was absent, absorbed by the promise of butterbeer and shrieking shack stories in the village below. He looked out the window. The sky had darkened further, a deep, bruised grey promising sleet or snow. Perfect weather for dark deeds. He touched the cool metal of the time-turner hidden beneath his robes, felt the familiar, heavy fabric of his invisibility cloak over his arm. He could not afford to be careless. This was not a schoolboy's game. Stepping into a disused alcove, he draped the cloak over himself and vanished. A moment later, with a soft, twisting sensation, he used the secret means granted by the Eye to transport himself not to the bustling main street of Hogsmeade, but to a secluded, wind-scoured hillock overlooking the village's outskirts. The view was bleak and beautiful. Hogsmeade nestled in the valley like a toy village, smoke curling from chimneys. He spent the next hour in the biting cold, not savoring the vista, but mapping it. He noted the tree lines, the rocky outcrops, the winding paths that led away from the cheerful lights. He needed a place where an ambush was feasible, where the Death Eaters would feel confident, yet where he could control the engagement. The irony wasn't lost on him. Here he was, meticulously preparing the ground for his own attempted kidnapping. It felt absurd, like arranging the furniture for your own funeral. "I must be mad," he thought, a wry smile touching his lips. "Or this is just what it takes to win a war before it starts." As the short afternoon began to wane into dusk, he had seen nothing. No suspicious figures, no flicker of dark magic. A sliver of doubt crept in. Had he overestimated Malfoy's influence? Underestimated the Death Eater's caution? Perhaps they wouldn't dare strike so close to Dumbledore, even now. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes. His physical form grew still on the hillside as his consciousness, his astral form, slipped free. As a spectral, invisible observer, he floated over the landscape, senses extended. The world was muted, colors drained to essences, the magical currents of the land visible as shimmering, silvery threads. Still, nothing. Just as he was about to withdraw, to return to his body and reconsider, he felt it a ripple of wrongness, like a drop of ink in clear water. In a dense copse of pine trees a half-mile from the village boundary, the air shivered. 6 figures emerged not from the shadows, but as if the shadows themselves coalesced into shape. They were draped in heavy black cloaks, hoods drawn, faces hidden behind silver masks of stark, inhuman terror. They moved with a lethal, synchronized silence. And at their head, his pale blonde hair visible for a moment beneath his hood before he pulled it tight, his posture one of cold authority, was Lucius Malfoy. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 100 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 60 members right now. Chapter 44, The Dark Mark over Hogsmeade, bonus chapter. Happy New Year 2 Hearts Party Popper. Chapter 44, The Dark Mark over Hogsmeade. In the cold woods outside Hogsmeade, the air crackled with disdain. Lucius, a masked Death Eater, sneered, his voice muffled by silver. To grab one little first year, you bring so many of us. Don't you know? Lucius is cautious, another jeered, a cruel laugh escaping him. He was the first to deny the Dark Lord when he fell. Now he's the first to jump when he calls. Lucius Malfoy's knuckles turned white where he gripped his cane. He swallowed the hot retort. They were right, and that was the bitterest part. He needed them. If the capture went wrong, if Dumbledore's pets interfered, he would need their wands. Enough, Lucius said, his voice cold and flat. The target is in the village. We have reliable information. Do not engage unnecessarily. Secure the boy and withdraw. Immediately. His orders were met with more scornful laughter. But the laughter died quickly. This was a direct task from the Dark Lord. Failure would see them all punished. Lucius turned and began moving toward the distant, glowing windows of Hogsmeade. The group splintered behind him. 2 peeled off to circle the village from the west. The remaining 3 followed Lucius, wands drawn, their mockery replaced by a focused, hungry silence. Inside Hogsmeade, Elian leaned against the cold wall of a closed-off alley behind Honeydukes. His physical body was still, but his mind was elsewhere. His astral form had been sweeping the perimeter for an hour, finding nothing. The students would start heading back to the castle soon. He would wait a little longer. At the Hog's Head, the air was thick with dust and secrecy. Harry stirred his butterbeer, frowning. Hermione, Ron said, baffled. You insisted we come, but you've just been staring at the door all afternoon. What's going on? Hermione forced a thin smile. It's nothing. I just wanted a change of scenery. Harry and Ron exchanged a look. It was clearly not nothing. Hermione's shoulders were tense, her eyes darting to the grimy window every few seconds. But years of friendship had taught them to trust her. If she had a reason, she'd tell them when she could. Ron sighed, giving up. Well, it's nearly time to head back. A wave of relief washed over Hermione. Maybe she was wrong. Maybe her creeping suspicion, that feeling of dread she'd had since noticing Elian was missing from the common room, was just nerves. Perhaps his strange joke about providing a service was just that. A joke. Just as she stood to gather her things, the world outside exploded into chaos. Screams. Running feet. The shattering of glass. Run! Death Eaters! Help! Somebody! They can't be here! It's Hogsmeade! Hogwarts students inside, get inside! The blood drained from their faces. All 3 scrambled to the filthy window. There, in the darkening sky above the village rooftops, a ghastly green light blossomed. It twisted and writhed, forming a colossal, shimmering skull from which a serpent slithered from the mouth like a vile tongue. It hung, glowing with malevolent brilliance, a poisonous constellation against the twilight. The Dark Mark. The same symbol they had seen at the Quidditch World Cup. The Mark of Murder. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles Sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles Sparkles for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 100 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 60 members right now. Chapter 45, Chapter 45, A Trap Sprung. Chapter 45, A Trap Sprung. The dark mark burned in the sky, a signal of terror from a time everyone wished forgotten. Its appearance meant only one thing in the minds of the witches and wizards below: murder. The last time it had shown was at the Quidditch World Cup, an act of cruelty and showmanship. But here, over Hogsmeade? It was an invasion. The village erupted into panicked chaos. Families dragged children inside shops, bolting doors and windows, their faces white with fear. Why was it here? No one knew, but no one dared question its terrible meaning. Harry! Harry! Hermione's shout was lost in the din. Before she or Ron could stop him, Harry had wrenched the door of the hogshead open and sprinted into the street, his eyes fixed on the glowing skull in the distance. He's going towards it! Ron yelled, pulling out his wand. Come on! He tore after Harry. He wouldn't let his best friend face it alone. Not again. Last time, he hadn't been there when Voldemort returned. He wouldn't fail this time. Hermione followed, her worst fears crystallizing. She had been right. Something was happening. And it was worse than she'd imagined. The dark mark could only mean Death Eaters. And if Death Eaters were here, Elian was here too. This was the service he'd joked about. Her stomach twisted with dread. As she burst onto the street, she saw Professor Flitwick, his voice magically magnified. All students inside. Now. Do not leave the shops. Prefects, maintain order. Miss Granger. Stop, someone cried, but Hermione didn't look back. She ran, her breath coming in sharp gasps, toward the pulsing green light. Not far from the hovering mark, Lucius Malfoy stared up at it, a flicker of triumph cutting through his anxiety. Now, he barked. The child of the prophecy has been found. Move. Bang. 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 He and the 3 Death Eaters beside him vanished into swirls of black smoke, reappearing instantly in the small forest clearing where the mark had been cast. Lucius's heart pounded with a giddy hope. It had been so smooth. The boy had wandered right out of the village, making himself a perfect target. Draco's information was flawless. This success would restore his standing. He would no longer be the one who had wavered. He would be the one who delivered the prize. A fleeting thought of Draco gave him pause. This was the kind of that could elevate his son in the Dark Lord's eyes. But a cold, fatherly caution smothered the idea. Not yet. The war was not won. Dumbledore still stood. He would not pull Draco fully into the darkness until victory was certain. This risk was for him alone to bear. His triumphant thoughts shattered as they landed. The clearing was wrong. Beneath the shimmering skull stood a teenage boy, looking utterly calm. Beside him, a vibrant red cloak hovered in mid-air, its edges folded as if it had arms crossed over its chest. It seemed alert. On the ground lay 2 of their comrades, still in their black robes, unmoving. Their wands lay snapped beside them. The boy Elian Thorne gave a sigh that sounded almost embarrassed. All right, he said to the cloak. You're the best. I'm rubbish. The cloak gave a cheerful little flutter. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 100 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters, 2 hearts. We are at 66 members right now. We have reached 50 power stones. Bonus chapter will be uploaded. Next goal, 100 power stones. Chapter 46, The Hunter Becomes the Hunted, bonus chapter. Chapter 46, The Hunter Becomes the Hunted. Lucius Malfoy and the 3 other Death Eaters stared, their shock freezing them for a crucial second. This was impossible. The Death Eaters, for all their faults, were adult, trained wizards. They were not opponents a Hogwarts student of first year, even an older one should be able to handle. And yet, 2 of their number lay unconscious on the forest floor, their wands broken. An ambush? The order? Lucius's eyes darted around the shadowy clearing, seeing no one. His cautious nature screamed in warning. This boy was wrong. That sentient, hovering cloak was wrong. The other Death Eaters, however, felt only contempt for their fallen comrades. Pathetic, one spat, his voice distorted by his mask. 2 grown men taken down by a child. They disgrace the mark. Waste of space, another agreed. They made no move to help their fellows. Mercy was leaving them alive. Ignoring Lucius's hesitation, the 3 focused their wands on Elian. They dared not use the killing curse. The Dark Lord wanted this one alive, but other spells would serve. 3 jets of light red, blue, and gold shot across the clearing. Lucius Malfoy took another step back. It's too easy. He's too calm. He was right. The instant the spells flew, the red cloak was no longer at Elian's side. It was simply in front of him, as if it had always been there. Bang! 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 The spells struck the cloak and vanished. The fabric didn't even ripple. Elian hadn't moved a muscle. One of the Death Eaters gasped. Impossible! Stop holding back! All together, another roared, then turned on Lucius. Malfoy! Help now or I'll name you to the Dark Lord myself! Fury surged through Lucius. You fool! You used my name, he hissed, but the threat worked. He raised the wand concealed in his cane, and a 4th spell joined the next volley. It was time to end this. 4 against 1. They could not fail like the fools on the ground. The 4 Death Eaters, now acting in unison, broke apart with practiced apparition cracks, surrounding Elian in a deadly circle. Phantom Shifter! Elian murmured, looking at each of the 4 in turn. A cold smile touched his lips. 4 on 1. His new reward, the icon illusion, itched to be used. They thought they had him outnumbered. They were about to learn how wrong they were. The levitation cloak swept back onto his shoulders. Then, to the utter shock of the 4 wizards, Elian's feet left the ground. He hovered in the center of their circle, arms crossed. Then, from his back, 6 more pairs of arms shimmered into existence, an impossible, multi-limbed silhouette against the eerie green glow of the dark mark. A wave of primal fear washed over the Death Eaters. Do it, one screamed, terror cracking his voice. But it was too late. Before their eyes, the 16-year-old boy, multiplied. A dozen perfect copies of Elian Thorne burst into being around him. They moved with impossible speed, swirling out until each of the 4 Death Eaters was faced not with one target, but 3 identical, hovering opponents. In a heartbeat, the trap was completely sprung. The poles had flipped. The hunters were surrounded. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 100 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters, 2 hearts. We are at 77 members right now. Chapter 47, A Different Kind of Mage. Thanks for the Power Stones. 2 hearts bonus chapter will be uploaded. Chapter 47, A Different Kind of Mage. Lucius Malfoy stared, his horror complete. Clones? He'd seen many dark and complex spells in his service to the Dark Lord, but never one that created perfect, physical duplicates. But that wasn't what truly terrified him. Flight. The boy was flying. No broom. No visible charm. He simply hovered in the air. That was a magic only the Dark Lord himself had ever demonstrated before them. Not even Dumbledore could manage it. And now this 16-year-old boy was doing it effortlessly. The blood drained from Lucius's face. Had they been sent to capture someone as powerful as the Dark Lord? The other 3 Death Eaters felt the same icy dread. Their wands felt slippery in their sweaty hands. All their confidence vanished, replaced by a crushing sense of doom. But the thought of failing the Dark Lord was even more terrifying. Now, one of them shrieked, desperation overriding fear. A stunning spell shot from his wand. The reaction was instantaneous. The 3 clones surrounding him didn't even cast a spell. Instead, shimmering golden red shields of light not of any magic they recognized sprang to life in their hands. The stunning spell hit a shield and dissipated without a sound. Then, the clones charged. The Death Eaters' eyes widened in panic. Wizarding duels were about distance, about spell work. This was like being rushed by a trio of silent, shielded knights. He fired spell after spell, but each was effortlessly blocked. Every clone felt solid, real. This was no illusion. Elian, at the center of it all, felt no need for dramatic speeches. This needed to end, and quickly. The dark mark would bring others. Adults. Questions. A thought, and his 13 forms moved as one. Rings of golden energy shimmered into existence around their wrists. In their other hands, blades of condensed, fiery light formed from nothing. It was over in seconds. The 3 Death Eaters who had stood their ground fell, not with the flash of green light, but silently. They collapsed to the forest floor, defeated. Elian's gaze snapped to the 4th. But where Lucius Malfoy had been, there was only empty space. A faint crack of apparition still hung in the air. The man, ever cautious, had fled the moment the clones appeared, abandoning his comrades to their fate. The clones vanished. Elian lowered himself to the ground, the levitation cloak settling. He looked at the 5 fallen figures. The Death Eaters had been weaker than he expected. Or perhaps he was simply stronger now. Most were just bullies with wands, terrifying only to those who feared them. He did not. His goal was mostly achieved. Lucius had escaped, but the message would be delivered. The child of the prophecy was not an easy target. The icon illusion had worked perfectly. Let Voldemort hear of it. Let him wonder. He needed to leave. Now. He raised his hand, the sling ring already beginning to spark with golden light. A series of sharp cracks split the air. Too late. Figures apparat into the clearing all around him, wizards in everyday robes, their faces etched with panic and fury, wands already drawn. They took in the scene, the dark mark above, the black-robed bodies on the ground, and a lone, unfamiliar teenager standing amidst them. They didn't wait for an explanation. Get him, a witch screamed, her voice raw with fear. Take down all the Death Eaters. A dozen wands pointed directly at Elian. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles Sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles Sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 100 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 77 members right now. Chapter 48, Chapter 48, The Ministry Intervenes, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 48, The Ministry Intervenes. Elian blinked, processing the sudden chaos. These had to be the adult wizards from Hogsmeade. After securing the students, they had come to face the threat. Professor Flitwick, his face etched with fierce determination, appeared with a soft pop, wand raised and ready for a duel. He expected Death Eaters. He expected a fight. He did not expect this. The clearing was still. 5 black-robed figures lay motionless. And standing calmly among them was a Gryffindor first year. Stop! Flitwick's shrill cry cut through the tension. Hold your fire! That's my student! The other wizards lowered their wands, confused. Flitwick scurried forward, his small form bristling with anxiety. Elian Thorne! What in Merlin's name are you doing here? Who cast that mark? Elian nodded toward the bodies. They did. There were 6. 1 got away. Flitwick's eyes went wide. What? He's right, Phileas, one of the other wizards called, having pulled back a sleeve on a fallen figure. Dark marks. All of them. This one. Merlin, he works in the magical maintenance department at the Ministry. This one's on the wanted list. A known Death Eater. A murmur of shock ran through the group. Death Eaters, confirmed. But all dead. Their injuries were strange, not the clean burns or curses of magical combat, but precise, lethal puncture wounds. Almost physical. They looked from the strange, clean wounds to the spotless, calm teenager. It made no sense. Elian, Flitwick said, his voice low and serious. Do you know which wand cast the dark mark? Elian pointed to a wand lying near one of the bodies. That one, I think. Flitwick nodded, his expression grave. Stay right here. Do not move. You will need to give an account. Elian understood. He was now a witness, or something more, at a major crime scene. He couldn't just walk away. He would have to wait for Dumbledore, or worse, the Ministry. He had miscalculated. He'd planned to finish the fight and vanish before anyone arrived. He hadn't counted on the 2 Death Eaters being so quick to attack, nor on the locals operating in so fast. His exit was blocked. Soon, with sharp cracks of apparition, the professionals arrived. Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, their faces stern. They took statements from Flitwick and the others, their eyes lingering on Elian with deep suspicion. Without ceremony, they informed him he was to be taken to the Ministry for questioning. Elian didn't resist. He remained calm. Dumbledore would learn of this. Dumbledore would come. He just had to wait. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione finally stumbled, breathless, into the clearing, it was all over. The area was cordoned off, the bodies gone, only a few Ministry wizards remaining. They found Professor Flitwick, who looked tired and worried. Professor! What happened? Harry gasped. It's been dealt with, Flitwick said tersely. Students should return to the castle. But we saw Elian. Hermione burst out. Flitwick's lips thinned. Mr. Thorne has been taken to the Ministry of Magic for questioning. That is all I can say. The Ministry? Ron echoed, horrified. Harry felt a confusing twist in his gut. The Death Eaters, they hadn't been here for him? They'd been here for Elian? Why? How was that possible? Hermione's legs gave way. She sat hard on the damp ground, her breath coming in short gasps. She had been right. Terribly, horribly right. This was all Elian's doing. He had set this in motion last week with that cryptic joke. But the reality, the Dark Mark, Death Eaters, the Ministry was so much worse than she had imagined. As the professors began herding the terrified students back toward Hogwarts, a cold silence hung over the group. The mystery had only deepened, and Elian Thorne was at the center of it. In the office of the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge stared at the preliminary report on his desk, his face pale and solemn. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles, sparkles for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 100 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 77 members right now. Chapter 49, Chapter 49, A Minister's Warning. Chapter 49, A Minister's Warning. Cornelius Fudge had not gone to Hogsmeade, but the report lay heavy on his desk. The Dark Mark, there of all places, was a public relations nightmare. He had spent months using the Daily Prophet to paint Harry Potter and Dumbledore as delusional liars, claiming the Dark Lord's return was a fantasy. This threatened to unravel all that work. Yet, a part of him saw a sliver of control. Dead Death Eaters could be spun as a Ministry victory. The problem was the boy found with them. There was a knock. "Minister," an auror said, entering. "We've returned with the student, Elian Thorne, and the 5 bodies. All confirmed Death Eaters." Fudge steepled his fingers. "And the boy's involvement?" The auror shifted. "He was there. But the kills, they're odd. Piercing wounds. Not spell damage. It could be a coincidence he was nearby." "Coincidence?" Fudge's eyes narrowed. "A student sneaks out, wanders into a remote forest, and just happens to be at the site of a Death Eater massacre? It was laughable. But proving otherwise was another matter. He claims he just stumbled upon it." Fudge asked, skepticism dripping from his voice. "Says he sneaked out of Hogwarts for a walk. That's all he'll say." Fudge waved a dismissive hand. It was a transparent lie, but without witnesses or evidence, his hands were tied. He could hold the boy for questioning, but little more. And holding him too long would invite him. "Bring the boy to me. I'll escort him back to Hogwarts shortly," Fudge said, a note of weary resignation in his voice. He wanted this resolved before Albus Dumbledore decided to make a personal appearance at the Ministry, which he undoubtedly would. Elian was shown into the Minister's office. He didn't look frightened, only politely bored. Fudge felt a flash of irritation. "Elian Thorne," Fudge began, leaning forward to exert his authority. "I know there's more to this. Be smart. This is your chance to tell me what really happened in Hogsmeade." Elian met his gaze evenly. "Minister Fudge, I really don't know what you mean. I just arrived a little before Professor Flitwick." He paused, then added with deliberate lightness, "Surely you don't think a first year could handle 5 adult wizards?" Fudge's jaw tightened. The boy was mocking him. "They were Death Eaters," Fudge pressed, watching for a flinch. "Did you know that?" Elian's expression didn't change. He simply shrugged, as if the word meant nothing. Fudge saw it then: total, unshakable confidence. This boy was firmly in Dumbledore's camp. A lost cause. As Elian turned to leave with the waiting aurors, Fudge spoke again, his voice low. "Dumbledore is old," he said, the words hanging in the air. "His time has passed. The world is more complicated than he makes it seem. And the Death Eaters, they are more dangerous than you know." Elian paused at the door. He looked back, his gaze cool and direct. Dumbledore is old, Elian repeated. What does that have to do with me? End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, Sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles, Sparkles, for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 100 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 83 members right now. Chapter 50, Aftermath and Attitude. Chapter 50, Aftermath and Attitude. Elian returned to Hogwarts long after curfew. The castle was silent, the usual nighttime whispers stifled by the day's terror. The Gryffindor common room was empty, the fire reduced to embers. An eerie quiet had fallen over the whole school. While students tried to sleep, the heads of house were locked in urgent meetings with Professor Dumbledore, who had returned swiftly. News of the dark mark over Hogsmeade had spread like fiend fire. A single, terrifying question echoed in every dormitory: if Death Eaters could strike Hogsmeade, was Hogwarts itself safe? And at the center of the rumors was Elian Thorne, the older freshman found at the scene. Professor Trelawney's dramatic prophecy from weeks before was dredged up and whispered with new urgency. The school buzzed with fearful speculation. Immediate changes followed. All future Hogsmeade weekends were cancelled indefinitely. Student movement was restricted, leaving the castle now required special permission. The castle felt like a fortress under siege. For Elian, there was only a brief, stern message from Professor McGonagall: the headmaster would speak with him when time allowed. Until then, he was to attend his classes and say nothing. The tension in the halls was palpable. Far away, in the gloom of Malfoy Manor, a very different meeting was taking place. The long table in the Great Hall was lined with black-robed figures. At its head sat Lord Voldemort, his red eyes gleaming in the candlelight. Lucius Malfoy stood before him, pale and trembling, his wife Narcissa a silent, terrified statue beside him. The mission had been a catastrophic failure. 5 Death Eaters dead. The target, unharmed. And Lucius had fled. The air was thick with dread, broken only by the dry, slithering sound of Nagini coiling across the stone floor. The great snake lifted its head, tasting the fear in the room, its gaze fixed on Lucius's throat. Voldemort rose slowly, his voice a whisper that filled the hall. "My dear Lucius, you failed to capture a mere student." Lucius fell into a deep bow, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "My lord, I returned to bring you news. The boy, he is not normal. He is dangerous." He spoke in a frantic rush. "He can fly. Without a broom. He created clones, perfect copies. He blocked spells with shields of light he conjured from nothing. He never even drew his wand." A murmur of disbelief and scorn rippled through the Death Eaters. "Lies," one spat. "Only the Dark Lord commands such flight. You invent stories to save your skin. Pathetic cowardice. Punish the traitor." Voldemort watched Lucius writhe, his head tilted in cold curiosity. "You claim this, child, rivals Dumbledore's power." "I swear it, my lord." Lucius pleaded, his voice breaking. "I saw it. I only escaped to warn you. That knowledge is worth more than my death." For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, Voldemort let out a high, cold laugh that made every Death Eater flinch. "Ah! Dear Lucius! So dramatic!" He paced closer, his bone-white hand coming to rest on Lucius's trembling shoulder. "You have always been one of my most prudent followers. Perhaps this new child of prophecy is indeed a surprise. A weapon Dumbledore has kept hidden. Harry Potter, and now this Elian Thorne." He patted Lucius's shoulder, a grotesque gesture of false comfort. "Sit. Your information has value. Weak with relief, Lucius collapsed into his seat. Narcissa gripped his hand under the table, her face as white as chalk. Voldemort turned his gaze to the rest of his followers. It seems the game grows more interesting. We must accelerate our plans. Azkaban's guests have waited too long for their liberation. With a final, unreadable glance at the cowering Lucius, the Dark Lord swept from the hall, Nagini at his heels. As the other Death Eaters began to disperse, one leaned close to Lucius, his voice a venomous whisper. Best you sit out the Azkaban raid, Lucius. We wouldn't want you to be the first to run, again. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Sparkles, Sparkles, I'll release an extra chapter for every 5 reviews. Sparkles, Sparkles for every 50 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 100 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 92 members right now. Chapter 51, Chapter 51, A Christmas Invitation. Chapter 51, A Christmas Invitation. In the dark halls of Malfoy Manor, the sting of mockery was a bitter pill. Lucius Malfoy held his wife Narcissa's hand tightly, their silent solidarity a fragile shield against the contempt of the other Death Eaters. It's all right, Lucius, Narcissa whispered, her voice barely audible. You came home alive. That is what matters. Lucius gave her hand a faint squeeze. He said nothing. To die bravely in battle would have spared him this humiliation, but it would have left his family alone and unprotected among these wolves. For Narcissa and Draco, he could bear the scorn. He swallowed the shame, letting the sneers wash over him in silence. Days later, in the warmth of the Gryffindor common room, the fire crackled softly. Elian rubbed his tired eyes, slumped on a sofa. He'd been sound asleep until Ron had shaken him awake, saying Hermione was waiting and wouldn't take no for an answer. Beside him, Hermione Granger sat stiffly, a storm of emotions on her face: worry, frustration, and burning curiosity. Hermione, Elian yawned. What time is it? Why did Ron have to drag me down here? You can still sleep. Hermione retorted, her voice sharp with concern. After everything? What really happened in Hogsmeade? You knew, didn't you? You knew the Death Eaters were coming for you. That's why you asked Harry where an ambush would happen. She leaned forward, her words rapid. And 5 Death Eaters, Elian. 5. How? Elian ran a hand through his hair. She was too clever by half. She'd pieced it all together from a few careless words. If she could see it, Dumbledore certainly would. They probably just couldn't fathom his true motives, chalking it up to reckless daring. I don't know what you're talking about, he said, another yawn half faking his exhaustion. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Humph. Hermione crossed her arms, unconvinced. Do you expect anyone to believe that? But looking at his weary, closed-off expression, she knew she'd get no answers tonight. It was like trying to pry the secrets of Comitage from him all over again. She sighed, the fight leaving her. Professor McGonagall said, the headmaster has been away. He'll want to speak with you when he returns. She stood to leave, then paused, not looking at him. Don't face things like that alone next time. If you can tell someone, you could at least tell me. I could help you think it through. With that, she headed for the girls' staircase, leaving Elian in the flickering firelight. Her words left a strange silence in their wake. Things were getting more complicated. Trelawney's prophecy had undoubtedly painted a target on his back for Voldemort, who was obsessed with such things. The Dark Lord would be watching him even more closely now. The Ministry saw him as Dumbledore's problem. The Order of the Phoenix would be suspicious. There was no more quiet, anonymous life at Hogwarts. Thanks, system, he thought wryly, leaning his head back against the sofa. So much for a quiet year. Time moved on, the tension gradually buried under routine and homework. Before anyone realized it, the castle grew colder, decorations appeared, and the buzz of Christmas filled the air. One afternoon, Hermione found him in the library. She looked unusually flustered, her cheeks pink, avoiding his eyes. Hermione? Elian asked, closing his book. What is it? After a moment of fidgeting, she blurted it out in a rush. Elian, about Christmas. Do you have plans? My parents, they were wondering. I mean, I was wondering, if you'd like to come to my house for the holiday. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 100 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 98 members right now. Very close. Donate me stonus. Chapter 52, Chapter 52, Invitations and Innuendo, Bonus Chapter. We have done it. Open hands sign 100 Patreon members have been reached as promised. 5 bonus chapter will be uploaded. 2 Hearts. Now let's hit 150 members, and also gimme stonus. Chapter 52, Invitations and Innuendo. Hey! Elian blinked, the question not quite registering. I mean, Hermione stammered, her face flushing deeper. She cleared her throat, regaining a semblance of composure. My parents heard you're from a Muggle family too, and that you live nearby in London. They thought, since you might be on your own for Christmas, you might like to come over for dinner. Christmas? It was upon them already. To the wizarding world, and to Hermione's very Muggle parents, it was the biggest holiday of the year. The invitation, especially to bring a boy home, felt weighted with meaning. Or perhaps he was reading too much into it. He searched her face, but found only a nervous, hopeful earnestness. When he didn't answer immediately, Hermione's expression shifted to one of flustered pride. Humph! Suit yourself. I only asked because I thought you might be lonely. Never mind then. She turned to leave. Wait, Elian said, a smile touching his lips. Please thank your parents for me. That's very kind. I'd like to come. Hermione turned back, her irritation melting into a pleased smile. Good. Well, what are your plans for the rest of the break? You can't use magic outside of school, you know. The trace. I'll manage, Elian said. Maybe I'll just stay in. Or find a quiet place to practice. A different kind of magic. He gave her a meaningful look, and she understood he meant the arts of commatage. Hermione's smile was bright and genuine. Right. Well. I'll see you later, then. As Christmas drew nearer, Hogwarts transformed. Enchanted snow drifted from the ceilings in the Great Hall, wreaths of holly and ivy sprouted on the walls, and the suits of armor hummed carols in rusty voices. Elian tried to savor the peace, knowing it was fragile. The aftermath of Hogsmeade, however, was still present in the pages of the Daily Prophet. The story had finally made the front page, but the headline made Elian raise an eyebrow. Ministry errors triumph in Hogsmeade, neutralize Death Eater threat. The article was a masterpiece of Ministry spin. It detailed a swift and decisive response by brave Aurors who had engaged and defeated 5 Death Eaters, preventing a tragedy. Buried deep in the third paragraph was a single, dismissive line: one Hogwarts student, who had wandered into the area, was unharmed and later escorted to safety. The school has been reminded of the importance of student supervision. No name. No mention of his age or the strange circumstances. The Ministry had waited, seen no counter-narrative emerge, and boldly claimed the credit. In the Gryffindor common room, Ron waved the paper. Blimey! So it was the Aurors. Good on Fudge, for once. Fred Weasley reached over and smacked his brother lightly on the back of the head. Honestly, Ronnie Ekins. You spend all day with Harry and Hermione and you're still that thick. Yeah, George chimed in, grinning. Even Elian looks more skeptical, and he was there. It's obvious Fudge is polishing the Ministry's apples. Ron grumbled, but Elian just shook his head with a faint smile. The shamelessness was almost impressive. The castle felt different this December. A tense, rebellious energy hummed beneath the festive surface. Fred and George's skiving snack boxes were now a booming black market enterprise, their use spreading beyond Umbridge's dreadful defense classes to other lessons. The professors, in a silent pact of defiance against the High Inquisitor, had adopted a policy of strategic blindness. If only a handful of students showed up, the lesson went on. Homework was still assigned. Life, in a strangely fractured way, continued. It was, Elian thought, perhaps the most chaotic era Hogwarts had seen in a century. Dolores Umbridge had achieved the unthinkable, uniting the entire student body and staff in mutual loathing. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a Gryffindor boy poked his head into the common room. Elian! That Ravenclaw girl Luna Lovegood is looking for you. Says it's important. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 50 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 150 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 102 members right now. Donate me Stonus. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, The Editor of the Quibbler, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 53, The Editor of the Quibbler. The boy at the portrait hole had almost slipped up, about to call Luna loony before he caught himself. Since Elian's very public confrontation with those Ravenclaw bullies, the cruel nickname had been used much more quietly. No one wanted to provoke the older Gryffindor who seemed to have no regard for rules. Seeing no anger on Elian's face, the messenger sighed in relief and scurried off. Elian found Luna standing in the corridor, her Ravenclaw robe seeming a bit too large, her gaze distant as she studied the fat lady's portrait. Luna? What is it? She turned her dreamy, silvery eyes toward him, though her focus seemed to be somewhere just past his shoulder. Do you have time? The editor of the Quibbler would like to interview you. For a Christmas feature. The Quibbler? The editor? That was Luna's father, Xenophilius Lovegood. The editor, that's your dad, right? Elian confirmed. Yes. He believes the mainstream press, like the Daily Prophet, is dishonest. He'd like your perspective. If it's inconvenient, I can tell him. Her voice was airy, as if the question were of no great consequence. Elian couldn't help but smile. An interview? I'll be famous. Luna considered this with utter seriousness. I don't think so. The Quibbler has a selective readership. They aren't very good at spreading news. Becoming famous is statistically unlikely. Her earnest correction made Elian chuckle. Luna looked at him, a faint, puzzled crease appearing between her brows. Anyway, she continued, could you also ask Harry Potter? My father would like to speak with him as well. Tomorrow would be best. I'll let him know, Elian agreed. But Luna, why does your father want to interview me? It was a genuine question. An interview with Harry made perfect sense. The boy who lived was front-page news. But him? He was a curiosity, a footnote in the Ministry's fabricated story. Luna's gaze drifted to a passing ghost. My father has his sources. He knows the story in Hogsmeade wasn't as the prophet says. And I've mentioned you. He believes in printing the counter-tune. The counter-tune? Of course. In a media landscape dominated by the Ministry's narrative, Xenophilius Lovegood wanted the opposite. And Elian, present at the heart of the incident, was part of that opposite story. Elian felt no desire to refuse. Tell him I'll do it. After parting from Luna, he found Harry and passed on the invitation. Harry, wary of the press but trusting Luna, and curious about her unusual father, agreed. The next day, Xenophilius Lovegood arrived at Hogwarts, a tall, thin man with wild white hair and an eccentric assortment of robes. Respecting their schedule, he waited patiently. At noon, Luna led Harry and Elian to a disused classroom. Xenophilius stood by a window, a quill and a roll of parchment already hovering in the air beside him. He beamed at them, his eyes bright and slightly unfocused, much like his daughter's. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 150 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 102 members right now. Donate me stonus. Chapter 54, Chapter 54, An Unexpected Invitation. Chapter 54, An Unexpected Invitation. You must be Elian. My daughter has spoken of you. Thank you for being such a good friend to her at school. Xenophilius Lovegood greeted them with open arms, enfolding both Elian and Harry in a warm, slightly awkward hug before they could react. His enthusiasm was disarming. And Mr. Harry Potter. The famous boy who lived. I've hoped to meet you for an age. Better late than never. It's an honor, Mr. Lovegood, Harry replied politely, though he looked a bit startled. Xenophilius beamed, clearly not fooled by the long-time admirer. Elian the Quibbler was hardly a household name, but he took it in good spirit. With a flick of his wand, a small table appeared, laden with homemade-looking cakes and a steaming teapot. Some of my own baking. Not house elf standard, I'm afraid, but passable. As they sat, Elian studied Luna's father. The man was tall and willowy, with a mane of white blonde hair even more chaotic than Luna's. His robes were a bright, clashing orange and yellow. The family resemblance was unmistakable. Then Elian's gaze caught on the pendant hanging from Xenophilius's neck, a simple, stylized line drawing of a triangle with a circle and a vertical line inside it. The Deathly Hallows. Elian stared, recognition freezing him for a second. The symbol of the 3 most powerful objects in this world. Xenophilius noticed his focus. Ah! You like it? An unusual design. Elian nodded. I've never seen one like it. Haven't you? Well, I suppose, no, of course not. Xenophilius's expression turned momentarily sorrowful, likely remembering Luna's brief explanation of Elian's past. It's a long story. For another time, perhaps. We have an interview to conduct. The interview with Harry came first. Xenophilius's questions were direct but kindly asked, the truth about Voldemort's return, Cedric's death, the Ministry's smear campaign. Harry answered honestly, trusting Luna's father and his promise that the Quibbler would not twist his words. Once Harry left, the atmosphere in the sunlit classroom shifted. It was just Elian, Luna, and her father. Xenophilius smiled, a softer, more personal smile. Elian. Luna mentions you often in her letters. It's clear she's very fond of you. He gently smoothed a strand of Luna's hair. Her mother left us when Luna was 9. A spell experiment. I've always felt I've failed her, in a way. You're the first friend she's ever written home about. Elian shifted, feeling unexpectedly put on the spot. The old man's tone held a strange, heavy warmth that felt paternal. Was he reading too much into it? Luckily, Xenophilius moved on to the interview. His questions for Elian were blunt. The Aurors did not kill those Death Eaters in Hogsmeade, did they? No, sir. They arrived after Professor Flitwick. And there was no long-standing surveillance operation, as the prophet implied. No. Xenophilius scribbled notes, his quill moving quickly. He asked only what he thought he could get an answer to, and the interview was over in under 20 minutes. Excellent. Thank you, my boy. This will make for a very interesting edition, Xenophilius said, rolling up his parchment. You have a good head on your shoulders. You're welcome, Mr. Lovegood. Luna is my friend. It was the least I could do. Xenophilius's smile turned thoughtful. You mentioned you've no family, for Christmas. I don't suppose you have plans? Luna and I would be delighted if you joined us at our home. For the holiday. He gave Elian a look that was both knowing and hopeful. Luna, who had been gazing serenely at a flock of birds outside, suddenly snapped her attention to Elian, her wide, silvery eyes full of silent, anxious hope. Elian's mind went blank for a second. 2 invitations? First Hermione, now Luna. He was, quite literally, speechless. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 150 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 102 members right now. Donate me stonus. Chapter 55, Chapter 55, A Published Problem, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 55, A Published Problem. Under Xenophilius Lovegood's hopeful gaze and Luna's quiet, expectant one, Elian found he couldn't say no. He nodded. Thank you, Mr. Lovegood. That's very kind. I'd be happy to. Luna's smile was like sunlight breaking through mist so rare and genuine it made Elian's breath catch for a second. Xenophilius just patted his shoulder with a knowing look that made Elian want to groan internally. 2 invitations. He'd already agreed to Hermione's. How was he supposed to be in 2 places at once? He pushed the problem aside. He'd figure it out. Maybe with a little creative use of the sling ring. A few days later, the latest issue of the Quibbler arrived at Hogwarts. Elian tried to act indifferent, but a thread of anticipation hummed beneath the surface. It was his first interview. At lunch in the Great Hall, the usual owl post arrived in a flurry of wings and packages. Elian, sitting with Hermione, Luna, Harry, and Ron, paid little attention until 2 thick magazines landed with a soft thump in front of him and Harry. A particularly odd-looking owl with tufted ears gave a chirp before flying off. That's my father's owl, Luna said dreamily. Elian and Harry exchanged a glance and tore open the wrappers. The latest Quibbler stared back, its cover featuring a bold headline about the Truth Ministry fears. Blimey! Ron exclaimed, snatching Harry's copy. You're in it. Both of you. Front section. He began reading aloud. The boy who lived stands by his account of he who must not be named's return. Crikey, Luna, your dad doesn't pull punches. Ginny leaned closer to Harry, her expression a mix of worry and pride. Elian quickly found his own interview. Xenophilius had been true to his word, giving them prime space. Hogsmeade hoax, Ministry claims debunked by eyewitness, the subheadline read. The article quoted a Hogwarts Gryffindor student describing how the Aurors arrived after Professor Flitwick, that there had been 6 Death Eaters, not 5, and that one had escaped. It even mentioned his brief detention at the ministry and a veiled suggestion that Minister Fudge had tried to obscure the truth. Harry looked up from his copy, his eyes wide. Elian, is all this true? About the ministry. Elian just tapped the magazine in his hands, a silent confirmation. He wouldn't elaborate, they could read it for themselves. Hermione, knowing his stubbornness, shot him a frustrated look. Ron just shook his head and kept reading. Elian scanned the article, a faint smile on his lips. Xenophilius had captured the essence, even if the prose was uniquely quibbler. He was nearly at the end when his blood ran cold. His eyes darted to a paragraph near the bottom, then snapped up to meet Hermione's. Her face had gone from curious to stormy in an instant, her eyes narrowed into lethal slits. The paragraph in question read: When asked about his Christmas plans, the refreshingly candid Mr. Thorne revealed he had received not one, but 2 gracious invitations. He expressed particular delight at the prospect of spending the holiday with the Lovegood family, noting his great fondness for the editor's daughter, Luna. Elian stared at the page in horror. He'd never said that. Well, not exactly like that. Xenophilius had taken a mumbled, non-committal answer and spun it into a social disaster. He slowly looked up from the magazine to meet Hermione's gaze. It was no longer just frustrated. It was pure, unadulterated murder. That old man set me up, Elian thought, a wave of sheer panic washing over him. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 50 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 150 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 102 members right now. Donate me stonus. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, A Timely Rescue, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 56, A Timely Rescue. I should, go, Elian stammered, starting to rise. Got to prep for class. Ron, obliviously, shook his head. It's lunch. We've got ages. Sit down. Right. Potions. Elian said, a bit too brightly. Tricky subject. Need to review. He tried to stand again. A slender, strong hand clamped onto his wrist. You can review here, Hermione said, her voice deceptively calm. First-year potions. Ron can help you. Ron, eager to be useful, puffed out his chest. Absolutely. I'm no Hermione, but I can explain the basics. Ron, you are not helping, Elian screamed internally. He risked a glance at Hermione. Her expression was the tranquil surface of a lake hiding drowned things. He sank back into his seat. Right. So, Harry, that magazine. Elian reached to snatch the quibbler away, hoping to bury the evidence. Another hand Hermione's again intercepted his. Her grip was firm. She turned her head, her gaze skipping over Elian to land on Luna. Luna, she asked, her tone light as a falling feather. Did your father invite Elian to your house for Christmas? The table froze. Harry and Ron stopped chewing. Ginny's eyes went wide. Elian felt the world shrink to the pressure of Hermione's hand on his wrist. Luna, who had been contemplating a strangely shaped carrot on her plate, blinked her silvery eyes. Yes, she said, her voice floating into the sudden silence. On the day of the interview. Elian closed his eyes. It was over. He'd seen the damning line at the end of the article just a second too late. Editor Lovegood has successfully secured the Gryffindor Students' Company for Christmas dinner, with more developments to follow. He'd been hoping, praying, Hermione had missed it. Wow, really? Ron said, breaking the silence with oblivious cheer. The editor himself. That's brilliant, Elian. Looks like you're moving in famous circles, Harry added, smiling. Their genuine happiness for him only made it worse. Hermione's invitation had been private, unspoken between them. She'd never told Ron or Harry, likely to avoid their teasing. And now, it was being publicly overshadowed. Elian felt trapped between Luna's serene innocence and Hermione's gathering storm. He tried a weak defense. Hermione, Mr. Lovegood asked right after the interview. It would have been rude to say no. Hermione merely raised an eyebrow. Of course. It was Luna's father asking. You wouldn't want to disappoint. Her voice held a sharp, vinegary edge she didn't seem to notice. Harry and Ron exchanged a confused look, finally picking up on the strange tension. What's? Ron began. Dunno, Harry muttered. Girl stuff. Their whispers felt like shouts in the awful quiet. The awkwardness thickened. Elian was searching desperately for any escape when Salvation came galloping into the great hall. Neville Longbottom, red-faced and out of breath, skidded to a halt by their table. Elian, he panted. Headmaster Dumbledore's back. He wants to see you in his office tonight. Password's the same. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 50 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 150 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 102 members right now. Donate me Stonus. Chapter 57, Chapter 57, The Usual Suspect. Chapter 57, The Usual Suspect. Dumbledore was back? Elian didn't hesitate. While everyone else was still processing Neville's announcement, he was already on his feet. Not right now, Elian. He said later tonight. Neville called after his retreating back, but Elian was already halfway to the door, pretending not to hear. Any excuse to escape the tension at the Gryffindor table was a good one. Hermione let out a small, frustrated huff, her fists clenching. Coward, she thought, her eyes promising a reckoning. He couldn't run forever. Confusion reigned at the table. What was that about? Ron asked, baffled. No idea, Harry shrugged, equally lost. Ginny, however, watched Hermione's stiff departure and Luna's serene detachment with dawning understanding. Something was definitely going on. Hermione's recent habit of asking after Elian, her uncharacteristic focus on her appearance, it all pointed to something Ginny recognized but wouldn't voice. Some knots had to be untied by the people who tied them. The lunch ended awkwardly. Unbeknownst to them, the issue of the Quibbler was causing a different kind of storm beyond the castle walls. It was selling out, its presses running hot. The bold, contradictory interviews were a direct challenge to the Ministry's narrative. Where the Daily Prophet painted a picture of Ministry-controlled safety, the Quibbler screamed of cover-ups and incompetence. Elian's blunt account of Hogsmeade was a particular slap in the face to Cornelius Fudge, who was reportedly in a rage, destroying ornaments in his office. Elian, hiding in the library, remained blissfully unaware of the political firestorm his words had fueled. After a tense afternoon spent avoiding any corridor where Hermione might appear, and skipping dinner entirely, Elian finally made his way to the headmaster's office as dusk fell. He knew why he was being summoned. Hogsmeade. The Death Eaters. It was inevitable. He gave the password, Sherbet Lemon, to the gargoyle and ascended the spiral staircase. He'd lost count of his visits here. 3? 4? Most students never saw the inside of this office in their entire school career. He was becoming a regular. He found Dumbledore seated behind his desk, peering through his half-moon spectacles at an ancient, crumbling book with no discernible cover. Upon Elian's entrance, Dumbledore carefully closed the tome, removed his glasses, and smiled, his eyes twinkling. "Ah, Mr. Thorne. I hear you've been keeping things interesting during my absence." End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 50 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 150 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 106 members right now. Donate me Stonus. Chapter 58, Chapter 58, A Frank Admission. Chapter 58, A Frank Admission. I didn't go looking for trouble, he said, the sweetness sharp on his tongue. The Death Eaters came for me. What was I supposed to do? Dumbledore's expression, usually so carefully composed, shifted. The twinkle in his eyes dimmed, replaced by a sharper, more assessing look. They came for him? He had read Phileas Flitwick's report, which noted Elian was the only person found at the scene. The unspoken question had hung in the air: how did a first year with no Hogsmeade permission end up in a remote forest, and why were 5 Death Eaters dead around him? Dumbledore had his theories. He knew Tom Riddle's obsessions better than anyone alive. A new prophecy from Sybil Trelawney, one involving this mysterious boy, would be a beacon to Voldemort. He had assumed Elian would be safe within Hogwarts's walls. He had never imagined the boy would venture out, making himself a target. Or, a darker thought occurred, perhaps the boy had lured the target. But this frank admission was unexpected. 5 Death Eaters, Dumbledore said slowly, his voice soft. 5 adult wizards. That is not a feat for a student, however talented. Elian met his gaze steadily. He had thought this through. There was no point in hiding his capabilities now. The Death Eaters knew. The Ministry suspected. If he wanted to stop being harassed by every opportunistic dark wizard, he needed to establish that he was not easy prey. And to do that, he needed to stop pretending to be a normal first year. "It's fine, Headmaster," Elian said, selecting another sweet. "I know I seem full of secrets. I am. I have abilities you don't know about. Abilities that aren't of this world's magic." The words hung in the office, seeming to still the gentle whirring of Dumbledore's silver instruments. The old wizard's eyes widened fractionally behind his spectacles. New magical abilities. It confirmed his deepest suspicions. The strange power Flitwick had sensed, the bizarre occurrences around the boy, Trelawney's cryptic prophecy about a supreme mage, it was all connected. This was not just a talented wizard, this was something entirely new. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, his mind racing through decades of magical knowledge and finding no reference point. Finally, he spoke. "I see." Elian just shrugged and kept eating. He needed the energy. Just before climbing the staircase, the Supreme Mage system had pinged in his mind, presenting a new reward task. It was, without a doubt, the most audacious and dangerous one yet. But the promised reward, the reward was something he couldn't ignore. To get it, he needed to be prepared. And he needed to deal with the exceptionally perceptive wizard sitting across from him first. Today was going to be a very long day. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 50 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 150 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 115 members right now. Donate me Stonus. Chapter 59, Chapter 59, Visions and Opportunities. Chapter 59, Visions and Opportunities. While Elian and Dumbledore conversed in the tower, a crisis unfolded miles away at the Ministry of Magic. Arthur Weasley was on duty, guarding the Hall of Prophecy alongside other trusted members of the Order of the Phoenix. Their task was simple and deadly: prevent Voldemort from seizing the glass orb containing the prophecy about him and Harry. The air in the dark, silent hall was thick with tension. At Hogwarts, most students slept. Harry Potter did not. He fell into a fitful sleep, only to find himself back in the now familiar nightmare corridor. It was longer, darker, colder than ever before. This time, the sensation was horrifyingly vivid. He wasn't walking, he was slithering, his body powerful and smooth against cold stone. He was not himself. He turned a spectral head, did he have a head, and saw a man slumped against a wall ahead, asleep. A primal, vicious hunger surged through Harry, a desire to strike, to bite. He fought it down. He had to reach the end of the corridor. The man jerked awake, drew his wand. Light flared. Instinct took over. Harry or the thing he was attacked. Not with a spell, but with terrifying physical force. He felt the crunch of ribs, the hot rush of blood filling a mouth that wasn't his own. The man screamed, then fell silent. Agony, sharp and blinding, exploded in Harry's forehead. He woke up screaming, drenched in cold sweat, Ron shaking him violently. "You're dead!" Harry gasped, clutching his scar. "Ron, you're dead! He's been attacked. Bitten. There was so much blood. It wasn't a dream, I was there." He retched over the side of the bed, the metallic taste of blood lingering in his mouth. Minutes later, a stern-faced Professor McGonagall ushered a trembling Harry and a terrified Ron through the silent castle to the headmaster's office. She gave the password, and the gargoyle leapt aside. Inside, the scene was unexpected. Dumbledore sat at his desk, his head in his hands as if bearing a great weight. And on a sofa nearby, looking perfectly calm, sat Elian Thorne, finishing a biscuit. McGonagall's eyes widened. "Headmaster, this is a matter for the Order." "It's all right, Minerva," Dumbledore said, lifting his head. His face was grave, but his eyes held a strange resolve. "Mr. Thorne may stay." "Please, continue." Harry and Ron stared, shocked. McGonagall hesitated, then, trusting Dumbledore implicitly, she launched into a hurried account of Harry's vision. Elian listened, his earlier lethargy gone. His mind, honed by the Supreme Mage System, connected the dots instantly. Harry's scar. The psychic link with Voldemort. Arthur Weasley guarding the prophecy. This was it. A chance to demonstrate the true scope of his power to Dumbledore, to prove he was more than just a student with odd tricks. And perhaps, to sever or expose the sinister connection between Harry and the Dark Lord. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 50 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 150 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 123 members right now. Donate me Stonus. Chapter 60, Chapter 60, The Bonus Mission. Chapter 60, The Bonus Mission. Neville's interruption at lunch had been a welcome escape, but it had also triggered something far more significant, a new prompt from the Supreme Mage System. The Supreme Mage does not fear the darkness. Where darkness stirs, opportunity for insight arises. Bonus Mission: aid Albus Dumbledore in confirming the truth of Voldemort's fragmented soul. Reward: 1 use of the Eye of Agamotto. Note: a single activation of the Time Stone. When Elian processed the reward, his heart nearly stopped. One use of the Time Stone. Even a single activation was a power beyond comprehension, a chance to undo a catastrophe, to trap an enemy in an endless loop, to glimpse countless futures. It was the ultimate strategic weapon. That reward was worth any risk. It was why he had been so frank with Dumbledore earlier, laying the groundwork, hinting at powers beyond standard magic. He needed the old wizard to be prepared, to be open to impossible explanations. His plan had been to find a gradual way to lead Dumbledore to the horrifying truth about Horcruxes. But how do you tell the greatest wizard alive that his darkest enemy had splintered his soul 7 times, and that one fragment lived inside the boy who lived? You couldn't. Not directly. He'd be seen as a liar or, worse, a servant of Voldemort. Then, like a gift, Harry and Professor McGonagall had burst in with news of Arthur Weasley's attack. Harry's vivid, serpentine vision. The link was active, raw, and screaming for interpretation. The perfect opportunity had literally walked through the door. Elian watched as Dumbledore, with impressive calm, used the portraits in his office to send messages, to mobilize help. He watched the Weasley children gather, terrified, around a black kettle a porte-caiette. He saw the profound worry in Dumbledore's eyes, warring with his innate composure. As Dumbledore began the countdown to transport them to safety, Elian acted. "Headmaster," he said, his voice cutting through the tension. He put down his biscuit. "I suggest I bring Harry along afterward. There's something crucial you need to see. Harry needs to be here for it." Dumbledore paused, his sharp blue eyes locking onto Elian's. He saw no mischief, only deadly seriousness. After a brief hesitation, he nodded. "Harry, remove your hand." Confused and angry, Harry let go of the kettle. 1, 2. Dumbledore counted. In that suspended moment, Harry looked up at the headmaster. Their eyes met. A bolt of white-hot agony seared through Harry's scar, and a wave of pure, irrational hatred not his own washed over him. He flinched. 3. The Weasleys vanished with a swish. The office was suddenly quiet, occupied only by Dumbledore, a trembling Harry, and Elian. Elian stood, brushing crumbs from his robes. He walked toward them, his demeanor shifting from casual observer to focused intensity. "Headmaster, Harry, what you're about to see may defy your understanding of magic. Do not be alarmed." Dumbledore watched him, every sense alert. Harry just looked bewildered and in pain. Elian stopped before Dumbledore. A faint, golden light began to emanate from his hands. "This," he said, his voice resonating with a strange power, "is not wand work. This is the art of the mystic." He raised his hands, intricate, fiery mandalas of light spinning into existence at his fingertips. The air hummed with energy that felt ancient and structured, utterly foreign to the wild, wand-based magic of their world. "What I will show you is called astral projection. I will walk in the realm of spirit, and I will follow the thread that binds Harry to the monster who seeks to kill him. I will show you the stain on his soul, and the fragments of another." With a final, decisive motion, Elian brought his hands together. There was a sound like a shattering crystal, and his physical form seemed to blur. A spectral, glowing version of Elian stepped out of his own body, connected by a silvery cord of light. The astral Elian looked at the stunned headmaster and the terrified boy who lived. "Now," the projection said, its voice echoing slightly in the quiet room. "Let us go and see what the snake has seen." End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 50 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 150 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 125 members right now. Donate me stonus. Chapter 61, Chapter 61, The Astral Revelation. Chapter 61, The Astral Revelation. Elian. What are you doing? Harry shouted, horrified, as he saw Dumbledore's body crumple to the floor. He scrambled for his wand, all previous hatred forgotten in a surge of protective panic. Elian didn't glance his way. His focus was on the figure now standing before him, a translucent, shimmering image of Albus Dumbledore, looking down in astonishment at his own prone physical form. To Harry, it looked as if Elian had struck the headmaster dead. He dropped to his knees, checking for a pulse. Relief flooded him. Dumbledore was breathing, but unconscious, utterly unresponsive. Stop the noise. Elian's voice was sharp, cutting through Harry's panic. He's fine. You'll understand in a moment. Harry tried to protest, but the words died in his throat, choked by the sheer strangeness of the scene. Elian studied Dumbledore's astral form. This was his first time using the advanced projection on another person. The sensation had been like tapping a hard shell to release the soft essence within the physical body. Was the shell, the spirit, the vital core now freed. Dumbledore's spirit, a luminous, white-silver phantom, hovered just above the ground, gazing at his translucent hands with profound shock. Is this a ghost? No, ghosts are different. This is the soul? You've separated my soul from my body. Dumbledore's voice, when it came, was the same, but echoed faintly, as if from a distance. He floated closer to Elian, his expression one of awe and intense curiosity. What manner of magic is this, Elian? Elian allowed himself a small, enigmatic smile. I told you, Headmaster. My abilities extend beyond the magic you know. What you're experiencing now is one of them. He gestured toward Harry, who was still crouched by Dumbledore's body, utterly blind to the spectral conversation happening above him. Harry cannot see you. Your state is similar to the sentient memories magic can sometimes create, but not the same. Dumbledore fell silent, his brilliant mind racing to process the impossible. The initial shock subsided, replaced by deep, solemn thought. Why show me this? Dumbledore asked finally, his tone grave. You guard your secrets closely. There was no need to reveal this power to me. It was the central question. Why expose such a monumental secret? Dumbledore saw the calculation behind Elian's calm eyes. This was not a reckless act, it was a deliberate demonstration. Elian met his gaze, the golden light of the fading mandalas still flickering around his fingers. Why not? I trust you. And we share an enemy. Voldemort has marked me. The enemy of my enemy, as they say. It was a perfect non-answer. It revealed nothing of his true motive, the system's mission. Dumbledore recognized the deflection but also the underlying truth. This was a display of power. A statement that Elian Thorne was not a child to be protected, but a potential ally or a formidable variable to be reckoned with on equal terms. I see, Dumbledore murmured, his spectral form glowing softly. No wonder 5 Death Eaters were no match for you. You are, far more than you appear. He hesitated, then spoke with renewed purpose. Elian, would you consider joining the Order of the Phoenix? We are an organization dedicated to fighting Tom Riddle and all he stands for. Elian pretended to consider it. The Order? He had no interest in being a foot soldier in Dumbledore's army. He had his own path to walk, dictated by the system. Perhaps another time, he said, dismissing the offer politely but firmly. He then looked from the astral Dumbledore to the confused, frightened Harry on the floor. But first, Headmaster, aren't you curious why I asked Harry to stay? He turned his full attention to Harry Potter, whose scar was still livid on his forehead. The connection you share with Voldemort is more than a curse scar, Harry. It's a parasitic link. And through it, we can see what he sees. We can prove what he has become. Elian raised his hands again. With your permission, Headmaster, I will use the astral link not just to show you Harry's soul, but to trace the tainted thread back to its source. I will show you the fragmentation. I will show you the Horcrux. The word hung in the air, silent and terrible. Dumbledore's spirit recoiled as if struck. Horcrux. The darkest of magics. The final, horrifying confirmation of his deepest fears about Voldemort. Proceed, Dumbledore whispered, his voice thick with dread and a terrible, necessary resolve. Elian nodded. The real work was about to begin. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 150 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 136 members right now. Donate me stonus. The poll taken in Patreon was won by Naruto, Path to Godhood with Kamui, so please add it to your collection. 2 Hearts. Chapter 62, Chapter 62, The Performance Begins. Chapter 62, The Performance Begins. Dumbledore's spirit form watched Harry cradle his physical body with a pang of deep affection. The boy's loyalty was never in doubt. But the question remained, why had Elian insisted Harry stay? The answer, Dumbledore realized with a cold, dawning certainty, lay in the very nature of the magic Elian was demonstrating. Soul magic. If he could separate a spirit from its body, could he also examine a soul? Could he peel back the layers of Harry's being and reveal the dark, parasitic truth Dumbledore only dared to suspect? Horcrux. The word was a stain on the very concept of magic. For years, Dumbledore had researched, correlating Voldemort's unnatural immortality with the darkest of rituals. Harry's survival, the scar, the psychic link, it all pointed to a violation of soul magic so profound it defied comprehension. But suspicion was not proof. Elian's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Of course I kept Harry. I've studied his condition. If I'm correct, what you're about to see will be more shocking than my little parlor trick. Dumbledore's spectral face managed a wry smile. I have long suspected a connection between Harry's soul and Voldemort's. A taint. A link. If you can unveil it, proceed. The unspoken understanding passed between them. This was the true purpose of the demonstration. Harry, Elian called to the confused boy. Put the headmaster down gently. Then stand up, please. Hesitantly, Harry laid Dumbledore's body on the rug and stood, warily eyeing Elian. What are you going to do? Is he going to be all right? You'll see him shortly. And you might see something else. Elian's tone was light, but his eyes were serious. Now, find a comfortable spot. I don't want you to hit your head. Harry, taking the warning to heart, positioned himself carefully in front of a large armchair. Elian gave him a moment, then approached. Whatever happens, Harry, don't panic. Trust me. Harry nodded, his jaw tight with tension. Dumbledore's spirit watched, a silent, anxious witness. Elian took a deep, centering breath. This was the critical moment. He wasn't just ejecting a spirit, he was planning to visualize the soul's corruption. He raised his hand, golden energy coalescing around his palm in intricate, spinning patterns. He placed his palm firmly over Harry's heart. There was no violent shove, but a resonant push that seemed to bypass flesh entirely. To Harry, it felt like being yanked backwards by an invisible cord while his body remained perfectly still. His perspective split. He saw the back of his own head, then watched, stunned, as his physical form slumped gracefully into the armchair he'd prepared. His spirit, a younger, brighter echo of himself, stood apart, transparent and shimmering. His mind reeled. What is this? Then he saw them. Elian, solid and real. And beside him, a luminous, milky white phantom of Headmaster Dumbledore, smiling gently. Harry's gaze darted between the unconscious body on the floor and the spirit beside Elian. Understanding, slow and awestruck, began to dawn. This is Lin Xiao's power. This is what Dumbledore knows. But a new sensation pulled his attention. A profound, almost painful relief on his forehead. The constant, low-grade throb of his scar, a presence so familiar he'd almost forgotten it was there, was gone. In its place was a cool, clean emptiness. He looked at Elian and Dumbledore. Their expressions had frozen. Elian's was one of intense focus. Dumbledore's was sheer, unvarnished horror. They were staring, not at his face, but at his forehead. At the place where his scar had been. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 150 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 140 members right now. Donate me stonus. The poll taken in Patreon was won by Naruto, Path to Godhood with Kamui, so please add it to your collection. 2 Hearts. Chapter 63, Chapter 63, Symbiosis. Chapter 63, Symbiosis. Harry raised a trembling, translucent hand to his forehead. He felt nothing, no scar, no pain. Yet the horrified, frozen stares of Elian and the spectral Dumbledore were fixed precisely there. What is it? Harry's voice was a thin whisper. What's on my forehead? No one answered. The silence in the office was profound, broken only by the faint, distressed whir of a silver instrument on Dumbledore's desk. Elian studied the spiritual form of Harry Potter. It was mostly as he expected, a young, bright echo of the boy. But the scar, the famous lightning bolt scar, was not a mark on this spirit. Instead, embedded within the fabric of Harry's forehead, like a grotesque parasite nestled deep in flesh, was a small, twisted, and unmistakably human face. It was shrunken, distorted with rage and agony even in its dormant state, but the features were clear, the snake-like slits for nostrils, the lipless mouth. It was Voldemort. It wasn't sitting on the surface. It was part of Harry's very spiritual substance. Voldemort, Dumbledore breathed, his spectral form gliding closer. His voice trembled with a mixture of revulsion, pity, and grim validation. Merlin's beard. So it's true. Harry, my boy, don't move. Don't move until I say. Dumbledore's phantom hands fluttered near Harry's forehead, wanting to touch, to examine, but terrified of disturbing the thing. A fragment, a piece of his soul, living inside you. The ancient texts, they were right. He mastered that foulest of arts. He split his soul. His words were a torrent of realization, fear, and awe. This was the horrible proof of his deepest, darkest suspicion about Voldemort's immortality. A Horcrux. And Harry was an unintended one, a living prison for a piece of the Dark Lord's mutilated spirit. Dumbledore's brilliant mind raced, connecting decades of clues. Voldemort's soul, already unstable from previous, deliberate splittings. The failed killing curse rebounding, tearing another piece loose in the chaos. That fragment, driven by a will to survive, latching onto the only living thing in the ravaged room, baby Harry. A parasitic, spiritual symbiosis. It explained everything. The connection. The visions. The pain. It wasn't just a curse scar, it was a wound in Harry's very soul. Elian watched, his own task complete. In his mind's eye, the Supreme Mage system glowed. Bonus mission, help Dumbledore confirm Voldemort's fragmented soul complete. Reward: 1 use of the Eye of Agamotto awarded. The power of the Time Stone, now his to wield once. The objective was achieved. But the horror before them remained. Harry stood frozen, trying to process Dumbledore's frantic muttering. Soul fragment. Voldemort. Inside me. The words swirled, terrifying and incomprehensible. He glanced at Elian, who met his gaze with an unreadable, solemn expression. The casual, powerful friend he ate meals with suddenly seemed like an ancient, distant being of immense and frightening power. Finally, Dumbledore's spirit drew back. The initial shock had settled into a heavy, grim resolve. He turned to Elian, his luminous eyes intense. "Mr. Thorne," Dumbledore said, his voice low and urgent. "You have shown us the prison. You have the power to separate spirit from flesh." He gestured toward the vile, sleeping face embedded in Harry's forehead. "Tell me, do you also have the power to remove the prisoner?" The question hung in the air. Could the symbiosis be broken? Could the fragment of Voldemort's soul be extracted without destroying Harry's own? All eyes turned to Elian. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 150 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 144 members right now. Donate me Stonus. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, Limits and Lessons. Chapter 64, Limits and Lessons. Dumbledore's hopeful gaze was a palpable thing, even in his spectral form. He gestured toward the vile, sleeping face embedded in Harry's spiritual forehead. "Can you remove it?" The unspoken question hung between them, heavy with the weight of a possible salvation. Elian met his eyes and slowly shook his head. "No, Headmaster. I cannot." It was the truth. Even if the advanced astral projection allowed him to see the corruption, interacting with it, trying to surgically excise a fused fragment of a soul, especially one belonging to the most powerful dark wizard in a century, was far beyond his current skill. The risk of shredding Harry's own spirit in the process was catastrophic. More than that, it was a line he dared not cross. Succeed, and he'd become a target for Voldemort's unparalleled fury. Fail, and he'd make an enemy of Dumbledore and the entire Order. Some burdens were not his to lift. Dumbledore did not look disappointed, only thoughtful, as if he'd expected the answer. "Of course." "Forgive an old man's desperate hope," he murmured. The relief in his tone was genuine. He too feared the consequences of a failed attempt. He turned back to Harry, whose translucent form was quivering with 1,000 unasked questions. "Professor, what's wrong with me? Is that him on my forehead? Why have you been avoiding me?" The words tumbled out, laced with fear and confusion. Dumbledore hesitated, his instinct to protect warring with the need for truth. Before he could decide, Elian's voice, calm and sure, cut through the tension. "It's dormant, Professor. Too fragile. It cannot perceive us here, in this state. It sleeps." Dumbledore's spectral shoulders relaxed infinitesimally. He gave Elian another long, appraising look. The boy's knowledge was as unnerving as his power, then turned fully to Harry, meeting his gaze directly for the first time in weeks. "Dear Harry, what I must tell you will be difficult to hear." What followed was a gentle, terrible explanation. Dumbledore spoke of Horcruxes, of Voldemort's fractured soul, of the night the killing curse rebounded and trapped a piece of that shattered evil inside the only living vessel in the room, Harry himself. He spoke of the connection, the visions, the shared anger. He spoke of occlumency, the closing of the mind as Harry's only defense. Harry listened, his face shifting from horror to grim understanding. "So, I'm his spy?" He can see through my eyes. He can influence you, and through the link, he may catch glimpses. You must learn to shield your mind. It is your greatest protection now." Elian observed silently. His part in this intimate, painful revelation was done. The mission was complete. The reward, the single use of the time stone, was a cool, potent certainty in the back of his mind. Finally, Dumbledore seemed to reach the end of what could be said. "Now, Mr. Thorne," he said, his tone returning to its usual courtesy. "If you would be so kind as to return us to our rather neglected bodies." Elian gave a slight bow. "At your service, Headmaster." With a thought, he used his telekinetic control, a basic function of the Supreme Mage system, requiring no wand, no incantation. Dumbledore's and Harry's physical forms slid smoothly across the floor from where they lay to hover before their respective spirits. Dumbledore's eyes, sharp even in his astral state, missed nothing. He noted the absolute absence of a wand, the effortless, wordless magic. It was another piece of the puzzle that was Elian Thorne, another quiet challenge to everything Dumbledore knew about magical mechanics. How? The old wizard wondered, a thrill of pure intellectual curiosity cutting through the night's horrors. Elian didn't explain. He simply pushed his hands forward in a gentle, sweeping motion. The two spirit forms were guided back, merging seamlessly with their waiting flesh. Harry's body jolted in the armchair with a sharp gasp, his hand flying to his now tangible, throbbing scar. The parasitic connection had reasserted itself the instant his soul was sealed back in. Dumbledore's body on the floor drew a deep, rattling breath, and his eyes fluttered open. He sat up, looking older and wearier than Elian had ever seen him. "Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice back to its physical rasp. He gestured to a small, brass hourglass on his desk, a porte-clés. "Take this. You will be expected. I have pressing matters to discuss with Mr. Thorne." Harry, looking pale and shaken, nodded mutely. He grabbed the hourglass. There was a flash of light, a tug behind his navel, and he was gone. The office was silent once more. Dumbledore got to his feet, brushed off his robes, and turned to face Elian fully. The twinkle was gone from his eyes, replaced by a deep, grave intensity. "Now, Albus Dumbledore said. Let us talk, Mr. Thorne. About what you are. And about what you have just proven Tom Riddle has done." End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 150 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 149 members right now. We are very close to hitting our goal. There is a limited 5 days discount going on Patreon in release of a new fanfic, Smiling Face with Smiling Eyes. Chapter 65, Chapter 65, A System Apart. Chapter 65, A System Apart. After Harry vanished with a soft pop from the porte-clés, the headmaster's office settled into a heavy, expectant quiet. Elian, feeling oddly full and calm, helped himself to another biscuit from the dwindling tray. "These really are excellent, Headmaster," he remarked, sipping his now lukewarm tea. Dumbledore did not reply immediately. He stood by his desk, his gaze fixed on Elian with an intensity that had nothing to do with his usual twinkling benevolence. It was the look of a scholar confronted with an impossible equation. "Elian," Dumbledore began, his voice measured. "I could not help but observe, you did not use a wand. Not when you separated our spirits. Not when you moved our bodies. There was no wand at all." It was not an accusation. It was a statement of profound, world-shaking fact. In all his centuries of study, in all the arcane lore he had consumed, Dumbledore had never encountered a reliable account of sustained, controlled magic performed without a wand by a human witch or wizard. House elves had their own brand of magic. But this was different. Elian set his cup down. The time for casual deflection was over. This was the heart of the matter. He met Dumbledore's piercing stare. "No," he said simply. "I did not." To demonstrate, he flicked a finger. The teapot, across the room, levitated gracefully. It poured a fresh stream of amber tea into a clean cup, which then sailed through the air to hover before Dumbledore. All of it was done in utter silence, with no more than a thought and a subtle gesture. "Your tea, headmaster. While it's hot." Dumbledore accepted the cup mechanically, his eyes never leaving Elian's hands. The confirmation was now physical, undeniable. He took a sip, the action automatic, his mind racing ahead. A new system. Dumbledore finally breathed, the concept both thrilling and terrifying. A form of magic entirely separate from our own. Elian leaned back, his posture relaxed but his eyes serious. "Let's just say it's a different path to the same universal truths. One that doesn't require a wooden focus to channel will into reality." Dumbledore's hand, resting on his desk, drifted unconsciously toward his own wand, the Elder Wand, the most powerful focus in existence. It was a gesture of habit, of deeply ingrained understanding. Elian's gaze flicked to the movement, a faint, knowing smile touching his lips. "You needn't be concerned, Professor," Elian said gently. "If I served Voldemort or the Ministry, Harry's secret would remain just that, a secret. I am not your enemy. But I am not, of your world's magic, either." He paused, choosing his words with care. This power, it could reform the wizarding world. Or subvert it. Its time within these walls has not yet come, but it may. And when it does, forewarned is forearmed. He was laying groundwork. The system's tasks were growing bolder. Teaching, spreading the knowledge of Comitage, it felt like an inevitable future challenge. Better Dumbledore hear it now as a distant possibility than as a sudden, disruptive revolution. Dumbledore absorbed this quietly, the weight of the revelation settling upon him. The hunger for knowledge, the urge to dissect and understand this new paradigm, warred with the wisdom of centuries. He saw the boundary Elian had drawn. "I see," Dumbledore said at length, the tension leaving his shoulders. He withdrew his hand from his wand. "A mystery for another day, then. You have given me more than enough to ponder this night." He managed a tired, genuine smile. "And you have my deepest thanks, for Harry's sake." He moved toward the door, his manner shifting back to that of a host. "Harry and the Weasleys are at the Order's headquarters. You are, of course, welcome to join them." Elian stood. "Thank you, but I have other matters to attend to." "It's late." "Of course." Dumbledore nodded. As Elian reached the door, the headmaster added, his tone lightly teasing but his eyes kind, "With Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley otherwise occupied, perhaps you might check on Miss Granger. I believe she may have questions after today's lunch." Elian froze for a split second, then chuckled despite himself. The old man missed nothing. "Good night, headmaster." "Good night, Mr. Thorne. And, tread carefully. The path you walk is uniquely your own." Elian stepped out onto the revolving staircase, the gargoyle grinding shut behind him. In the dark, silent corridor, he let out a long breath. One crisis navigated. A terrifying truth revealed. A priceless reward secured. And now, he had a different, arguably more dangerous, conversation to prepare for. Hermione Granger was waiting, and her questions would not be about wandless magic or fragmented souls. They would be far more personal, and just as complex. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 150 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 152 members. Party Popper bonus chapter will be uploaded tomorrow. There is a limited discount going on Patreon in release of a new fanfic now. 4 days left. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Chapter 66, Chapter 66, Hermione's Revenge, bonus chapter. Chapter 66, Hermione's Revenge. Hermione stood at the entrance to the Great Hall, a stack of books clutched to her chest, her eyes scanning the Gryffindor table. She'd been looking all morning. No Harry. No Ron. Not even a flash of red hair from the Weasley twins or Ginny. It was strange. Quidditch season was over. Where were they? At lunch, she finally spotted a familiar figure. Elian Thorne, sitting alone, attacking a plate of shepherd's pie with single-minded focus. Her lips thinned. The memory of the Quibbler article, of his supposed Christmas plans with the Lovegoods, was still a fresh, irritating splinter in her mind. He promised me first, she thought, a hot, illogical flare of betrayal warming her cheeks. She marched over and dropped her books onto the bench with a definitive thud. Elian looked up, a forkful of pie halfway to his mouth. He blinked, a deer-in-lantern-light expression flashing across his face before he smoothed it into an awkward smile. Oh! Hermione! Come to eat. What else would I do here? She snapped, sliding onto the bench opposite him. Have you seen Harry or Ron? Or any of the Weasleys? They've been missing all day. Elian chewed slowly, swallowed. Mr. Weasley was attacked. They all went to see him last night. The words hit her like a physical blow. Her own fork clattered onto the table. What? SHH, Elian said, gesturing for calm as a few heads turned. It happened on an order mission. He's being treated. They all went. He gave no further details, nothing about astral forms or soul fragments. Some secrets were too heavy, too dangerous, even for Hermione, especially now. He was already changing too much, accelerating timelines best left slow. Professor Trelawney's prophecy echoed in his mind, cold and precise, he will change the world. The favored child's path is disrupted. He was the disruption. Harry knowing about the Horcrux now, a full year early, was proof. Hermione's face had drained of color. Arthur Weasley was kind, welcoming, one of the few adults who treated her and Harry with uncomplicated warmth. Will he be all right? Where is he? I have to. He'll be fine, Elian said, his voice firm, hoping it was true. Needs rest. Don't panic. But panic had already been overridden by a fierce, protective concern. Hermione stood abruptly, abandoning her lunch. I have to. I need to see Professor McGonagall. Get permission to visit. She was already gathering her books, her earlier peak completely forgotten in the face of real worry. Elian felt a wave of relief. Crisis averted. Or so he thought. Just as she turned to leave, Hermione leaned over and whispered fiercely to Neville Longbottom, who was passing by with Luna Lovegood in tow. Neville, Luna, listen. The DA meeting is still on for tomorrow. But she jabbed a thumb sharply in Elian's direction without looking at him, is in charge of teaching this time. Spread the word. Then she was gone, rushing from the hall, a whirlwind of bushy hair and righteous worry. Elian stared after her, his fork hanging limply in his hand. He slowly set it down. He'd been outmaneuvered. Completely. A grudging smile touched his lips. Hermione Granger, even in a crisis, was a force of nature. She hadn't forgotten her annoyance. She'd just found a far more cunning, and utterly Hermione-ish, way to express it, by dumping a room full of eager, magic-hungry students in his lap. He sighed, a long, theatrical sound. Fine. He'd teach them something. Maybe a basic shielding charm from the Comitage disciplines. Let her have her small revenge. It was, he supposed, a step down he could afford to give her. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 156 members. Party popper. There is a limited discount going on Patreon now. 3 days left. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Chapter 67, Chapter 67, a practical demonstration, bonus chapter. Chapter 67, a practical demonstration. The next day, just before the DA meeting, Luna found Elian. Neville can't make it. He forgot to mention it. She explained he'd gone to visit family at St. Mungo's, likely crossing paths with Harry and the others visiting Arthur Weasley. Elian nodded. It was a minor detail, already part of the shifting tapestry of events. As they walked to the room of requirement, Luna's dreamy voice cut through his thoughts. Are you going to teach them Comitage magic? Elian stopped and turned to her, his expression serious. Luna, remember what we talked about? You and Hermione are the only ones who know. If word got out. Luna blinked slowly. You'd be in danger. Studied. Dissected, as Muggles say. Exactly. So, not a word. He trusted them. In the darkest hours of the war to come, both Hermione and Luna had proven their steel, enduring torture without breaking. Their secrecy was absolute. But what will you teach? Luna pressed, her head tilted. You're a first year. Officially, you barely know any spells. Elian's smile was a bit tight. Luna had a point. Hermione's punishment was a clever one, put the theoretically least qualified person in charge of a room full of eager, older students. She likely expected him to flounder, or for the meeting to dissolve into independent practice, a humorous lesson for crossing her. He wasn't going to give her the satisfaction. When Elian entered the room of requirement, the atmosphere was casual, buzzing with chatter. The DA members, mostly 4th years and up, were lounging, joking. Without Harry's earnest leadership or Hermione's stern oversight, the meeting had the feel of a social club. Oi, Elian! Got any secret 7th-year spells for us? A Hufflepuff called out. Don't sweat it, mate, a Gryffindor chuckled. We know it's Granger's prank. We'll just run drills. Did you make the head girl angry, Elian? A Ravenclaw girl teased. She's putting you on the spot. The room rippled with good-natured laughter. They'd all seen Elian waiting for Hermione and Luna, had ribbed him about being the perfect boyfriend. The dynamic was friendly, familiar. No one expected an actual lesson. Elian let the chatter wash over him, a faint smile on his lips. He walked to the front of the room. The conversation drifted to the missing members, to Umbridge, to Malfoy's inquisitorial squad. The seriousness of their purpose was momentarily forgotten. Elian waited. When the noise reached a comfortable lull, he spoke, his voice calm but carrying. All right. Since you're all here to learn to fight, he began, I assume you're all somewhat proficient with a wand. A few nods, some shrugs. Good. Elian reached into his robe and pulled out his wand, the unique sandalwood wand with the Zawahir core. It felt warm and alert in his hand, humming with latent power. He grinned, but it wasn't the friendly smile from moments before. It was sharp, challenging. Then let's have a proper practical lesson. Consider this real combat. Think of me as the enemy. As a Death Eater. And don't hold back. A stunned silence fell over the room. They stared at him, a first year, standing confidently before them, wand at the ready. Elian's gaze swept over them. Underestimating him was their first mistake. He had never relied on Hogwarts' curriculum. The Supreme Mage system and the disciplines of Comitage were his foundation. But that didn't mean he was ignorant of their magic. He had a wizard's core. He had a wand that had chosen a king. And he had observed every duel, every spell cast in this room for months. It was time to show them the difference between learning a spell from a book and knowing how to use it in a fight. Well, he prompted, his wand tracing a small, lazy circle in the air. Who's first? End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 156 members. Party popper. There is a limited discount going on Patreon now. 3 days left. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, No Rules, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 68, No Rules. Elian stood in a relaxed dueling stance, but the energy around him was coiled and lethal. The casual friend was gone, in his place stood a predator assessing a herd. The DA members felt the shift viscerally, a sudden, cold pressure that silenced their chatter and made their wands feel heavier in their hands. Colin Creevey, ever eager and fiercely loyal to Harry's cause, broke the tension with a gulp. I'll go, he squeaked, stepping forward, his knuckles white on his wand. A murmur of relief went through the others. Good. Colin would test the waters. As people shuffled to clear a space, Elian moved. His wand flicked up, not in a formal salute, but in a sharp, efficient jab. Petrificus totalis. The spell shot out, a bolt of grey light. It struck Colin square in the chest before the boy had even fully raised his own wand. Colin stiffened, eyes wide with shock, and toppled to the floor with a thud, rigid as a board. Silence. Then outrage. Elian, a Ravenclaw girl shrieked. That's not fair. He wasn't ready. You can't just start like that, a Hufflepuff boy yelled. There are rules. A chorus of angry protests filled the room. They were students, used to duels that began with bows and wands at the ready. Elian didn't lower his wand. A cold, disdainful snort escaped him. Naive, he said, the word cutting through the noise. Did you forget why you're here? I said real combat. Treat me like a Death Eater. Do you think they'll wait for you to finish adjusting your robes? His icy gaze swept over them. Are you here for a game? Do you think when the Death Eaters come, they'll give you a sporting chance? A fair start. He gestured with his chin toward Colin's prone form. That is what happens when you're unprepared. You fall. Instantly. The truth of his words, harsh and undiluted, doused their anger like cold water. They stood, chastened and suddenly uncertain. This wasn't a club meeting anymore. Seamus Finnegan, never one to back down from a challenge, rallied. Fine. I'll have a go, then. I don't believe a first year can. Petrificus totalis. Another grey bolt. Seamus, hand half raised, mouth still open, joined Colin on the floor with a grunt of impact. Elian didn't even blink. A 4th year and a 5th year, he remarked, his voice dripping with mock disappointment. Taken down by a single, simple body bind. Is this the progress you've made? Is this what makes you feel strong? The dual insult to their skill and their pride was the spark. Understanding dawned, followed by a surge of collective indignation. He wasn't playing by their rules. Fine. Neither would they. Petrificus totalis. Incarcerus. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. A volley of spells, jets of grey, ropes of light, a blinding red stunner, a disarming charm erupted from the crowd, a chaotic, colorful barrage aimed directly at the figure standing calmly in the center of the room. The lesson, it seemed, was about to get very practical, very fast. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 156 members. Party popper. There is a limited discount going on Patreon now. 3 days left. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Chapter 69, Chapter 69, A Lesson in Reality, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 69, A Lesson in Reality. Chaos erupted, then darkness. The moment the DA members opened fire, Elian vanished. The chandelier exploded, plunging the room of requirement into blackness broken only by the fading after images of spells. From the shadows, his voice was a calm, assessing murmur. Better. But not fast enough. Not decisive enough. Petrificus totalis. Another thud as a body hit the floor. Panic set in. Spells flew wildly, harmlessly lighting up the dark lumos. Beams crossed, incarcerous ropes tangled in the air, harmless jinxes sparked and fizzled. They were shooting at phantoms, hitting each other more often than not. In the confusion, Elian was a ghost. Wrapped in his levitation cloak, he moved silently, his wand a precise instrument. He didn't use complex magic. Just the body-bind curse, over and over. A whispered incantation, a flash of grey light, another student frozen mid-motion, collapsing to join the growing pile on the floor. It was a massacre. A humiliating, one-sided demonstration. The students' 4th, 5th, 6th years were rendered helpless by the most basic of defensive spells, delivered with ruthless efficiency by someone they'd considered a friendly, if odd, first year. Elian didn't gloat. He worked. When the chaos of their own spells subsided, he didn't even need the cloak. He stood in the center of the room, a clear target, and simply outcast them. His wand moved in tight, economical arcs, deflecting the few spells aimed his way with silent, wandless shields of golden energy before countering with another Petrificus totalis. Finally, the last spell shot died away. The only people standing were Elian and Luna, whom he had, with deliberate irony, spared. Reparo, he said, pointing his wand at the ceiling. The shattered crystal of the chandelier soared upward, knitting itself back together with soft chimes. Light flooded the room once more. The scene it revealed was stark. 22 students lay petrified on the floor in various ungainly poses. Boys and girls alike, frozen in expressions of shock, fury, or dismay. Only Luna stood beside him, serene and unruffled. Elian walked slowly among the fallen, his boots echoing on the stone. "Well," he asked, his voice flat. 22 of you. Against one first year. Using nothing but a spell you all learned years ago. Is this the fighting force you imagined yourselves to be?" He stopped, looking down at Colin Creevy's frozen, indignant face. "Harry can teach you spells. Hermione can drill you on theory. But if you can't use them under pressure, if you hesitate, if you wait for fairness, you're already dead." He turned to Luna. "Your task is to revive everyone. One by one. Consider it, practical revision." Without another glance at the room full of humiliated, immobilized witches and wizards, Elian turned and left, the door of the room of requirement swinging shut behind him. The silence he left behind was absolute, broken only by the ragged breathing of those still conscious in their petrified state. They could see. They could hear. They could feel the burning shame. Luna Lovegood knelt beside the nearest student, her wand held gently. "Finite incantatum," she whispered, her voice a soft melody in the heavy quiet. The spell washed over the boy, and he gasped, limbs unlocking. He didn't get up immediately. He just lay there, staring at the ceiling, the lesson harsh, brutal, and utterly necessary sinking in. Elian hadn't just beaten them. He had shown them the vast, terrifying gap between practicing magic and fighting with it. The DA had been a club. After today, if they had any sense, they would understand it needed to become something else entirely. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 156 members. Party popper. There is a limited discount going on Patreon now. 3 days left. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Chapter 70, Chapter 70, Aftermath and Isolation, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 70, Aftermath and Isolation. One by one, the fallen DA members gasped back to life under Luna's quiet finite incantatum. They rose slowly, brushing dust from their robes, their expressions a mixture of humiliation, dawning realization, and reluctant respect. Lavender Brown's voice was small. Are we really that weak? He's been here 6 months. He only used 1 spell. Seamus Finnegan, pride stung, kicked at the leg of a conjured dummy. I didn't even get a shot off. Next time, You'll what? Dean Thomas cut in, a new, sharp glint in his eye. He bent, as if to pick up his wand, then whirled, shouting, "Evert Statum!" Seamus yelped, flipping head over heels to crash onto the mat. He lay there, winded, as Dean stood over him, grinning fiercely. "You idiot!" Seamus wheezed. "We didn't start." "Exactly." Dean shot back, offering a hand to haul him up. "You think the Death Eaters will shout begin?" "Elian's right. No rules." The spark caught. What began as a grumble of frustration ignited into a frenzy of practical, dirty, no-holds-barred sparring. Gryffindors, with their natural bravado, led the charge, but soon Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws joined, abandoning formal stances for sneaky trips, feints, and spells cast from behind cover. The room of requirement echoed with shouts, thuds, and the crack of minor jinxes. The lesson had been brutal, but its core truth survive first had been absorbed. When Harry, Hermione, and Ron returned to Hogwarts a few days later, exhausted from St. Mungo's, they found a transformed DA. No one clamored for new, flashy spells. Instead, groups huddled, debating the most efficient way to chain a stunner into a disarming charm, or how to use the environment. The atmosphere was focused, pragmatic, almost grim. Luna explained what had happened in her usual, matter-of-fact way. Ron's jaw dropped. "What? He took on 23 of you? Alone? A first year?" He looked wildly between Harry and Hermione, expecting matching outrage. Harry just sighed, a weary understanding in his eyes. Hermione shook her head, a faint, resigned smile on her lips. "Get used to it, Ron," she said softly. "But 23? Ron spluttered, utterly isolated in his shock. "You're not even surprised?" Harry clapped him on the shoulder. "Try to keep up." Hermione gave him a pitying look. "It's Elian. Normal doesn't apply." Luna merely patted his arm in silent consolation before drifting away. Ron stood alone in the corridor, feeling like he'd been kicked out of a secret club. While he'd been visiting his injured father, the world, or at least, his understanding of Elian Thorne had shifted on its axis. Life settled into a new, tense routine. Harry began occlumency lessons with Snape, approaching them with a grim determination he'd never had before. The secret of the soul fragment weighed on him, but it also fueled his resolve. Then, one morning at breakfast, Hermione's sharp gasp cut through the great hall chatter. She was staring at the front page of the Daily Prophet, her face pale. Elian and Harry spoke as one. "What is it?" Hermione didn't answer. She just turned the paper around so they could see the headline. Ministry raid on illegal student militia. Hogwarts defense group shut down. Below it was a moving photograph of Dolores Umbridge, looking unbearably smug, standing before a sealed door, the very same door to the room of requirement. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 156 members. Party Popper. There is a limited discount going on Patreon now. 3 days left. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Chapter 71, Chapter 71, Azkaban Breached. Chapter 71, Azkaban Breached. Hermione's gasp wasn't the only one, half the Gryffindor table jumped. She didn't speak, just thrust the Daily Prophet onto the table, her finger jabbing at the front page. It wasn't an article. It was a gallery of horrors. 10 moving black and white photographs stared out, 9 men and 1 woman, their faces etched with cruelty, madness, or aristocratic disdain even in the static print. Elian leaned closer. Antonin Dolohov, he read aloud, his voice flat. Brutal murder of Gideon and Fabian Pruitt. Harry's gaze was fixed. Algernon Rookwood. Divulged Ministry secrets to you-know-who. They scanned the rogues gallery, a list of the worst of Voldemort's followers, until their eyes landed on the witch. Long, matted black hair framed a face that might once have been handsome, now gaunt and lit with a feverish, fanatical glow. Her thin lips were curled in a permanent sneer. Bellatrix Lestrange, Harry whispered, a cold knot forming in his stomach. Tortured Frank and Alice Longbottom into insanity. Neville's parents. The knowledge sat like a stone between them. Elian's reaction was more visceral. He knew this witch's future, her sadism, her loyalty, her role in pivotal deaths. He tapped her photograph with a decisive finger. Harry. Listen to me. If you ever face this woman, you do not hesitate. You do not duel. You end it. Fast. Understand? Harry flinched, startled by the raw intensity in Elian's voice. It wasn't a suggestion, it was a command born of terrible certainty. He nodded slowly, the question "how do you know?" dying on his lips. After the soul fragment, after the wandless magic, he was learning not to ask. But look at the headline. Hermione hissed, dragging their attention upward. Azkaban mass breakout. Ministry fears black recruiting Death Eaters. The copy was a masterpiece of Ministry misdirection. It heavily implied Sirius Black, the only known Azkaban escapee, had orchestrated the jailbreak to rebuild Voldemort's forces. It noted Bellatrix was his cousin. It wove coincidence into conspiracy. No. Harry burst out, face flushing with anger. He wouldn't. Harry, quiet. Hermione pleaded, glancing around. He's right to be angry, but wrong to shout, Elian said calmly. The Prophet isn't after truth. It's sowing a narrative. Fudge needs a scapegoat, and Sirius is convenient. Arguing with the paper is pointless. Ron and Hermione nodded in grim agreement. Harry seethed, but the logic, and Elian's unnerving calm held him in check. His godfather was being framed, and there was nothing he could do about it in the Great Hall. The news cast a pall over the rest of the meal. The names and faces of the escaped Death Eaters Dolohov, Rookwood, the Lestrange brothers, Bellatrix were a chilling reminder that the war was no longer looming, it had broken its prisoners out of their cage. As they brooded over breakfast, an uninvited guest was being escorted through Hogwarts gates. Argus Filch, his knees aching, had been waiting at the entrance for what felt like hours. Finally, a garishly dressed woman with elaborate blonde curls and rhinestone-encrusted spectacles strutted into view, a acid green quick-quotes quill fluttering beside her. "Ah!" At last, Filch croaked, a mix of relief and distaste on his face. "This way, Miss Skeeter. The Senior Inquisitor is expecting you." Rita Skeeter's smile was all sharp, hungry angles. "Lead on, my good man. I do love a scoop at Hogwarts. So much history brewing." She followed Filch into the castle, her quill already scratching eagerly on a hovering parchment. Dolores Umbridge had called, and Rita never missed a chance to stir the pot, especially when the Ministry was providing the spoon. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 164 members. Party popper. There is a limited discount going on Patreon now. 2 days left. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Chapter 72, Chapter 72, A Reporter's Visit. Chapter 72, A Reporter's Visit. Rita Skeeter swept into Hogwarts with the air of someone who had just stepped in something foul. She glared at the hunched form of Argus Filch. "Be a dear and fetch my luggage. This place is a dreadful bore." Filch, muttering under his breath, scrambled to obey. Rita, not sparing him another glance, strutted into the castle, her quick-quotes quill darting eagerly beside her like an overexcited insect. She despised being here. But the latest edition of the Quibbler had caused an uproar, and Cornelius Fudge himself had personally demanded she be the one to correct the narrative. The Ministry needed its favored attack dog, and Rita Skeeter, with her talent for twisting truths into sensational, Ministry-friendly lies, was it. To pave her way, the Ministry had issued Educational Decree No. 25 the day before: all students must submit to interviews arranged by the High Inquisitor. All statements must be made in a spirit of honest and unbiased truth-seeking. No student may give interviews to any publication without the High Inquisitor's express permission. It was a gag order, pure and simple, dressed up as responsible journalism. Fudge was ensuring the only story coming out of Hogwarts would be his story. Rita's arrival didn't go unnoticed. Students whispered as the garish, famously vicious reporter passed by, forcing a tight, crocodile smile onto her face. "Rita Skeeter is here," Hermione said, falling into step with Elian as they left potions. Her voice was low with concern. Elian blinked. "Who?" Hermione stared. "The Daily Prophet reporter. The one who butchered Harry's interview during the Triwizard Tournament. Most of the Ministry's smear campaigns come from her quill." "Ah! That Rita Skeeter." The image of the woman with the elaborate curls and jeweled spectacles clicked into place. "The one who looks like a younger, even less pleasant Umbridge." "Exactly. Luna says her father's magazine sold out because of our interviews." The Ministry noticed. "This is their counter-move." Elian shrugged. It was inevitable. That new decree was the warning shot. Fudge can't have a fringe magazine telling a more popular truth than his propaganda arm. He's bringing in the big gun to retake the narrative. "You're not worried?" Hermione asked, studying his calm face. "About what? Being misquoted?" being made to look foolish. He gave her a faint, knowing smile. Let her try. Some stories are harder to twist than others. And some people, he added, glancing at her, are harder to intimidate. Hermione huffed, a familiar mix of frustration and grudging admiration. You always have an answer. I try. They walked in companionable silence for a moment before he added, she's here for damage control. For Fudge. For Umbridge. We just have to make sure the damage she's controlling isn't ours. In Umbridge's oppressively pink office, two kindred spirits in manipulation greeted each other. My dear Rita. Umbridge simpered, her toad-like face stretched in a smile. How dreadful you had to travel at such an hour. We have so much to discuss. Rita Skeeter's answering smile was all sharp, professional glee. The pleasure is all mine, Dolores. I do so love a story with educational value. Their laughter tinkled, cold and false, in the frilly room. The stage was set for the next act in the Ministry's war on truth. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 Power Stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 164 members. Party Popper. There is a limited discount going on Patreon now. 2 days left. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Chapter 73, Chapter 73, An Unexpected Embrace. Chapter 73, An Unexpected Embrace. In Umbridge's suffocatingly pink office, the air was thick with false camaraderie. 2 of Cornelius Fudge's most useful tools had found each other. My dear Dolores, you understand why I'm here, Rita Skeeter purred, setting down her teacup with a delicate clink. That dreadful little magazine has given the minister such a headache. But of course. Umbridge's smile was a razor-thin gash. I have arranged interviews for you tomorrow. With Harry Potter and the Thorn Boy. I trust you can reframe their recent stories. The minister's peace of mind depends on it. Rita's eyes gleamed behind her jeweled spectacles. Perfect. In and out in 24 hours. The new child of prophecy, And the old seer, Trelawney, she's still here. I'm afraid I had to let her go, Umbridge said with mock regret, puffing up with pride. A necessary streamlining. Such a pity she couldn't be more coherent. A shame, Rita murmured, not meaning a word of it. One less interview was a blessing. She made a mental note to spin Trelawney's dismissal as a victory for educational rigor over superstitious nonsense. The meeting concluded with more saccharine compliments. As soon as Rita was out the door, her polite smile vanished into a grimace. Puffed up toad, she muttered, brushing imaginary cat hair from her garish robes. Riding Fudge's coattails all the way to a fancy office. Inside, Umbridge sniffed. Sensationalist hack. Thinks she's powerful because she can twist words. The minister prefers real power. The mood in the Gryffindor common room was a stark contrast, wary, but laced with dark humor. She's a menace, Harry. Ron said, his voice rising. Remember the Triwizard article? Cries for his mother every night? I'd like to turn her into a flobberworm. Ron, shh. Harry hissed, flushing. He didn't need the whole house reminded of Rita Skeeter's creative libel. Hermione, sitting cross-legged on the rug beside Elian, nudged him with her shoulder. You never saw that article, did you? You have to be careful with her quick quotes, Quill. It has a mind of its own. You might end up quoted as a toddler who wets the bed. She started giggling, the memory of the absurd, infuriating article bubbling up. Ron, seeing Harry's resigned expression, finally gave in and let out a snort, which turned into a guffaw. Sorry, Mate. But it was ridiculous. Harry, after a moment's struggle, cracked a smile too. The injustice had been galling then, but time had sanded the edges into something almost farcical. Hermione, caught in the wave of shared laughter, threw her head back. Her balance, already precarious on the floor, gave way. With a soft oof, she toppled sideways directly into Elian's lap. The laughter around them hiccuped. Ron's eyes went wide. Harry's smile turned into a look of surprise. Elian, acting on instinct, caught her, one arm automatically coming around to steady her. He chuckled, a low, warm sound. Easy there. Hermione froze. Every nerve in her body was suddenly screaming. Her face, already flushed from laughing, burned crimson. She was in his lap. His arm was around her. Merlin's beard. Get up! Her mind shrieked. But her body seemed to have turned to stone. A traitorous part of her noted how solid his chest felt, how his robe smelled of parchment and something uniquely Elian. Act natural. Just, act natural. Pretend it didn't happen. Oh, but it is happening. My face is on fire. She made a valiant, utterly failed attempt at a casual chuckle, which came out as a strangled squeak. She stayed perfectly still, hoping the earth would swallow her, or that everyone would suddenly forget she existed. Elian, for his part, seemed momentarily unaware of the social earthquake he was cradling. He was still smiling faintly at the memory of Harry's fictional bedwetting, his gaze distant, his hold on Hermione entirely unconscious. The common room, for a few seconds, held its breath. End of chapter. Sparkles, if you are enjoying this story, consider supporting me on Patreon. Patreon.com/tofuchan. 2 Hearts Patreon members get early access to chapters, bonus content, and voting power on future ideas. 2 Hearts. Every bit of support helps me write more and faster. Thank you so much for reading. Bonus chapter for every 100 power stones. Let's hit the goal of 200 Patreon members now for 5 extra chapters. 2 Hearts. We are at 166 members. Party popper. There is a limited discount going on Patreon now. Just hours left. Smiling face with smiling eyes.